courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Johnson. Well, this morning, we don't address the merits of this until the defenses start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and Mr. Wiggs yesterday that I would be filing that this morning. We filed it this morning. If you and Mr. Wiggs for his accounts.
Yeah. Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms. Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state.
I'm on time.
Requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called as on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert, so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'd be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
That means the
I
state.
presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with
Still
the
going.
state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her.
Good
We subpoenaed
morning.
her by way of subpoenaing
We
her.
are in
We
the
gave her
Florida
community for her
versus
statements,
Lori Shaver
knowing
trial.
what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Williams. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, it's just false. And there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
And what they did, Judge, is late in the game, they spoke to her way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townsend's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge.
One other matter.
Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media.
Oh my
Some of the
gosh.
state's witnesses have been on social media,
Again.
monitoring social media. And
I mean, she's on social media.
those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it, commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
That means she's on social media. If she's finding people on social media, that means she's on social media.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday, which is like daylight podcast, and there's 3 of them.
She's looking at text message or
We can address it.
Facebook
when
comment.
Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any, court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you.
Oh my
Please
gosh.
call the jury in.
I gotta get my coffee. Actually on time today. I know. This is not how this works.
Good morning, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And question for all of the jurors, have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay, have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
State calls Robert Seha.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, already? They literally just started.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Robert Seha,
Spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Did this
help you
guy
God.
already testified?
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seha. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys are all talking about with this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked you
Okay.
a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Lori Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No,
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operation started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months, construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the.
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Lori Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the
Hold on,
circumstances
is this yesterday?
Circumstances where I got a text. Would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And
In the summer to the.
now, at some point, did you?
Wasn't this yesterday? Yeah. That was yesterday. I knew I wasn't crazy. One day, 15 hours ago. Oh, here it is. I'm like, what the heck? Oh my gosh. Okay, now we're on the right day. Good grief. I was like, that guy looks familiar. Morning, Brandy. I was watching yesterday's. I had it on and I was like, that guy looks familiar. I was like, yay, I'm on time. I was so excited. And then I'm on time, but I was watching the wrong day. How's the soup? Are all your veggies fresh out of the garden good? Of course. Oh my goodness. My boyfriend does he makes good beef stew. Pot pie. You could make a crock pot pie. Crock pot pie. Yeah, that would be good. Man, I'm really on time today. It's not even started. Okay, well, nothing's happening right now, so I'm sure the defense is gonna have something to say. Yeah, this needs to get started. I had to get up. So much. Oh yeah, you're on Eastern time. I'm just thankful I'm not in Arizona because it's what time is it there? I would have had to get up at 5. Wait, yeah, 5 in the morning. I would not have done that.
Presiding.
You may be seated. Good morning.
Sorry.
I would have looked like I'd been run over. It'd have been bad.
They were present in case number 24 CF 596, State of Florida versus Daniel Trenton Purdue.
Good
Present for
morning,
sentencing.
everybody who's
Please state your name
joining.
for the record, sir.
Daniel Purdue.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you
Oh,
give
it's
today
going right on into testimony. Oh, they don't have any chitty chats to go on today. Oh man, I hope so. Oh wait, what just happened? You were swearing somebody in. Now we're looking at the ceiling. At least this ceiling is light is affixed to the ceiling, and we're not looking at something that's partially hanging out of the ceiling. We've seen some pretty crappy courtrooms. Oh, I know. Hers is only, what's the date? Today's the 12th. Gosh, she's less than a month away. I'm excited. You know, I was just thinking how many people in Florida there are. There's Sarah Boone. There's this woman. We just had another woman in Florida. Who was the other woman in Florida? Florida is a busy, busy state with it's full of some really bad people. we got Wade Wilson, Aiden Fucci, that child, Sarah Boone, Lori Shaver. Who else is in Florida? There's a lot of people in Florida that we're constantly covering cases on. Oh, Courtney, the TikTok. Oh crap! I did not know that. Are they seriously going to do that? I wonder if that's going to be televised or not. That poor kid. I know. That's just I'm gonna have to do a special episode about him just to get it back going again, because I've completely that's gone off the radar totally. It's very important for the country. It's I don't think it matters in New York because they're so they're just New York. I don't think they realize what's so crazy is that not long after he did what he did, someone did help somebody and they were fine. Nothing happened to them. So I need to look at some other similar situations. Yeah, nobody helps anybody anymore these days. It's really sad. But also there was a woman that helped. Where was that? There was a woman that helped a lady. She thought she was helping and she ended up getting deleted because she thought she was helping someone. So it's a catch-22. Like, you can be helping and then you can get hurt. It's just terrible. That's the problem. You don't know if you're doing good or if you're going to end up. I mean, look what happened to Daniel Penny. He was helping or intervened, but so he was with other people. Like other people intervened as well, and they're not being charged with anything. So I just find that odd. Everything has to be made about race. I just think that we have to look at each situation in its entirety. We can't make everything just because people are, I mean, the guys that helped him were not white. So I don't understand why everything has to be about race. Like we just have to look at things in each situation. Like I really think that Michael's situation is about race. I think that probably that Tyreek Hill's situation was a little bit about race, probably a lot about the kind of car he was driving, amount of money he probably was like looked down upon because he had money. And a little bit of attitude. I mean, it's a combo of things. And plus, I don't know, like video doesn't always, people think video is like the end all be all to evidence, but that's not necessarily true because yeah, that cop was dumb. He was all crazy, like from jump. He was out. I mean, that escalated like.
Will the parties present please identify themselves for the record?
And that worries me that kind of cop is on the street. I mean, he must have been having a bad day.
Ma'am, please state your full legal name. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. And are we conducting a proffer this morning?
Yes.
Okay, and the parties are prepared to proceed? Okay. All right, then we just need Miss Johnson.
Oh, so this is the attorney for the child, like the I think the teenager, her daughter, it's her representative. Representative, please hold. Representative, please hold. Sorry. This is her.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness
The
stand.
child's lawyer.
Please
I
be
think.
seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Did my man just leave me without?
As it relates to this offer, I know that a lot of my arguments are going to come about why this witness should be excluded are going to deal with the fact that
Give me a kiss.
also should be able to talk about this hearsay.
I'll be right back.
For the purposes of this, I'm not going to be objecting in the middle of Mr. Wiggins' questions. I'll let him argue about the admissibility of the Crawford statement. I think that there's issue with it.
Yes, sir. All right, and please state your full legal name and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, KELLY JOHN, as Suman.
Thank you. And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right, thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
So it's ironic because the defense attorney
Yes, sir.
was like,
Ms. Johnson, you state your name for the record.
we're not
please.
taking any testimony from
Okay. And
a
do you
child,
remember being judicially appointed on this
but
case?
he's been mentioning the child the
involving
whole
Ms.
time.
Shaver? Okay. If I can approach Judge and show her
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes, which is the order.
She looks irritated to be there.
You look at Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes. Is that the order you're looking at wherein Judge Singletary appointed you to this case?
Yes.
And in the respect of order,
I think so. They're just,
what was your understanding your obligation was?
I was appointed to represent the child as an attorney ad litem.
Okay. And the child's name?
Isabel Shaver.
Okay. And having been appointed on behalf of the minor child, did you meet the minor child?
Yes, I have.
Did you go over, did you discuss with her the facts or knowledge of the case with her?
As with any client, I discuss the facts of the case, the applicable laws, and possible ramifications of taking any position.
So, did you discuss with Isabel?
I think she's actually a prosecution.
Did she express to you in any form or manner that she had any interest to testify in this cause?
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
I'm sorry, speak up.
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Ms. Johnson, can you pull the microphone towards you a bit? It's adjustable and speak into it to the best of your ability. Thank you.
It was expressed to you, I'm not sure if I understood your answer.
I'm confused too right now, Brandy. I'm not sure.
An entrance in testifying in this cause.
As I stated, she expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Okay.
I can't discuss the
content.
anything that the child and I discuss, as it's bound by attorney-client privilege.
See, this is what I'm talking
Did you
about.
discuss when you were meeting with her, if she were to testify, the rights, constitutional rights, that she would be waiving by testifying?
Yes.
Did you express to her any legal penalty which she could face if she were to testify and the state took action against her?
I advised her as I would any client.
Did you detect any infirmity with regards to Isabel if she were to testify, that she would have a problem testifying truthfully?
That's not within the scope of my representation of the child.
So did you feel that the child was being honest with you?
Again, that's not for me to determine. The scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem is to advocate for the child's, what I feel is her position, if she's able to articulate that, and to advise and provide the any guidance I can in advocating for their position.
Did you detect any infirmities with the child communicating?
She didn't have any problems communicating with me.
Did you detect any issues that would raise concern for you as a guardian?
I'm not a guardian ad litem.
Well, an attorney ad litem in this case, correct?
I'm an attorney ad litem. It's a distinct and different role than a guardian ad litem.
Did you detect any fabrication?
Again, that would,
Without going into any discussions that she had with you, did you detect any fabrication?
Again, I don't believe that I would be able to express an opinion about that. That's outside the scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem.
Based on what your client had expressed to you, did you at any time meet with the office of the state attorney?
I participated in the proceedings consistently with my representation of the child
Was that at the behest or request of?
in advocating for my child, for my client's position.
Okay. After that meeting, did the office of the state attorney contact you at any time to converse with you or your client after that conversation?
The child was subpoenaed to be deposed in the case.
No. Before the child was deposed and yet after that meeting you had with the state, did the state show any interest in meeting with your client or law enforcement to investigate anything that you had revealed to the state?
I don't believe that there was any participation in the proceedings until the child was subpoenaed to provide a deposition.
And did you appear at the deposition with your client?
Yes, I did.
And was the state aware that you were representing her?
I assume that they were
Okay.
aware.
Pat, I'm sorry. Mark this as C.
I don't know what he's trying to get out of this because she can't say much. If she's representing the child.
Ms. Johnson, I'm showing you which is what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. It's on the heading. It says Supplemental Discovery Number 31, issued by the State Attorney's Office. Does this document carry your name?
Yes, it does.
Thus, you would agree the state was aware that you were representing Isabel Schaefer. We moved that in.
She's making faces like, what is happening right now?
For purposes of the hearing, that's fine.
All right, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit C will be moved into evidence
Oh, my
as
goodness.
defense number 1.
And A as well as two.
Any objection?
No, just for the purposes of this hearing. Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, Defense Exhibit A, without objection, will be moved into evidence as defense number 2.
I know.
For the
This-
purposes of the
I
proffer.
mean, we've got to find some kind of
That's
entertainment in
everyone's
this trial
understanding, correct?
because
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson, the other day, the issue arose, the state having been supplied a copy of the order by the court appointing you as the guardian, that you were not on an official witness list of the defense. You've met with the state, correct?
What do you mean?
The state at a deposition.
Yes,
You traveled to the state and met with them, correct? To discuss your client's case.
yes,
They were aware you were involved in the case, correct?
I assume that they are aware.
Yes. They directed a pleading with your name, service on it.
They served me with the subpoena, yes.
Pardon me?
They served me with the subpoena.
They put a witness with your name on it, okay? Care of you,
Yes.
okay? If called to the stand in this cause,
Thank you.
the defense would intend to limit your involvement just to the facts. Did you meet with your client? Did you advise her of her rights? Did you see any defect or deformity or issue that would preclude her from testifying truthfully? Is there any rule or anything that
that's what I
would
do. I
prohibit
talk to
you
text.
from asserting those
I
facts?
just let it say
before this
whatever.
court?
I hope that people just figure it out.
Judge, we had listed formally, and I've supplied it to the
Treading
state.
dangerous waters.
What's now marked is Defense Exhibit B, which is Kelly Johnson's name on a formal witness list to alleviate any question of any intent to call. She's expressed what her limited purpose would be. We move that into evidence at this stage. Copy has been sent by e-portal to the state attorney's office and hand delivered here in open court. We don't believe that any prejudice would inure to the state if Ms. Johnson were to testify on these limited facts, and would be for the purpose of conforming and confirming the competency of her client to testify in this cause.
Has that document been marked as an exhibit?
Yes, sir. And it's been moved in, it's been sent through the e-portal.
Any objection to Exhibit B being entered into evidence for the purposes of the proffer? Okay, without objection, Defense Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defenses number 3. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Morning.
So the majority of things that Mr. Wiggs was asking you about are
Pointless.
conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And those conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver would be out-of-court statements.
Correct.
And the purpose of putting those out-of-court statements in about your conversation would be to prove exactly what happened in that conversation.
Well, it would be eliciting statements made by my client and something that I could not testify to based on the privilege and confidentiality of our communications.
So he's asking you about hearsay out-of-court statements.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't talk about out-of-court hearsay statements. You can't talk about opinions that you've already said, correct?
I mean, I guess I could testify to that unless there was an appropriate objection made and the court ruled that that I could not make those statements. But the other prong of that is my role in representing the child in this case as an advocate and as an attorney. I'm bound by the professional conduct rule.
Absolutely. And after it actually, the Mr. Wiggs actually sought you out and asked you to participate in this case, correct?
There was a conversation about whether I would be willing to accept the appointment.
Then he requested Judge Singletary appoint you.
I believe there was a motion
so
filed, yes.
The
This was
defense
not
attorney
a
did.
scenario where Mr. Wiggs asked the court to appoint an attorney and Judge Singletary just said, you know what, I think Kelly Johnson would be perfect for this, correct?
I don't know that.
Have you seen the motion that Mr. Wiggs filed where he asked for you to be appointed?
I don't recall if I've seen the motion.
After you were appointed, you would agree that there was multiple conversations between yourself and me in the hallways about anytime you want to bring your client to talk to me, I'm available. Do you remember those?
Yes, we did have conversations.
But you, serving as a good defense attorney, would not
the
allow
color.
her to speak to me until
Weird.
I provided a subpoena, which then gave her immunity. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So it's not that I never contacted you. You, as a competent defense attorney, wanted to protect your client and wanted to wait for that subpoena to be issued.
That and I also needed to make sure that my client was well informed on and advised in their participation in this proceeding.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Please support. Ms. Johnson, with regard, you practice criminal law, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state just went through a litany question and stated, in essence, anything you would say would be hearsay of what your client said, correct?
The rules of evidence say, if I testify to an out-of-court statement, that's hearsay unless there's an exception to that.
Correct. As a criminal attorney, you appear in court frequently, correct?
Yes.
And at any sentencing, any and all sentencing, in fact, every sentencing, every attorney has to go through a litany with the court about the rights that they've advised their client on, correct?
Correct.
The right to remain silent, correct?
Correct.
Maximum penalties, correct? Their presumed competence and desire to enter a plea,
Yes.
the waiver of appeal, correct? There's 6 different things that go into that. Waiver of discovery and the ability to proceed at that time. You also make a representation, do you not, that you believe the client, having discussed these facts, is competent to enter the plea, correct?
Yes.
And none of those go into a discussion that you had with the client about what they said, what they did. It's just a statement of their desire to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you were called to the stand in this cause, do you have the ability to represent those rights that you'd advise the client of and the preference of the client to move forward without discussing the exact conversation, like any other criminal case?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
All right, and Ms. Johnson, you're excused from further testimony, and Ms. Johnson is to remain on standby, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right,
Assuming you're saying that any of that is actually admissible.
I haven't ruled yet,
Right.
but knowing that I haven't ruled yet, would you like Ms. Johnson to remain on standby?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, please remain on standby. You
He's
may
like,
step down from the witness
Assuming
stand.
that
Thank
any of
you.
that is admissible. What?
Okay, proceed with argument.
Yes. Judge, Ms. Johnson was appointed by the court recognizing there's a conflict. I can't represent her. I can't talk to her. Ms. Johnson can verify I haven't talked to her. There's been no influence. The child is aware of these constitutional rights. It's a summary proceeding, not revealing any conversations that Ms. Johnson has had with the client, just that she believes the client's competent to move forward, and that's the desire of the client. It's a perfunctory function. The state has been aware from the moment Ms. Johnson was listed in this cause as to her interest in the matter. The state's not prejudiced in any respect. If we were to call up a Richardson hearing and direct this towards a Richardson hearing, the state could point to zero facts how they've incurred any injury, damage, or prejudice in this cause by calling Ms. Johnson at this stage. So we'd ask that, she's been listed formally. The state's known who she is. She's been to their office. They've spoken to her in the hall. There's no reason to exclude her, just for purposes of clarity and allowing the matter to proceed and finish the matter up in an orderly process.
Tell me exactly what you intend to elicit from Ms. Johnson.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Anybody that testifies, the court has to be satisfied, as in a criminal case, that they understand their rights, they intend to testify, they understand their obligation to testify truthfully, and intend to do so. That's really a pretty simple process. Because Ms. Johnson was appointed as the guardian in the case, we want to elicit that there's been no tampering. We haven't tried to communicate with the child, and she's been the one in charge of directing all conversations. So she would just provide that function of saying, I've spoken with the child. She understands her rights. She understands her responsibilities. It's her desire to move forward, understanding the potential charges that could be levied against her, and that she believes through her conversations that the child's competent at that stage. That's it. It's pretty perfunctory, to tell you the truth. If you don't have Ms. Johnson, the child can still testify. It just draws the court to have to make every little decision in that case. The state is taking the position, well, she's older now, you don't need Ms. Johnson. That's what they were advising us the other day. I think it's advisable to have Ms. Johnson just to clear up any ambiguity or issues regarding any competency with regards to the minor. If the court is not satisfied with that, we'd ask that the court have a Richardson hearing and at least have
Oh
the
my
state
gosh.
provide proof that they've been in some manner prejudiced by this. So we'd rest on those issues and that argument at this stage. Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
thank you, sir. State?
Your Honor, my motion made it very clear that I'm not asking Ms. Johnson to be excluded because of a clear discovery violation by Mr. Wiggins. I put that information into my motion because Mr. Wiggs made an affirmative representation to this court that he had in fact listed Kelly Johnson, and that is just not true. I'm not asking her to be excluded because she was disclosed late. So the need for a Richardson hearing and discussions of any sort of prejudice because of their late disclosure is not necessary. The reason why I am asking her to be excluded is because she can offer no testimony in this case. Everything that has been asked of her has been about out-of-court statements that would be hearsay, and he tried to elicit opinions as to this witness's veracity, which is inappropriate. And the decision as to whether or not any witness is competent is for the court. And the common law rule actually dealt with the fact that children under the age of 14 just are not competent. That has been abrogated by years of case law, and that's where the questions regarding do you understand the difference between truth and lie? Do you understand the difference between fantasy and reality? Do you understand the concepts of making a promise, and will you be truthful in order to determine whether a witness is competent?
Oh wow, this is
This witness is now 16
interesting.
years of age. I don't even believe that inquiry would be necessary due to her age at this point, and she could just take a standard oath. But if the court in
We
abundance
are
of caution wanted to
so
make those inquiries, that would be fine. She's given a
contradictory.
Child Advocacy Center interview, which was recorded, where she has fully established her competence and the fact that she understands the difference between truth and lie. She understands the difference between fantasy and reality. She did it again during the deposition. There's no reason to question competence, and there's no reason to have Ms. Johnson come in to give opinion testimony
Hey,
about
trial
her
junkies.
competence.
Oh,
That
this is very,
that's-
very
And
interesting.
once you go through those issues, which is what Mr. Wiggs has proffered the
At
testimony
what
to be,
age does a
we are left
child
with
know the
nothing.
difference between
And so,
fantasy and
since we're left with
reality,
nothing,
truth and a
that's why
lie?
this witness should be excluded.
Judge, I would disagree with the state. The state
Oh, my
saying
word.
this is opinion
So
testimony.
they're trying to
Every
decipher if the
citizen-
child
every
can
citizen
testify or not,
can
and they
document
called
this for
her
their
attorney.
The
Apparently, the
attorney
child
has
has
to render
her
an
own
opinion
attorney.
to the court. I believe my
And the
client's
defense
competent
called her
in this
attorney up
case.
to testify,
So
which
to
the
say
attorney couldn't
Kelly
say
Johnson
anything
has no
because of
merit or
attorney-client
issue in this
privilege,
case
duh.
Is a misrepresentation to the court.
And
But
the defense is trying to get,
And it was court appointed. When I advised the court the other day, she had been listed, she was court
another
appointed,
hearing
of which the state
altogether.
had full knowledge. The reason we sought Ms. Johnson out was to create a barrier in light of the charges that the child could be facing. It's
See,
a
now he's
safeguard
talking
for the
about
court, irregardless of
the
the
child facing charges if she gets up and
we don't want it
testifies.
to appear that this child has just come in here and somebody's just throwing the child under the bus. That she does have a representative that's gone over certain things with them. But certain opinions, as the state's offered a lot of opinion testimony through the witnesses in this case, it is appropriate. It's appropriate in any sentencing, and opinion is proper in certain
It's just
times.
odd
And
to
Ms.
hear
Johnson
them
was
talking
appointed
about at what point a
on
child
March
is able to
15th,
decide between right
2022,
and
correct?
wrong and
Pardon me.
fantasy and
So
reality and all of this
It's been a
shenanigans.
2.5-year process.
Correct.
It wasn't
When-
as if Ms. Johnson was appointed a week ago.
No, and like I said, I'm not claiming.
Well, it's not about the Richardson hearing. It's about getting to know her client and then knowing her client and being the attorney ad litem for the past 2.5 years. So in terms of Mr. Wiggs' request, I'll grant the request. And for the limited purposes requested by Mr. Wiggs, Attorney Johnson's testimony will be permitted.
Ooh,
Your Honor, just, but the questions regarding his inquiries into the veracity of this witness, which Ms. Johnson refused to answer, I would ask that those questions be excluded and not be asked.
Yes, you make the objection at the appropriate time, not try to get every little ruling and pre-trial like this, Judge.
I believe Attorney Camuccio doesn't want the bell to be rung. Is that correct? Because he cannot ring the bell.
And if I'm aware that there is something that would be improper to be presented to the jury, it's my job before it happens to bring it to the court's attention, which is what I am doing.
So please not inquire as to veracity or perceived veracity by Attorney Johnson.
Very well, that's fine.
All right. Is there anything further?
Yes. It has come to my attention that yesterday, after the court proceedings, that there was a time frame out in front of the courthouse where Mr. Wiggs was speaking with the media on camera with Ms. Shaver present. There was a juror that was sitting on the courthouse steps in proximity to that. I'm not saying Mr. Wiggs, I don't even know if he knew that she was there, but the issue that there was a witness present while Mr. Wiggs was obviously discussing the case, a juror there while Mr. Wiggs was discussing the case with the media, I believe we need to address.
Whoa.
The particular juror is Mercy Langley.
Well, she's no longer a juror.
Sorry, no, Langley, juror number 10. She was the juror that Mr. Wiggs had concerns about on the first day about having her head down and potentially not paying attention. She's also the same juror that during one of the bench conferences seemed to be carrying on some sort of conversation. I just believe we need to have the court bring her in, make inquiries about that issue, and then
About the issue
And
with
say
Mr.
bye-bye,
Wiggs giving the
'cause you just
interview,
said
or
who
about
she
the
is, so-
conversation?
She's done.
probably need to just take care of both. At this point, we have at least two red flags with this particular juror, and I think we should explore that potential third one. Just have the court inquire about those two issues, and then let her go back in the jury room. Then we can figure out if we just need to go to one of the alternates, or if Mr. Wiggs, based on the prior concerns of that juror, just wants to have her removed, still sit on this jury through the pendency of the case, but replace her with an alternate. At this point, we can do that as well.
All right. I will inquire of the juror, and I will call the juror out individually. Are the parties ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then please call out Miss Langley, if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world knows Miss Langley. I don't know if we were supposed to hear that. So Mr. Wiggs is trying his best, even though now I can't unhear Dr. Phil's voice. Thanks, Brandy. Good Lord have mercy. Mr. Huygens.
Swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right. And you're not in any sort of trouble. We just have a few questions for
Yeah,
you.
he's
And,
not entirely
were you
stupid, or he
sitting
wouldn't
on
be
the
an attorney.
courthouse steps yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I sit out there every day at 5 o'clock because that's when my grandfather.
She sounds like she's 12.
Okay.
Oh my
And,
God,
did
because
you
my
see
dad picks me up.
Attorney
Oh,
Wiggs,
good gracious
seated at
alive.
the table next to his client outside?
Yes, I did, and I tried not to. Well, I didn't look at them. I tried to pretend that I didn't know them.
What is
And
she?
that's
10?
fine. Did you hear him say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you see Attorney Wiggs giving an interview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any of it?
No.
Okay. And also yesterday in the jury box, there was a conversation. Were you speaking with the other jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And about what?
I don't remember.
Okay. Don't recall. Were you speaking to just one other juror or multiple jurors?
I think it was about one of the photographs because it made me uncomfortable.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Do you recall which photograph?
It was one of the sexual ones that was being shown on TV.
Okay. All right. State, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs? All right. All right. At this point, Ms. Langley, you'll return with the other jurors, and we will call you in shortly. Thank you.
My dad picks me up. Oh.
All right. Based on that, what are the parties' preferences?
I asked the state, they raised it. They've heard the testimony. It's fine.
Okay. The juror does not need to be excluded. Okay. Mr. Wiggs? Okay. So based on the stipulation of the parties, Ms. Langley will remain on the jury. All right. Thank you.
But when the jury does come in and you go through the normal, I mean.
Yeah, she has to be at
Yes,
least
sir.
18.
Can you also
She has to be a
give that
registered
reminder,
voter.
though, that
I'm
they're-
quite
they're not
concerned.
start deliberation
Because I think
before
in order to be called for a jury, you have to be registered to vote.
And I
Right.
believe I always have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Not to speak with each other or anyone else. So, all right. Anything further?
Or is it just
Please call in the jurors.
if you
Thank
have
you.
a driver's license? I don't know how. I think you have to be registered to vote to be called for jury duty. Oh. Lord have mercy. She's probably just 18. She sounds like a baby. Good Lord, this woman's life is in that girl's hands. Oh man. I don't know, y'all. How would y'all feel if your life was in that little girl's hands? Oh, bless it. Yeah, you got to be at least 18, but is it a registered to vote or just have a license? Like dang it. Have your driver's license and be 18. I don't know. I got to see. Yeah, her defense attorney's not a complete moron. We just don't like him because he just seems to be redundant. Oh, voter registration. So she's registered to vote. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. I have some preliminary questions for the jury.
What's really sad is
Has
they only
anyone
picked 6
spoken
jurors in Florida.
To anyone about the case? Any of the jurors? Have you spoken to anyone about
And
the
that's
case?
what they picked.
Have you spoken to each other about the case? And everyone has
And Florida's
answered
got
no.
a pretty good selection of people.
Has anyone done any research regarding the case?
Of course, they have a trial going on every other
Has
second.
anyone
So
viewed any articles or newscasts on the media, read about it? All right, and everyone has answered no so far. Has anyone seen the attorneys or interacted with them since yesterday? All right, and everyone has answered no. And again, please do not discuss the case with each other or begin any sort of deliberating or deliberations prior to the conclusion of the case. So have you all followed those instructions? Okay. All right, any inquiries from counsel? Okay. All right, then please proceed.
State calls Jeremy Townsend.
that girl's probably getting in the car every day with her dad talking about this. Like, Dad, you should hear what I heard today. Hey, China. Good morning, girl. I was on time today.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
The
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me
they
know
just
when you're
did a
ready to
proffer
proceed.
with the attorney ad litem for her daughter. And now they questioned a juror to make sure the juror who sounded like she was 12 was
Please
not
state
doing
and spell
anything
your full
wrong.
legal name.
And now this is the
Jeremy
first
Townsend.
witness.
JEREMETOWNSEND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
This
Do
is the
solemnly swear or
ex-boyfriend.
affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
They found him.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Court TV said they couldn't find him.
Jeremy Townsend.
Townsend, couple of questions up front.
This is the guy she tried to break up the marriage.
Yes.
And when did you retain?
January 2022.
Prior to retaining an attorney, had you spoken with law enforcement
Yes.
about the matters of this case?
Yes.
And had you spoken with them multiple times prior to retaining an attorney?
Yes.
And why did you retain an attorney in this matter?
When my name came out as part of this case, my wife and I felt that we would retain an attorney to help us through the process, help us understand the legal side of this.
But you were willing to talk to law enforcement on multiple occasions before ever doing so.
Yes.
And you responded to all requests.
Yes.
Have you ever been in the military?
Yes.
And first of all, what branch?
United States Army.
When did you serve?
Served from 1998 to 2003.
And why did you leave the military?
I was shot 3 times in Afghanistan and was almost killed. Was medical retired out.
And the jury has seen photographs that have been shared between yourself and the newspaper already, some of them full body shots. Where were you shot?
Through both my legs, and one right through my side.
Now, do you know Lori Shaver?
I do.
How did you meet her?
I met her at one of the public parks.
And about when did you first meet
September 2015.
her? And what were you doing at the park?
I had my son there.
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been married?
16 years.
How old was your child at that time?
About 5.
And what was the kind of home-work relationship? Work that you worked at this time frame, what was going on there?
My wife works. I'm retired out of the military.
And when you met Miss Shaver at the park, did she have any of her children there?
She had her son.
And did you all begin some sort of, did you chat with her? Did you start some sort of relationship? What kind of developed from there?
She approached me and asked if it was okay if her son played with my son.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's wearing a black shirt with white
Which seat is she sitting
next to Mr. Wiggs.
in? And when you would communicate with her, would she call you Jeremy or would she call you something else?
Jay.
After that first time you met her at the park, did you see her again?
Yes,
And was that also at the park? Or was that at another location?
it was at the park.
At some point, did you all exchange phone numbers?
Yes,
And when approximately was that?
about the third time I met her.
Did you all exchange text messages and phone calls?
Text messages.
After starting to text back and forth, at some point did a physical relationship begin?
Yes, yes.
About when did that happen?
First week of December 2015.
How often would you see her?
1 to 3 times a week.
And when would these visits occur?
It would occur during her lunch break.
Did
Which
you
was-
work at home?
Yes,
And when you would go during the lunch break, were her kids there?
no,
No.
Where was your son when you would go over to the house?
in school.
Did you ever go over to her residence and spend the night during this time frame?
No,
During any point in your relationship, did you spend the night over at her house?
no,
And we've discussed the fact that you were married at that time. Is it fair to say your wife did not know about these occurrences?
Objection, Judge. His opinion, testimony, speculating about his wife's understanding and factual state of mind.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
Sorry, did you have knowledge of it? Did you know whether your wife knew or not?
my wife did not know.
You definitely didn't tell her.
No,
All right, overruled. Please move on.
Had you stayed out overnight and spent time away when your wife was around, that would raise suspicions. Is that fair?
correct.
Sustained.
Were you trying to avoid raising your wife's suspicions?
Yes,
Did she tell you about her marital status?
yes.
And what did she tell you?
That she was going through a divorce.
Did she tell you her husband's name?
Michael Shaver.
Did she tell you where he was?
She said that he had left with a friend in a vehicle.
And when did that happen in relation to when you started this physical relationship with her?
When she told me that Michael had moved out, that was November 2015.
And so the time frame that you started going to the house was after that.
It was the first week of December.
During the course of the affair, would you exchange text messages, phone calls, and photographs?
Yes,
And during this time frame, what was the status of your marriage?
my wife and I were not in a good place. We were kind of going back and forth if we were going to stay or get a divorce.
Was there ever a time that Lori Shaver expressed
Yeah.
to you that she wanted you to leave your wife to be with her?
Yes,
And she clearly knew it because
Was
she
that
said
what
he
you
was
wanted?
no,
gone.
Did there ever come a time in February of 2016 where Lori Shaver was upset with you about your status with your wife and your refusal to leave the marriage?
yes,
And during that time frame, were there text messages about that?
yes,
Showing you it's been previously been marked for identification, show defense, states QQ.
Yeah, I want him to put it in a man bun or something. Because it's just like, there's just too much going on in his face. Like if he's gonna have all this, he needs to have this pulled back. Yeah. I mean, I feel like he would be an attractive man if he wasn't so like I wonder what he would look like without all of that going on. Yeah, that's a lot. The hair is beautiful. He's got beautiful hair. I mean, there's women that are like would kill for that hair. He's a big dude. I can't believe he was shot that many times. That's crazy. Yeah, no. I mean, he's a little light to be Jesus, but I was gonna say that, China. He's I'm definitely not getting the same vibes off of him as I was his wife, man. His wife was like she could have just choked a kitten the way she was on the stand. I want to see what the defense is going to do to him because they've been insinuating that he had something to do with this. do this, dude. Just do this one time.
Previously marked as states QQ, which is an excerpt from Facebook records already in evidence from
Man,
Michael
that past
Shaver.
coming back to haunt you.
Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And first of all, how do you recognize those text messages?
Lori sent those to me.
And does it include communications with you and her back and forth?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's removed states QQ into evidence of states
45, I believe.
Same objections, Judge.
Okay, objection is overruled. States QQ will be entered in evidence of states number 45.
Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and refer to the exhibit that you have there. First of all, there's a couple phone numbers on here. On that first page where it says receiver 352-431-01419, whose number was that?
I don't recognize it.
Okay. Well, what about 352-613-4100?
That's mine.
Okay. And these are all text messages. You recognize the messages from the content as being between you and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. And the first message that I want to draw your attention to is on the first page, February 25th, 3rd, 2016. Was that a message from Lori Shaver to you?
Yes.
And up top there in the white, this is one at 10:17 p.m. What was the content of her message to you?
Why did you lie to me?
Okay.
That one?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and
Was
read the
I'm
whole
a
thing.
man?
Why did you lie to me about Saturday night?
And then moving on, to the next page, 10:03:48 p.m. Still February 23rd.
I'm sure it's not anymore.
2016.
Somebody else's though.
What was the content of
You know, after like
the
2 or
message
3
you
months,
received
they
from Ms.
give
Shaver
those
there?
numbers to other people.
No wonder why you shaved your beard.
And what about the first message, the 10:03:48 on the bottom?
The neighbors.
Yeah, that statement.
Yeah, neighbors my
You can go ahead and say it.
neighbors my ass.
And when she's talking about neighbors my ass and no wonder why you shaved your beard, what is she referring to there?
I had shaved my beard completely off. I had a little smaller beard, kind of like yours, and shaved it all off. And she was saying that her neighbors could vouch for the affair.
Okay. Going on to the next page at 10:08:45 p.m. On the bottom in the gray, what is the message that she sends to you there?
Nice wedding ring. Thought you didn't wear that anymore.
What is she referring to there?
I had my wedding ring I had put back on. Had a picture with my wife. It was posted on Facebook.
And did this cause
Stalker
arguments
much?
between you and Lori Shaver?
Yes.
And that was in late February of 2016.
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you learn that your wife found out about the affair?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
My wife contacted me April 12th, 2016. She had received flowers.
And then did that expose the relationship between yourself and Lori Shaver to her?
Not at first, because she asked me who Mike was.
Okay.
And I did not know who a Mike was. Once she checked her Facebook and seen the messages from Mike, it started to come out.
And that was when?
April 2016.
Dang.
At any point when you were over at the Shaver residence, was Michael Shaver there?
No.
At any point did you arrive on a scene where Michael Shaver had been shot?
Say what?
At any point did you arrive at the Shaver residence or any other place where Michael Shaver had been shot?
No.
At any point were you involved with any sort of altercation with Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point did you shoot or injure Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point were you involved with disposing of the body of Michael Shaver?
No.
And after the affair was exposed, what happened with your relationship with Lori?
I cut it off.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Let's see how he does.
Let's go back to the original part of your testimony, Mr. Townsend. You represented, you had tension with the wife and you broke up with
I didn't
her.
break up.
Well, you weren't seeing her, right? You were just sleeping with her,
With who?
your wife.
Say it again?
You were still living in your marital residence, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier y'all were having problems, the two of you, correct?
Yes.
So you guys are having problems and you're cheating on your wife, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time you said, but I don't want to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you stated that you go over to Lori's about 1 to 3 times a week, correct?
Correct.
And what time would that be?
11 to 12.
Okay. Never any earlier, correct?
Correct.
In fact,
You're with
you
your
went
wife,
over
but you're
there
not
more
with
than
your wife.
1 or 3 times.
Living in the same
correct?
house.
No.
In fact, you got Lori pregnant, did you not?
No.
Ah!
You stated that you never spent the night there, correct?
Correct.
So if anybody were to testify they saw you spending the night there, you know where that may be coming from? Somebody look like you know?
I would not know who would say I'd stayed the night there because I never
Okay.
stayed the night there.
You ever represent to Lori you'd protect her from Michael? That you were a military guy and had special training?
Not in that sense, no.
That you were in black ops?
No.
Your position, we've heard on your direct examination that you met her in September of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever made a statement inconsistent with that?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that you're aware of, okay? I'm going to show you your deposition, page 5, beginning on line 11 through 12. I want you to read that to yourself.
What line?
11 through 12. Does that refresh your recollection?
Hang on. It just goes on to say how I met her.
Now, I asked you, have you made a statement inconsistent with that September of 2015 date? In fact, on line 11, you state, I met her in the park. I don't know when. I mean, it was a long time ago. Correct? That was your statement earlier in time, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're at trial years later, and you've got it pinpointed to a particular month and year, correct?
I don't have to pinpoint it.
You did. On your direct examination, you said September of 2015, correct?
As I went back,
Sir, did you not say on direct examination September 2015?
correct.
Did you not? Earlier, you're telling me, I don't remember when. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you went to the house, spent Christmas with the Shavers, did you not?
No.
If anybody were to take the stand and say otherwise, do you have any idea why they may be mistaken about that fact?
I was there before Christmas, but I did not go there and spend Christmas with the Shavers.
Well, how long were you before Christmas?
I was there the first 2 weeks. Kids got out of school for Christmas break. And I was home with my family.
Okay. So how long did you spend during that time period around Christmas with the Shavers?
The first 2 weeks of December 2015.
Ever go shopping with the Shavers?
No.
Since you went back to your wife, excuse me,
I didn't leave my wife.
well, you were over there with Miss Shaver having an affair, were you not?
Correct.
I wouldn't say that's gainfully spending time with your wife, is it? Sir?
No.
And when you went back to your wife, is it not a fact you continued to follow Lori?
No.
Never met her in a store?
No.
Never pulled up to her next to the light?
No.
Never drove by her house?
No.
Okay.
No, I think that was all her.
So you testified you were in the military, I think, between 2000 or 1999 through 2003, correct?
1998.
98, okay. And 2003, correct?
Correct.
And you suffered this injury,
Mhm.
correct? Have you worked at all since then? Nursery?
I did work.
Okay. And you're receiving government aid and assistance, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell the government about that? You're working?
Objection, Your
I-
Honor.
Relevance?
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
Did you tell the government about that?
I didn't have a retirement at that time when I first got out.
Okay. So when you got retirement later, then you became more ill or something?
Yes.
Okay. Are
Hey,
you working
LaDonna.
today?
Good morning, honey.
I'd asked you earlier if you were in special ops or a sniper, I believe, correct?
No, you didn't say
Correct.
anything about being a
Okay.
sniper. I don't remember him saying sniper. Do you? Maybe I just wasn't listening.
Do you ever represent anybody that you were?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Let me show you your deposition.
OMG.
Page 8,
Y'all, the Donald Adelson
line 25.
pre-trial still is going on as well. They're going over some text messages. I kind of want to hear what's going on in that too. Okay, I was just making sure I didn't hear something, or I didn't miss something, because I didn't hear him say sniper. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube.
My question again.
I got my laptop yesterday,
Representation to
seeing how it
anybody
works.
that you were in special ops.
It's a refurbished one, so
Reading your deposition, does that refresh you?
It states that I didn't.
Sir,
Present
I asked you
myself.
that question. Does that refresh your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor. He was trying to answer the question.
No, I asked him if that refreshed his recollection.
Please re-ask the question and please answer directly.
You read your answer, correct?
Correct. It
My
says I
question to
don't.
you is just this. Did that refresh your recollection whether or not you ever made that representation?
And I stated it says I didn't.
You represented, no, I said, no, question, no, I said to anybody, that I don't know. That I don't know, correct?
Can I
So
just?
were you going around telling people, Mr. Townsend, you've been special ops?
what?
I was not saying I was special ops.
Did you ever tell Lori again that you'd protect her from Michael?
No.
What does this have to do with anything? Is he trying
You
to
had
say that?
discussed with Lori about getting a divorce, correct?
I said me and my wife were in a bad spot and we had talked about a divorce.
Now, Lori wouldn't be satisfied with that explanation, would she? She'd want a little more from you than that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had to broach this topic, make some representation that you guys were going to be an item in some fashion, correct?
No.
Okay. Did Lori was content with you saying, well, I'm going to stay with the wife. I'm just over here having some fun?
The agreement in the beginning was
Sir, is that what the relationship was?
Your Honor. Please don't let him answer his question.
No, not the question. What I'm asking is,
Can we approach?
Come on up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Wow. So something interesting. I did not know this. I just saw this on YouTube. Wendy Adelson lives here in Austin, Texas, you guys. She's my neighbor. How cool is that? Not cool. Yeah. How interesting. So she moved from Florida to Texas. Yeah, she's living on here in Austin. Yeah. That's interesting.
Townsend, you were describing the relationship you had with Lori. You're having this affair with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about this relationship. What your understanding was with Lori Shaver.
They're supposed to be friends with benefits, no strings attached.
Friends with benefits.
That's
Okay.
right. Friends with benefits. You wouldn't know nothing about that, Mr. Wiggs.
And yet you're still contemplating a divorce at that time, correct?
Not to be with Lori.
Correct.
Okay, so there was a discussion.
A discussion about what?
Now, your position is you had no knowledge of Michael Shaver being shot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you weren't in the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, you knew the Shaver
Yeah, I
children,
know, China.
correct?
She does. I'm waiting on her trial to
I
come
didn't
up.
know them like on a personal basis. I knew she had children. I only seen them a handful of times.
Okay, a handful of times. You're there 2-3 times a week, okay?
They're at
The kids
school.
are in school.
Now, you're there at their Christmas break, correct?
The kids were not there. They're in school.
Okay, during their Christmas break,
I wasn't there during Christmas break.
Okay, earlier you just talked about Christmas break, so I'm confused. Are you an IT specialist?
when was Michael shot?
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you ever make a statement indicating to the contrary? I'm going to show you your deposition again, sir.
Good gravy.
I know what I told you.
Okay.
What'd you tell me?
Yes, sir.
Page 16. I want you to read lines 3 through 7 to yourself.
Yeah, not during Christmas, but he did say something about Christmas break.
Finish?
Huh?
Okay.
He said he wasn't there during Christmas.
Your position was, I have no evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael. So now you're saying, I don't know when he was shot, but I know I wasn't around there during that time frame.
Correct.
So you're saying, I don't know when this man shot, but you can't pin it on me.
But if you read farther, I said that
Is that what you just said?
Your Honor.
OMG.
Answer the question.
No, you can rehabilitate your own witness.
All right, and Mr. Wiggs is correct. So please answer the question directly. That's it. Once the question's asked, answer it directly and then move on. Thank you.
Right? So you don't know when he was killed, but you're saying you can't pin it on me. I was nowhere around without knowledge when he was killed. Correct, sir? That's what you stated in your deposition.
no, it's not.
I just read it to you. You just read it yourself,
But like I said, if you read farther,
sir. That's what you said, right?
Just say yes.
Approach with the transcript.
Sidebar, please.
OMG. I wonder if his wife is in there.
Did the state advise you of a date that Michael Shaver was shot?
No.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Is this it? Is this? He's not doing very well.
Mr. Townsend,
Oh,
did you get a tattoo
what?
in 2016?
No, I did not.
Do you have any tattoos at all?
I do.
Okay, would you describe them?
It's an Indian dress chief with a compass and a map,
Anything else?
roses.
You ever roses? Tell me about that one.
The roses are in the tattoo.
Okay, what's the full tattoo?
I just described it.
Pardon me, speak up.
I just described it.
You said it's roses in a tattoo. What's the full tattoo?
It's an Indian chief with a map and a compass.
Okay. Did you see Miss Shaver at the store in 2016 approach her to show her your new tattoo?
No.
Okay. You never did that, correct? Okay. One moment, please.
What is happening?
Mr. Townsend, your family own any property in Silver Springs area?
No.
Okay. Do you have parents in Ocala?
No.
Okay. You have any parents in the state of Florida?
Yes, I do.
Where do they reside?
Crystal River.
Crystal River. Okay. They own any land?
That their house is on.
Yeah. How much land?
5 acres.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right,
What?
thank you. State?
Getting back to the, whether or not you've made a prior inconsistent statement about knowing when Michael Shaver was killed, let me show you your deposition transcript. And can you just go ahead and,
Judge, that's improper.
What?
Sustained, please ask the question. If
Oh
the
my
question isn't asked
gosh.
properly, then you can approach the witness with the deposition. Please inquire.
did you, in that deposition, tell Mr. Wiggs repeatedly that you do not know when Michael Shaver was killed?
Correct.
And that statement that Mr. Wiggs was reading about, I have evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael Shaver, did you say at least 4 times after that you did not know when he was shot?
Correct.
As far as September.
Yeah, trial junkies. I think she does because she's been with many different people.
At deposition, you said you didn't remember, and today you said that you first met her in the park in September of 2015. So what happened in between the deposition and today that helped with your memory?
Went back through all the old text messages to refresh my memory because this is 9 going on almost 10 years ago. I don't remember everything I did during that period of time. So to refresh myself, if I was asked that question, I would know how to answer it. So I went back through all the old text messages and figured out when I seen Miss Shaver.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs? Thank you. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for testifying today, sir.
So-
You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir.
I don't think the defense did a very good job of pointing a
Please
finger
call your
at
next
him.
witness.
The state recalls Detective Jared Strickland.
Wow, he's walking pretty well for being injured the way he was in Afghanistan. That's wild.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I mean,
All set? Okay, please
oh,
state
this is
and
the guy
spell
they were
your
going to
full
recall
legal name.
yesterday.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
One moment.
I don't think she's helping her case out either because she's telling her lawyer to ask him these stupid questions. Like, did you show her a tattoo in the grocery store? What the heck is that? That's dumb. Yeah, but he didn't get anywhere with that. Yeah, true, LaDonna. I mean, that, but he just didn't do well. Like, he didn't plant enough seed of doubt at all with that. He actually came across as very pompous.
All right,
And
Detective, can you just reintroduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good morning. Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Now, going back, talking more about the Facebook records that you analyzed.
Sure.
And just as a quick reminder, how many different IP addresses were shared with the Michael Shaver?
oh no, he was
and
told
Lori
that he
Shaver
was going to be
account
recalled.
for that 2-year period that you analyzed?
There were 13 IP addresses between the two.
And looking at Lori Shaver's Facebook records first, shortly after Mike Shaver's disappearance in November of 2015, was there record activity showing Lori Shaver basically returning on to Facebook or becoming active on Facebook again?
Yes, there was.
And specifically,
Him and the short-haired blonde lady that was getting drilled into yesterday.
There was a photo.
Oh, no,
of
no,
her
no.
that was
He can't
posted,
be
a selfie
recalled.
that she took of herself.
He's been released.
And the comments that were on that photo were essentially saying things like, "Welcome back. It's been a while. Happy to see you back."
the state is showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states RR.
I think everybody's been released except for him and
Witness
the
states
neighbor
RR,
lady with
you
the big,
recognize
uh,
that exhibit.
Texas hair and
Yes, I do.
And what
the
is that
short-haired
exhibit?
detective
This is a selfie photo of
lady
Lori Shaver.
yesterday.
Is that the one that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And was that taken from the actual Lori Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
At this time, the state moves states RR into evidence in states 46.
You can object on 90.401 and the objections as raised in a motion to exclude digital data.
All right. Objections overruled. States
Oh
RR
my
will be entered into
God.
evidence as states number 46.
Go ahead and publish. What was the date of this selfie post and the comments about the back?
November 11th, 2015.
Now, on November 11th, 2015, did she make another post?
Yes, she did.
And what type of post was that?
It was a status update, so it was just basically words that she typed.
State is showing defense was previously been marked against state's exhibit SS for identification.
I mean, clearly trial junkie. Like I said, she's been with that guy Michael since they were in.
Showing
They've known each other since grade school.
witness states
They grew up together.
SS. Is this the status that you referred to?
He probably never.
Yes, it is.
And is that taken from the Lori Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Or the state would
Just
move
kinda like
states
Buck Wild,
40 SS
basically.
in evidence in states 47.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled.
got
States
something,
SS will be admitted into evidence as states number
something else
47.
besides him.
Go ahead. And can you go ahead and read that status?
Of course. Sending a huge thank you for those who've served our country, my dad, grandfathers, and to my brave, loving man. Can't get any braver than those men and women. So much respect.
And as the course of the investigation, was there ever any indication that her husband, Michael Shaver, was in the military?
No.
Was there ever any indication that her boyfriend at this time, Jeremy Townsend, was in the military?
Yes.
And what is the significance of November 11th, 2015?
It's Veterans Day.
Over the
Wait,
next
November
couple of
11th.
months, did she
I
post
thought they weren't seeing each other till
anything on
December.
Facebook regarding her workouts or physical activity?
Yes, she did.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states TTUU and BV.
It didn't get physical till December.
Showing witness states TT for identification. You recognize that post, TT
Yep.
specifically.
So she got rid of him so she could be with
What is
military
that
man.
post?
It's a photo of Lori Shaver on it looks like a weight bench.
And was that from her Facebook records that were previously entered into evidence?
Yes, it was.
And states UU, what is that?
Also a selfie photo of Lori Shaver in a vehicle wearing workout clothes.
And does it reference in the content of that going to having something to do with workout without reading what it is?
Yes, it does.
And what about states VV?
It's a photo of a workout machine in a barn or a shed.
Now, are all three of those from the Lori Shaver Facebook records that we've been talking about and are previously in evidence?
Yes, it was.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would move states TT, evidence is 48, UU into evidence is 49, and VV into evidence as states 50.
Any objection? Objections are overruled. As to the three exhibits, states TT will be entered into evidence as states
Defense
number
attorney
48.
objects to everything.
States UU will be entered into evidence as states number 49, and states VV will be entered into evidence as states number 50.
Very quickly, before we move on to publishing those photos, I do want to go back to the activity from November 11th, 2015. Based on review of the IP logs, was there any other activity other than posting photos or status updates associated with that date?
Yes.
And what was that?
Michael Shaver's activity also, I believe.
Was there anything on Lori Shaver's IP logs and that is already in evidence that refers to her changing her Facebook profile name?
Yes, her name was changed.
And I'm showing a page from the IP
Going through Facebook
summary.
stuff.
Can you just step down and indicate to the jury where that is and tell them what page number that is on this from the summary?
Because you know it's only official when it goes on Facebook.
Month, date, IP address. activity on the Shaver account, activity on the, Mike Shaver account, Lori Shaver account. On November 11th, 2015, the action on Lori Shaver's account shows a name change.
And thank you very much. That was from you. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm going ahead and publishing states 47, previously marked as TT. Is this the workout picture that you referenced?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and read the post associated with that?
Slowly getting back into the weights and was happy to see these muscles come back alive today. Smile through the pain.
Go ahead.
Man, I remember when I used to be that vain.
What was the status posted there?
Mentally preparing myself for leg day with the most awesome personal trainer. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit scared. It's a love-hate relationship. She makes me swear, LOL, and I don't do that often.
What date was that posted?
January 2nd, 2016.
And finally, the cable machine, when was that posted?
May 14th, 2016.
Maybe if I was in good shape, I'd be that way again too. Probably be posting all over social media.
Also contained in the Lori Shaver Facebook records was their photographs and other posts associated with her engagement to Travis Filmer.
Yes.
Was there also photographs associated with the ceremony that occurred on December 31st, 2016 between herself and Mr. Filmer?
Yes.
Showing the fence what has been previously been marked as states SSS for identification. What is states SSS? Recognize that.
What? I would post that everywhere,
Yes,
Trial Junkies.
And is that post?
That'd be a live. I'd be
from
like,
the
y'all want
Lori
to help me
Shaver
do it?
Facebook records that is already in evidence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state move states SSS.
I bet my
evidence.
YouTube would
States
blow
number
up
51.
then.
Right, objections overruled. States SSS will be entered into evidence as states number 51.
Go ahead and publish. And first of all, can you read the date that this was posted?
August
Yeah,
12th,
y'all better.
2016.
And was there any sort of message that was associated with these photographs that were posted?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
God has gifted us with a great blessing, that of bringing us together. We are excited to now publicly announce we are engaged. We have appreciated all the love and excitement from our close friends and family. We are so blessed. I'm going to be a Filmer.
And what date was that?
That was August 12th, 2016.
Wow. I mean, she literally had just sent flowers and tried to destroy a marriage in April. Yeah,
Associated
that did not take her long.
installation of the fire pit and ultimate cement slab.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously been marked as states WW. Show up to the fence. You recognize that post and series of photographs.
Yes, I do.
And were those taken from the Lori Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Or at this time, the state's moved states WW into evidence, it states 52.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Why do you call it
Objections
Doc
overruled.
Trial
States
Junkies?
WW will be admitted into evidence as states number 52.
Go ahead and publish the photos. First of all, can you say the date that this was posted?
March 24th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
Newest project. Built this fire pit today, cut a portion of the fence for straight access from back porch, and now just need to pour in concrete, put in a new gate, and figure out seating. Going to be a great summer.
Ooh. I said, why do you call him Doc?
Now, go ahead and look at the final photo in there. Do you recognize the children in that?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Those are Mike and Lori Shaver's children.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
She referenced pouring a concrete slab or their later posts on her Facebook profile about purchasing some concrete.
Yes, there was.
I'm going to go ahead and show you Steve's
ooh, what happened,
XX.
China?
Show the fence. You recognize this post from States of XX.
Yes, I do.
Is that related to the purchase of concrete from Lori Shaver's Facebook profile already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves states XX into evidence at states 53.
Any objection?
Same objection.
All right, sir. Objections overruled.
Yeah, but she
States
did build the
XX
fire
will be
pit.
admitted into evidence as states
He
number
posted it all over
53.
social media.
Go ahead and publish what date is this posted?
April 28th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
It was originally a photo of bags of cement in the back of a truck.
Did Lori Shaver comment on that?
There are comments, yes.
What did Lori Shaver comment on that?
Yes.
Or what did she say?
Somebody asked what it was. She said cement. It's going in the area around the fire pit I built, going to make a seating area. Somebody else asked, how on earth would you mix and pour that? Don't you need a huge machine? Good luck. Can't wait to see. Lori Lee Shaver, filmer, posted, nope, a wheelbarrow will do, and you mix with muscles, LMAO.
In the course of your investigation, did you also find evidence of a subsequent purchase of more concrete?
Yes.
Showing the defense what has been previously marked as states why?
Why? Why?
At this time, the state moves states why into evidence as with the appropriate business record certification and no intent to rely on such as states 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states YY will be admitted into evidence as states number 54.
Direct your attention. Well, first of all, what is states 54?
These are records that we obtained from Lowe's.
And is there a receipt showing the purchase of concrete by Lori Shaver within those records?
Yes, there is.
And actually, can you step down and bring that with you if that'll help? First of all, can you indicate here on the receipt where it shows that this is connected with Lori Shaver?
Has the customer name, Lori L. Shaver, in the top left?
Okay. And does it have a date that this transaction occurred?
It does.
And what is that?
September 12th, 2016.
And can you indicate on the receipt the concrete?
Sure. 42 bags of 80-pound crack-resistant concrete.
Thank you very much. Have a seat. Shortly after, well, associated with your search for records about purchase of concrete, did you also look into whether or not any cement-related equipment had been rented by either Lori Shaver or Travis Filmer from any of the other home improvement stores?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any evidence?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a concrete mixer that was rented from Home Depot by Travis Filmer.
That is already in evidence. Is there, after that cement mixer rental and this cement purchase, was there photos on Facebook correlating with the cement slab around this time?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been previously.
Do y'all think the now husband
ZZ.
knew that the husband was in the ground, or do you think he found out when the
Showing the witness states
cops found out?
ZZ. Do you recognize this exhibit?
And he just stuck by her?
Yes, I do.
And what is that? A post from Lori Shaver's Facebook that we've been talking about already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right,
Well,
this
he
time
didn't
it
get there
states
till
ZZ
summer of-
into evidence. It
or
states 55.
Spring of 2016.
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State ZZ will be entered into evidence as states number 55.
I mean, how long does it take? He was there since November.
All right, first of all,
Do you think he would have still been
what is
smelling
the date
in
of
the spring?
the series of photographs for this post?
September 19th, 2016.
And in the second photograph here, what is being depicted in the photo itself?
The fire pit is visible behind the young girl.
And that ultimately is the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body.
That's correct.
All right, I want to move on.
I just can't imagine that you
Some
had your
discussion
kids
of
out
the-
there.
Records from
Like
Michael
playing.
Shaver's Facebook account again. Now this photo showing the installation of the cement slab. Again, I just want to be clear. What date was that?
September 19th, 2016.
Did you find activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook after September 19th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know what happened. What is good? What did God do? I want to hear.
Showing the witness was already in evidence. State's Exhibit 11. Publish. What is State's Exhibit 11?
It's a photo of Mike Shaver.
And specifically, is this a photo from Michael Shaver's Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
And the what type of photo, what would Facebook categorize this photo as?
This was a profile picture.
What's a profile picture?
So with Facebook, you can post a photo that you want people to see whenever they either search for your name on Facebook or go to your profile. It's the photo that's front and center that people would see whenever they visit your page.
And when was this particular photo posted onto the Mike Shaver Facebook account?
March 8th, 2017.
So about 6 months after that post about the cement slab.
Yes.
Were there other profile pictures posted on Michael Shaver's Facebook profile after the cement slab was poured in September of 2016?
Yes, there were.
I'm showing you what was identified as Stacy's X. Entered into evidence of states 12. Publish. When was that profile picture uploaded onto Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
January 2nd, 2018.
And when you viewed this picture, did it seem unusual to you?
It did.
And why was that?
It does not depict Michael Shaver anywhere in it.
So did you do any research into this photograph?
I did.
And what did you do? What did you utilize in order to research this photograph?
Sure. So I used what's called a reverse image search.
What is that?
So anybody can do it. You can save an image to your computer, in this case, this image, and you go to Google and click on a little icon that looks like either a camera or a photo, and you can put that photo in to Google search, and Google will search all of the internet to see if that photo has ever been posted anywhere else.
And did you find indications of when and where this photo was posted?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
This photo was posted on a Bloody Mary Mix company's Instagram page called, I believe it was Redneck Sportsman's Juice.
Now, the Facebook also have something referred to as a cover photo.
Yes, it does.
What is a cover photo?
Similar to a profile photo, the cover photo is like a large banner that's on top of somebody's Facebook profile page. It gives you more area that you can put stuff. Sometimes it can be words, it can basically be anything that you want it to be, but it's just a larger photo that can be posted on your profile page.
Showing this fence has been previously been marked as states BBB for identification. You recognize states BBB.
Yes, I do.
Is that a cover photo taken from the Michael Shaver Facebook profile that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would move states BBB into evidence as states number
56.
56.
Same objection, Judge.
All right. Objections overruled. And that's V as in Victor.
BBB.
Bravo. Okay. All right. Objections overruled. States BBB will be entered into evidence as states
Good
number
gracious.
56.
Publish. What date was this cover photo published? Or published on the Facebook?
November 14th, 2017.
So almost 2 years from his disappearance.
That's correct.
And can you step down? Did you look at the IP log history associated with Michael Shaver and Lori Shaver's Facebook in and around the time that this was posted?
Sure.
All right, and what activity in and around the date and time of this cover photo posted appeared on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
On November 14th, 2017, the IP addresses are the same. Mike Shaver's account was a login activity that was done at 15:58 coordinated time. Lori Shaver's account on the same day at 15:59 universal coordinated time, and it was also a login.
I just can't believe she
So
kept up
within
this
2 minutes
Facebook
of each
page.
other.
That's correct.
Yeah. Stay there. Prior to Michael Shaver's disappearance, what was the general content of his Facebook posts?
Mike Shaver's Facebook activity was primarily focused on airplanes.
Did he post pictures of himself, his friends, airplanes, things related to that?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you, have you ever had reference to something called a meme?
Yes.
And what is a meme?
A meme is typically an image. It has words that have been transposed on top of an image. It's usually designed to be either witty or funny. It can be any picture that anybody wants to take, and they usually become viral and start floating around the internet.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November 2015, did Michael Shaver's Facebook show a lot of meme posts?
Only one that I can recall.
And after his disappearance in November of 2015, did that change?
It did.
I'm showing that's what has been previously marked as states CCC for identification.
Yeah, I think so, LaDonna. She's definitely. That's why I feel like
Showing the witness
she was
states
with the same dude for so
CCC for
long.
identification. What is that?
The meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
And that's basically one page from the 3,000 pages that's already in evidence.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves states CCC into evidence at states 57.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. States CCC will be entered into evidence as states number 57.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, what was the date of this post?
January 5th, 2016.
And what is the content of the meme itself? What did it say?
Don't take a good woman for granted. Someday, someone will come along and appreciate what you didn't.
Now, did you look at the Facebook activity as far as the IP logs?
That's not
associated with
weird.
Michael Shaver's Facebook and Lori Shaver's Facebook for that day.
Yes, I did.
And does that appear on the summary page 9?
Yes, it does.
All right. And what was the activity related to this post on Michael Shaver's Facebook compared to Lori Shaver's Facebook?
Mike Shaver's account uploaded a photo. Lori Shaver's account uploaded a photo.
And what were the times of those?
Mike Shaver's was at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. Lori's was at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
But sharing the same IP address.
Correct.
State is showing defense what has been previously been marked as states DDD.
I know, right, Brandy? I mean, Trial Junkies has been with her man for 39 years. I was thinking about that last night. 39 years.
Showing witness states
Dang.
DDD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
I mean, I red flag all over the
Mike
place.
Shaver's
I don't know how my
account.
man stayed with me as long as he has.
Is that from the same Facebook records?
I'm a
that
walking
we've been
red
talking
flag.
about?
Yes, it is.
State moves
I don't
states
understand.
DDD into evidence at states 58.
Any objection?
Objection, Judge.
All right, objections
objection.
overruled. States DDD will be admitted into evidence as states number 58.
I don't know. I'm 50 now, and I don't
First of
know.
all, when was this posted?
I'm just lazy.
January 18th, 2016.
And can you go ahead and just
I think I
read
need
the
to start
content
caring.
of
I
the
decided
email?
last night I need to start
Some people
caring.
need to mind their own business. Hashtag get a life.
Now, was there activity on the same IP address from Michael Shaver and Lori Shaver's Facebook accounts on that day?
Yes, there was.
And can you go ahead and tell the jury, first of all, when the activity was on Michael Shaver's account?
Sure. January 18th, 2016, 3:35 Universal Coordinated Time. The photo was uploaded. January 18th, 2016, 15:21 Universal Coordinated Time. Photo was uploaded to Lori Shaver's.
Very much. Now, switching back to Lori Shaver's Facebook.
Well, this woman had it in her 30s.
Was the general, what types of things would be posted on Lori Shaver's account?
She would publish photos and also memes.
Based on the sheer volume of the records, it's fair to say she put that account was posted to much more frequently.
That's correct.
And the large number of pictures of herself, family, kids, things of that nature.
Yes,
But did she also post memes quite often?
she did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states EEE, showing to the defense first.
Well, yeah, but that's because you're a crazy cat lady, Trial Junkies. I mean, that should have told him from jump.
Showing witness
Okay,
states
does Doc come from,
you
Back
recognize
to the
that.
Future?
I do.
It's got to come from
And
Back
is
to
that
the Future.
a post from the Lori Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states 58 into evidence at states 59.
If y'all are nerdy like I am, that's just what it comes from.
All right,
That's what
so
I'm.
states E over defense's objection, states EEE will be entered into evidence as states number 59.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 8th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post itself?
The photo says, sometimes you just have to turn around, give a little smile, throw the match, and burn that bridge.
Now, going down further on that same page, is there a reference to the next post?
There is.
And what is the reference to the next post that appears on that page?
Awesome day getting dirty.
What date and time was that posted?
January 8th, 2016 at 0018 Universal Coordinated Time.
And on the following page,
She did,
of the
LaDonna.
Facebook records, is there
She
a
literally
photograph
like
associated
posted
with that?
everything
Yes,
she
it
was
is.
doing for all the
Showing
world
the
to
defense
see.
what has been previously been marked as states FFF for identification.
Only nobody knew what was going on.
You recognize states FFF for identification.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
A photo of Lori Shaver with mud on her shirt.
And is that the next page in the Facebook records that we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Or at this time, the state move states FFF into evidence of states 60.
Any objection? Objection is overruled. States FFF will be admitted into evidence as states number 60.
Go ahead, publish. Now, during your review of the Facebook records of Michael Shaver,
She posted a picture of herself with mud on her shirt, like just got done digging a grave in my
specifically
backyard.
referring to the photographs that were sent through Michael Shaver's
Selfie.
Facebook account to Vanessa Thompson. Did you find evidence of photographs contained within there associated with this photo?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states GGG for identification.
Follow me for more tips on how to.
Showing witness states GGG. You recognize those photographs.
And I just got
Yes, I do.
And where were those photographs
I
from?
got fireworks for
These
that.
were from, I believe these were from Lori's Facebook. Or were these from Michael's Facebook in the images?
That's great.
Are those from Michael Shaver's Facebook, the images sent to Vanessa Thompson?
They are the images.
Dedicated
reflecting
feline enthusiast.
This time the state
I love
states GGG into evidence that states 61.
Whatever makes you sleep at night, Kyle Junkie.
Objections overruled.
I already
States
told you my experience
GGG
with the
Will be
felines.
entered into evidence of states number 61.
I'll go ahead and publish.
That little sucker tried to kill
The
me.
photographs on the left and right are from the photos sent to Vanessa Thompson, and the photo in the middle is the picture from Lori Shaver's Facebook profile.
That's correct.
Returning to Michael Shaver's Facebook, as you were going through, other than that photo from the bar, were there other photos? Was there another photo that drew some suspicion from?
Yes, there was.
And I'm showing defense what has been previously been marked as states I.
I. Look, I was a toddler, okay? I didn't know what making biscuits was as a
Showing
toddler. At the
Witness
time,
states
he was trying to kill me.
I. Is that the photo that you found suspicious from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves states I into evidence of states number 62.
Any objection, Mr. Wiggs?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States
Pat's gonna smack you in the face to get up in a
will be
little bit.
admitted into evidence of states number 62.
Go ahead and publish.
It's the cutest thing when they're
Is that
making
the
biscuits,
photo
but
that
not
we're
when they're trying to
referring
kill
on the
you,
left-hand
okay?
side?
Yes, it is.
And first of all, why was that suspicious?
It can be misinterpreted.
Like some of the others also did not depict Michael Shaver.
And when you had your suspicions, what did you do to look into it?
A reverse Google image search.
And using the same process you talked about from the bar photograph?
That's correct.
And what did you learn when you did that?
This photo is not original. It's been shared on the internet numerous times.
And when was this posted?
This post was
It's kind of like the bless your heart thing, okay? It could be taken
July 25th,
When-
2016.
to be a good thing or a bad thing.
And was there
Cats
any
making
other
biscuits
related information
could be taken
that
as
you
I'm
got
trying
on
to kill
Facebook
you, or
associated
I'm
with
making
this
this
post?
this
Yes, it was.
And what is
making
that?
biscuit.
This photo was uploaded along with a check-in location.
What is a check-in location?
So Facebook gives users the ability to let people know where they are. Whenever they go to the app, they can check in and basically tell people that they are at a specific location.
That's right. I'm
Now,
always at
do
home.
you actually have to physically be at that location in order to do a Facebook check-in?
You do not.
And was there information on the IP logs associated with this photograph and the summary?
Yes, there was.
You don't
And,
like my
can
analogy,
you
trial
indicate,
junkies?
First of all,
I think that's a good one. Bless your heart.
53 and
Like
54 of that summary.
making biscuits.
July 25th, there's the IP address along with another IP address that was also used in the same time frame. Mike Shaver's account with a login, and then also an action photo uploaded.
And was there activity on Lori Shaver's Facebook utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, there was a password change.
And what is the time, first of all, the time of the Michael Shaver Facebook profile associated with this check-in in the middle of Lake Okeechobee?
Mike Shaver's account was on 7/25/2016 at 13:10 Universal Coordinated Time. The password change on Lori's account was the same date at 13:04 Universal Coordinated Time.
So within 6 minutes, both of these accounts are utilizing the same IP address.
That's correct.
Oh, there you go. And she was at some kind of lake. He's showing that she's carrying this phone with her everywhere. What the heck? That's so weird.
It's 11:15. I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break at this time. Okay. We're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go to the yeah, I think he should ask about him being an IT specialist. I was about to so dumb. I was about to use my laptop. So they still have not caught the Kentucky guy. I think it's going to end up being like what's his name? Laundry. They're just going to end up finding a body out in the middle of nowhere because I don't think that guy can possibly be. I mean, I don't know where he is. They found his fishing pole, but not him. So I don't know what else he might have had. He may have another fishing pole. So I think it's going to be another Brian Laundrie situation.
What location on the call record the event hits?
You for any opinions today. I don't
Percent.
offering Donna Adelson's comments as
leaving of the evidence, if there needs to be an objection at that.
I don't understand how the state putting in this evidence is relevant and
Just was able to respond this year. The FBI was down in Miami. Judge, the defense doesn't seek to elicit any testimony related to Mr. Marcus's attorney-client protected conversations with his client. There are three categories that the state seeks the defense seeks Mr. Marcus's testimony.
This is a pretrial.
First is the state's indicated and they reaffirm to your honor that they intend to ask investigator
They're going to start
Isom
jury selection
whether
next
or
week.
not Mr. Marcus called immediately after Katie McManua was arrested. The jury, if left there, the jury takes away that someone or somehow the defendants are all in cahoots, if you will. The defense believes that Mr. Marcus would testify that that is not the case at all, and he would provide information as to how it was that he received information about Ms. McManua's arrest and how he knew to call investigator Isom. That's the first category. The second one is the state has investigated vigorously to try to pinpoint that the Adelson family has provided legal fees for other lawyers or other co-defendants in the case. I don't know whether the state seeks to elicit testimony of that nature, but as recent as January of this year, the FBI was down in Miami speaking with Mr. Marcus about such things. Mr. Marcus provides an explanation that doesn't involve attorney-client privilege. That didn't happen. Mr. Marcus made a suggestion of the potential legal strategies involved, but nothing ever came to fruition, and there were no discussions with any co-defendants or the Adelsons. And then the third category, Judge, is there's a text message.
Yeah, this is moving
Mr.
faster than I
Marcus
thought it would.
and his
It's Donna
client,
Adelson.
Charlie Adelson at the time, about him having seen or bumped into Katie McManua outside of his office. And there's a comment about something to the extent of it being a coincidence, but there was no conversation that was had. Again, if the state elicits that testimony in all three of those categories and it's left hanging, it goes unanswered. But in each circumstance, Mr. Marcus is able to respond, and I don't believe that it invades the attorney-client privilege.
Mr. Marcus, I'll allow you to respond to what the defense is proffering and why they would seek your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll take the easiest one first, which is
Yep.
the last one. I
Nice
had
to
not
look-
heard
I
about
mean,
the
I'm-
text
hey,
message
Gwen,
between me and my
welcome.
former client, but that would obviously be privileged. And
Good morning.
so any testimony regarding a text message between me and Charlie Adelson, I would not be able to comment on. So that I think is the easiest one. Let me take the other two.
Let me ask you one question before you continue. Mr. Adelson has not waived any privilege with regard to you.
Correct.
You may continue.
Thank you. Yes, I have not been informed that he's waived any privilege by him or anyone else. The other two categories.
We're on a comfort
and I'm
break
sorry for not looking all
watching
the-
Donna
yeah,
Adelson's
that's
pretrial.
The first is the call to Detective Isom. So I guess I
gonna
just
start
don't
jury selection next
understand
week.
how the state putting in this evidence is relevant, and therefore the underlying evidence in my response to it, I think, should be suppressed. The idea that on the morning that Katie McManua was arrested, I learned of that arrest and called the detective to find out if Charlie Adelson was being arrested. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what any good lawyer would do. The defense is right that I would respond to any nefarious suggestion by the state that there's nothing wrong with me calling the detective to find out if Charlie was being arrested.
Oh, you should have seen earlier. There was like a 12-year-old on the jury.
Initial evidence should be able to come in that I made a phone call to the detective to inquire about Charlie. Certainly that had nothing to do with Donna Adelson. And even if this was a trial about Charlie Adelson, I don't think it would be relevant, Your Honor. I was trying to find out whether the detective that morning was going to arrest Charlie. Nothing wrong, nothing untoward or abnormal about me calling the detective to inquire about that. So I would ask that whole little snippet be excluded, the underlying evidence, and what my response would be to it. The final thing about legal fees, I addressed this in my motion. I've spoken to the state about it, so I don't think they're going to elicit anything about this. They've released me from my subpoena on this issue, so I'm not sure that the defense needs me to rebut anything, because my understanding from speaking to the state is they don't intend to elicit anything on that issue.
Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan, are you seeking to elicit any information or evidence during the trial that would concern Mr. Marcus?
Potentially, yes, Your Honor. We are seeking to introduce the evidence that I mentioned previously at our last hearing about the call to ISIM.
And the relevance hook of this would be it goes to your conspiracy theory or what exactly?
Conspiracy theory.
Exactly. Would I get into anything about the offer from Mr. Marcus to Catherine McManus attorneys to pay her attorney's fees on behalf of the Adelsons? Potentially, yes. And what's the third question?
I believe the last matter
well,
was
I-
any text message between Mr. Marcus and Charles Adelson when he was representing him.
Yeah, I think that the defense has mischaracterized that evidence, but that is a piece that could potentially be inquired about as well.
All right. As to the first issue of the phone call and whether it goes in any form or fashion to the conspiracy, what I'm going to rule is the following. The state may inquire as to the topic. If the defense has a factual related line of questioning to ask Mr. Marcus, the factual line of questioning will be permitted. Nothing that goes into attorney-client privilege may be inquired to. Is everyone clear on this?
Yes.
Very well. As to the second line of questioning, again, Ms. Kappelman, this is being offered for what exactly concerning any possible agreement or payment?
Yes, same relevance argument, Your Honor, that it goes to conspiracy, the existence of the conspiracy.
Right. As to this, were the defendants, well, I believe the privilege argument gets a little more thorny at this point. What
something has got
exactly
to come out about
can
Wendy.
Mr. Marcus offer that would not be privileged on this issue?
Don't you think?
Inquiring to me, Judge?
Either party.
My understanding, and Mr. Marcus can correct me where I'm wrong, is that there was a conversation with Katie McManus' counsel. I don't believe that Mr. Marcus conferred with his client, but it's something that
I have not
goes
heard
through
any
normal
conversations
practices,
come
which a
out,
lot of
but I
lawyers
haven't been
do,
looking at it,
myself
so I don't
included,
know.
call co-defendants counsel.
I think
There's
she's
a
been playing it
necessity of
very
sharing
smart.
expenses. I think it was his suggestion, and just that, his suggestion versus the Adelsons.
Marcus, is there any argument as to why this is privileged?
Well,
specifically?
that's weird, Trial Junkies, because she's been
No, Your Honor,
talking
if I'm asked a
to
privileged question
the
on
son.
Of course, I'll just invoke it at that point. I have no problem doing that, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I could just be heard for 1 second.
Go ahead.
There is, of course, a difference with the state arguing the existence of a conspiracy and crazy conspiracy theories. There is no basis to argue the existence of a conspiracy by my calling the detective to find out whether Charlie Adelson was being arrested that morning. There's just no, they have to at least allege some tie,
Now,
some basis in fact to argue that there was a conspiracy.
I actually wonder,
that would have
LaDonna,
some
if
relevance in this
Harley
trial.
will say
I'll
something,
find
because
out
he's
from the
probably
detective
pretty
whether he
mad
arrested
that
my client that morning. There's no,
he's
there's
taking
nothing
the hit
tied
for
to
this.
any conspiracy, certainly, with Donna Adelson. So it's just a conspiracy theory with no basis in fact, Your Honor.
I fully understand where you're coming from with both your pleading and your position this morning as a factual issue.
That stuff
Did the
in
phone
Springfield
call
is
take
wild.
place?
I don't
There's
think that's
nothing
true.
protected concerning that. How that fits into the larger narrative of what
I
may
think
be
they have
admissible
phone calls
or not,
between Donna
yet to be
and
determined.
Harley.
The state
But I don't know if they're allowed to
they
talk.
have their fair opportunity to put on their case. If further objection needs to be raised at that time, I will address at the time. But as to the pure factual issue and whether or not you have knowledge on that topic, that does not go to privilege.
Yeah,
That is where they
so
will be
because of
permitted
those
to inquire.
conversations
That is
between
where the
Donna
defense
and
will be
Charlie,
permitted to rebut. Nothing more, nothing
I
further.
mean,
As to the second issue of the offering
they're
of
flying him
fees,
in.
is
He's
there
in
any
South
privilege
Dakota.
that you can assert concerning this? or this was just an idea between you to the other attorneys?
The latter.
As to that topic, factually, it may be inquired into how this again fits into the larger weaving of the evidence. If there needs to be an objection at that time, it may be raised.
Yeah, Gwen, I don't know how much
upon
of that is
factual
true. I
issue.
watched some
State
guy
may
go up
inquire,
to Springfield.
defense may
That
rebut.
place is weird.
As to the third issue of the text message between attorney and Mr. Marcus and Mr. Adelson.
I have my facts wrong on that, Judge. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
for
told you the
interrupting.
cat was going to make you get
The
up.
message is actually, Mr. Marcus spoke with
You made it-
Mr.
you made it
Adelson.
to
Mr. Adelson then communicated with
10
his
o'clock.
mother that he had spoken with Mr. Marcus.
Oh, yeah, just
Mr.
right
Marcus
about
had
it.
indicated that he had bumped in to Miss McManus. So my sequence of events is a little off.
And the state would be seeking to offer this also under the same conspiracy theory,
Yes, Your Honor.
right? Mr. Marcus, are you alleging or asserting at this point that a privileged matter was discussed through that text message?
I don't know what text message they're referring to, Your Honor. I have not seen it, but if they're referring at all to a text message between me and my client, of course, that would be privileged. If I'm hearing Mr. Morris right, he's now referring to a text message between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. I don't know whether that would be privileged or not. I doubt it, but I don't have any, that's not between
Oh my
me and
God. Yeah, you
client
guys stay up
and my
late.
former client.
Was this a communication that was captured through the
I'm an
wiretap?
early bed person.
No, sir.
You know, I'm in
Of,
bed by like
What was
9.
captured off of the devices search.
I'll be
So this was a
messaging
text
people and fall
message
asleep.
from Mr. Adelson to Mrs. Adelson.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. As to that, Mr. Marcus, if it does not include
I'll be in the middle of a dang
any advice
conversation and
or
go to sleep.
opinions that you're providing to your client, if there was no joint defense agreement concerning them, ultimately this can be argued as a communication between co-conspirators. It just merely mentions your name, if I'm understanding this correctly. Is there any correction as that needs to be given on this point?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. As to that, the state may inquire as to the communication, as to anything that Mr. Marcus discussed with Mr. Adelson that may not be inquired into, but the substance of the text message, if the state in some way is going to argue this goes to conspiracy, they'll be given an opportunity to do so. If an objection needs to be raised, you may do so contemporaneously during the trial itself. So Mr. Marcus has a better opportunity to plan. The parties know when he would actually need to testify. I'm sure he has a very busy schedule, and we're not trying to create a hardship or inconvenience as it relates to his work and business.
As soon as the state rests, the defense intends on calling him.
Right, I believe your previous estimate, Ms. Kappelman, was 6 or 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Let's pinpoint on the calendar then, at least a projection that will assist the witness in determining when he would need to be present. Jury selection begins next week on the 17th. If we have a jury by Thursday the 19th, the first day of trial would be Friday the 20th. And that means by Friday the 27th, potentially the state is resting its case, which would lead us then to Monday the 30th, the beginning of the defense case, unless I'm off of my calculations.
You're correct, Your Honor.
You're correct. When the defense has a bit of a time pressure also because of the Jewish holidays.
Mr. Marcus, if you can go ahead then and mark on your calendar as to when you may potentially be called, starting with September 30th. If there is any hardship that you need to address in other cases or matters that you're involved with, please let the parties know. If it's another state court matter, perhaps I can pick up the phone, free you up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am doing federal court on the 1st, but I'll work with the parties to see if I can get called on the 30th if it's actually going to happen. I suspect, Your Honor, that when the factual issues come up in trial, that there will be some.
attempt to reach out to Vanessa Dunn?
February 25th, 2016.
Going to go ahead and from Facebook now, we're going to move to financial records. Did you get, we talked about getting records for Lori Shaver's bank accounts and checking accounts. Did you also obtain the information for Michael Shaver's?
They're back. Thanks, Brandy.
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been previously marked.
That was a fast comfort break.
It states JJJ, and those records.
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state remove states JJJ into evidence with the properly affixed notice of intent to rely on business records certification and business records cert showing the defense.
Judge, the same objection as to relevance, probative value, and authentication, as we say.
All right, the objections are overruled. Stage JJJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 63.
Now, what time frame of records were obtained?
The records began summer of 2014 until March 2016.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November of 2015, what kind of activity appeared on his financial records, his bank records?
What I refer to as financial transactions indicative of normal everyday life.
What do you mean by that?
Physical locations in stores, retail establishments, restaurants, consistent paychecks, paying of utilities and bills.
And the time frame that we have published here on pages 69 and 71 of the bank records, what time frame are we talking about?
October 28th, 2015 through December 24th, 2015.
Correct. Now, after his basic time frame that he no showed from work in November 10th of 2015, what types of transactions appear on those records?
The transactions are, the purchases at least are no longer consistent with in-store purchases.
What types of transactions do we have?
Purchases online as well as ATM withdrawals.
And the ATM withdrawals, do they indicate where those were from?
They do.
And where were they?
Claremont and Disney.
Okay, so nothing from Georgia?
Nothing from Georgia.
And in other investigations, have you been able to go through and try to get video from ATMs and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Do they retain that video forever?
They do not.
So when this case came to our attention, had video from ATMs expired due to the 3 years that it had been before the body was even discovered?
Yes, ATM video is typically only held between 30 and 90 days.
And the online purchases, what were those?
There were 2 online purchases to wish.com.
What is that?
Wish.com it's a kind of an alternative to Amazon. It's another online e-commerce retailer.
Are they a little more difficult to deal with than Amazon?
They are.
All right. And what was the other online deal?
The other
The IT guys on again, China,
Are there any
talking about how she
associated
literally tracked everything
Yes, there
on
is.
And
Facebook,
what was that?
On
like every
December
move
14th,
she
there
made.
was an ATM check deposit at the Citrus Tower Boulevard in Chase in Claremont for $2,539.
And that amount, is that consistent with other
Your
financial
cat
records
is
that
trying
were
to kill you in your sleep,
Yes,
trial
it was.
junkies.
And what was that?
We received a copy of this check from Mariner Finance payable to Michael Shaver for $2,539.
And is that the same check that is referenced there in states 29?
Yes, it is.
Did you do, after that check was deposited, what were the next transactions? And just go ahead and read the dates and what they were and the amounts.
The check was deposited on December 14th. On posting date December 14th, there was a $100 withdrawal in Disney. On December 14th, there was a $200 cash withdrawal from the Citrus Tower in Claremont. On December 18th, there was another ATM withdrawal for $500, also from Citrus Tower Boulevard in Claremont. On December 21st, there was a withdrawal in Groveland for $400. On December 21st, an ATM withdrawal for $500 from Citrus Tower. And then on December 23rd, another ATM withdrawal from Citrus Tower for $500.
Now, moving on to page 71, is this the page that references the transaction with Walmart.com?
Yes, it is.
And can you go ahead and just point to it and say the date and what that transaction was?
December 23rd, card purchase. The transaction date that's listed in the description of the transaction is the 22nd. Walmart.com, $397.16.
And did you,
You have
do
4 cats,
research
Brandon. What is
into,
up with all the
with
cat
Walmart
collecting?
into the source of, or basically what was purchased and where that was sent?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states, well, showing defense
What?
was previously been marked as states LLL for identification.
Are you insane? You're rescued, not collecting. Whatever you want
Showing
to
the
call it.
witness states LLL for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the state moves states LLL in as a business record with the valid notice of intent to rely on business record certification, along with the valid business record affidavit.
Any objection?
Judge, same objection. Stand.
Objections overruled. States LLL will be admitted into evidence. States number 64.
Now, included with that exhibit, do you have is there the printout from Walmart along with the disc?
Yes, there is.
And this information that you received from Walmart, did it come to you electronically?
Yes, it did.
And is it easier to read the original electronic PDF as opposed to the version that is printed out?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time I'll publish.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and use the CD.
Yeah, the weight gain. I can handle everything but the weight gain.
Now there's 2 documents on this CD. I'll pull up first one first.
Seriously, Brandy, do you want me to like you or not? I need to gain weight. Honey. What the? Y'all, let's all round up some pounds and send them up to Brandy. I got 30 extra you can have because I gained 30 pounds during the butterfly change, as I like to call it. I ain't turning
Well,
into
this
a
is
dang
going to
butterfly.
Go into the bank records, the areas with the Walmart transaction. So as we go on here, what information is contained in this first page of records?
This is the order summary for the Walmart purchase that was made.
Right. And first of all, who is showing from the Walmart records as the purchaser?
Lori Shaver.
And where does it show that this purchase was delivered? Is that on this page?
Right here, as well as right here.
And up here at the bottom, what is indicated here as far as the actual purchase itself.
These are the
Oh yeah,
purchase
my
amounts,
wild child. He's psycho.
as well as the date and time.
And is the purchase amount located on the bottom here consistent with what was from the Mike Shaver Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
I mean, sorry, Facebook records, the bank records. And that also indicates the how it was paid?
Yes.
And is that associated with his credit card?
Correct.
He is, bless his heart, a poor little Augie dog.
Other pages include billing information,
sensitive.
other things associated with the Walmart.com transactions.
Yes, it is.
And once again, who is shown as the purchaser?
Lori Shaver.
This include information about other purchases.
These are the items that were purchased.
And what was the types of items that were purchased?
From looking at them with the close proximity to Christmas, I believe that they were Christmas gifts.
Looking at Michael Shaver's bank records, was there any activity whatsoever past December 15th, 2015?
No, there was not.
Rather state there's no further questions at this time.
Yeah,
All right,
he didn't
Mr.
have any more
Wicks.
money. No more income. Look, after you get past a certain number of cats, okay, it's collected.
All the data that you introduced, all that's been discussed so far, does any of it mention the homicide?
I will repeat what I said yesterday. When
That's a yes or a no. Does it mention the homicide?
the word homicide is not impure in
Look,
those
I
records.
said he's psycho. I admit it. He's psycho.
Does any of the records that you've introduced, do they
And he was
discuss
he's a
aiding and
survivor.
assisting
He's a
somebody
Hurricane Harvey
from being
survivor.
protected?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Do they mention anything about preventing somebody
Y'all are
from
doing
being
God's
protected?
work.
Not as
You're
you
saving
quoted.
cats
Okay. Now,
from
you've
people
spoken
like me
about financial
because they tried to kill me.
You've shown
And y'all are
photographs of Lori with
thankful. I'm
blood,
thankful for y'all.
correct?
with what?
Blood on a shirt or so.
Yes.
Did you go through the financial records, for instance, and link that up for any particular purpose?
Which part?
Well, the mud on the shirt.
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the mud represent?
The mud was the day that her and Jeremy went to Revolution Off Road on State Road 33 in Groveland.
Did you suggest that to the jury? Direct examination?
There were purchases made.
Did you suggest that on direct examination?
That wasn't asked.
Right, that wasn't asked. Okay? That,
Was an
in fact,
ass.
was not any implication that she had dug a grave or buried Michael Shaver, correct?
Yes, all of
No,
my
sir.
front teeth are fake.
Now, you talked about or you showed images of Lori working out. Okay. Any of the Facebook data that you look at indicate her being involved with Beachbody sales?
I've been
No
through
idea what
that
that
too,
is.
Trial Junkies.
Okay. Any of it indicate, did you look through each and every document indicating why she may be working out?
It's like she enjoyed it.
A lot of people like to work out.
Sure.
Correct? Doesn't suggest necessarily they're planning a homicide, does it?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sure. Does it necessarily imply somebody's planning a murder?
no, it does not.
Okay. You talked about this Facebook account being accessed and that Facebook account and it being Lori and Michael's, correct?
Yes,
Okay. More than one person could have accessed that account, correct?
sure,
More than Lori Shaver, correct?
sure.
If anybody was in the house, Jeremy Townsend, you testified he would be in the house, he may have been able to access those accounts, correct?
Theoretically,
And there's been no link up testimony between the IP, the physical residence, and any device, correct?
incorrect.
Okay. Didn't you testify yesterday that these IP addresses expire over
I
time?
hate the dentist, Brandy.
Was that your testimony?
Not that they expire every time. No, my testimony yesterday was that those records were only held by CenturyLink for a rolling 12 months.
And that there's no preservation of the IP address after a period of time,
Not for CenturyLink.
correct? Facebook, do they
There are
internally
people like
keep
that.
the IP addresses
They do.
in perpetuity?
They do.
Okay.
I do too, Trial Junkies.
Do any of the records that you've spoken about show causation of a homicide?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Or, I'm not asking you to repeat what you said yesterday. Do any of them show and reveal causation of a homicide?
define causation.
The manner of.
Those records did not know.
You mentioned about banking records. Lori Shaver's not on trial for bank fraud or any such charge like that.
She
is
should be.
No, she's not.
You mentioned memes that were posted, correct?
I did.
And one was introduced and it said, I think something like, sometimes you have to burn the house down and move on.
The
Correct?
bridge.
Correct, okay, and move on. Okay?
Yeah, she did. She was surprised.
That's an
Thank goodness.
expression, correct?
It is.
Did you find any bridge burnt down or anything like that that was relevant?
An actual literal bridge, sir? No, sir, I did not.
This defense is really bad. I don't know how
And
he's
these
been an
memes
attorney.
that you've testified to or have been presented are just standard phraseology, correct? This isn't a
Yeah, Augie is
personal
my little
thing
sensitive boy.
somebody's created necessarily.
Well, they can be.
Okay. Do you know who created these?
I do not. I didn't look into that.
Okay. You do these searches where you can look at photos and see if they're posted anywhere else.
Sure.
You know if Lori Shaver created that meme, any single meme?
I do not.
Correct. And going back to all the records that you've spoken about that have been just ushered into evidence at this stage, you're unable to account for any specific number of images to say, this definitely came from Lori, this came from this person, this came from this person, correct?
I don't believe so.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
What is his?
Thank you. Redirect.
When you're referencing Facebook maintaining IP records in perpetuity, is that how you were able to get the information from Facebook and create, and where that summary was created from?
That's where those records came from. I have no idea what their retention period is.
And then, for at least the period of time that you asked for, they were able to give you the IP address.
Oh, stop it, trial junkies. You know good and dang well
Yes,
that
they were.
puppy will be mine.
Now, CenturyLink.
Especially if they have puppy breath still.
Who would be the one that might know or would know who the
My
physical
dogs would
address
try to
was
kill it,
attached to those
but
different IP addresses. They have nothing to do with Facebook and vice versa. They're
That's-
separate entities.
That is correct.
Nothing further, Joe.
Okay. Just on this IP issue, just for clarity, Facebook may hold the IP, but that IP is not linkable to a physical address over time.
Objection.
Not with the Facebook.
Pardon me?
Overruled. You may answer.
Not with the Facebook records.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
He is subject to recall, but he can step down today.
All right,
good
sir. You may step down from the
gravy.
witness stand. You're subject to recall. Please be available. Thank you, sir. Okay.
So the
And your next
defense
witness.
Your Honor, this time
finally
the state of
has it.
Florida rested its case against Lori Sheen.
Oh,
All right. Deputy, please take the jurors out. Thank you.
so the defense finally has an IT expert. Hey, I would say we only eat the little brown ones, but I do have brown dogs now, so I've had to get past that. He finally has an IT expert up there, and he don't even have any expert questions for the guy. He literally mapped out that she tracked every move she made on Facebook. She just went on about her merry little way. She didn't skip a beat.
We had discussed previously circumstantial evidence and any criminal case, how it could be used and the boundaries of it. We had cited to the court previously Smith versus Carlisle. That decision is cited at
By her 7-year-old?
1213. It's a 5th DCA decision quoting extensive language on the history of stacking inferences. What I announced for the court previously is the history of stacking inferences started with Knight. It was further represented in Sims and Law and numerous other cases. And back in earlier era, that when those cases were effective, the law declared that the state could not rely on stacking inferences of guilt
He's trying to
to
get
try to
dismissed
reach
right
an
now.
ultimate decision on the state's behalf. Later in Carlisle, Smith versus Carlisle, that decision did away with that same principle. And it stated that stacking inferences was permissible at this day and age. But what it did is it went back to an earlier principle, which is the Volcker decision, and that's cited at 70 Southern 2nd 403. And that is a Supreme Court of Florida decision, 1954. And what Smith stated was, citing from Volcker, which recited the criminal principle at that stage. It states that stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in
Gosh,
unless the
that would
first
be, that's something,
inference
right, Brandy?
meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning
Oh gosh,
circumstantial
lawn
evidence.
mowing day, y'all. Neo's
And the
about to
court
lose
went
his
on to say,
mind.
well, what the criminal rule is.
Here we
And it
go.
says only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other
The
reasonable
weed eater's
theory,
coming.
then you may stack inferences upon another. I've repeatedly approached the bench, to the annoyance of probably everybody, observing and within the court, to preserve this issue for an appeal, and declared that there's no basic inference that the state has at any time stated in this courtroom that they're going to try to declare all the other inferences dependent and stackable, so to speak. So I've raised that and preserved it through this trial. At no time has the state announced any primary basic inference not subject to reasonable dispute. Without that basic inference, then stacking inferences becomes impermissible under the law. And the Volcker decision supports that principle. That would be one of the grounds for exclusion. Second, without stacking, with impermissible stacking, the state has never established causation. They have established that there's a dead body. They haven't established that Lori Shaver's responsible for the dead body. They allege that we have a body and there's been some form of a cover-up. Now, the state again relies on circumstantial evidence and trying to stack inferences without a primary inference to rely on to declare that the crime was committed and it has to be associated with Lori Shaver to the exclusion of the rest of the world. We know there's been inconsistent testimony on that point. There's been acknowledgement by the state's own witnesses that devices can be hacked. They can be accessed by
They've
other
changed it
people within
throughout the trial,
the remote
LaDonna.
vicinity or
Gone from
within
the daughter
access of the router.
to the
And
ex-boyfriend.
it doesn't exclusively declare that Lori Shaver thus is reliable for any homicide. The next thing the state attempted to do was to say, here's a body.
Depends on what you're talking
on
about,
the
trial
ground in a
judges.
grave. And yet there's no evidence in any form or manner that ties to Lori Shaver. So the only thing they're doing is trying to use a bunch of unsupportable inferences from the digital data, which isn't linkable. It doesn't make any mention of a death, a homicide, or a cover-up, to say simply you could have a motive and you may have committed the crime. That's insufficient evidence under the law. But we know as well, when we look at the physical scene, be it the gravesite, there's no DNA, there's no signature of a crime, there's no prints, there's no forensic data or evidence of any kind. We know there's no connective link between the grave and the home site. There's nothing found within the home site that suggests Lori Shaver transported the body, committed the homicide, or responsible in any manner whatsoever. So the state has failed to establish circumstantially and forensically that Lori Shaver is responsible for the crime. We moved judge for a judgment of acquittal based on those grounds, state that the state is not supported, the state has not supplied a case with competent substantial evidence for the matter to proceed forward to a jury. And on those bases, we'd ask that request.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, Mr. Wiggs is misinterpreting the case he's citing as far as Smith v. Carlisle. Once again, this is a civil case. Smith v. Carlisle states specifically, as it refers to the prior
you can't
Volcker
blame him for
decision
trying.
that Mr. Wiggs also is relying on, and this whole stacking one inference upon another, which Mr. Wiggs's argument relies. In the Smith case, it specifically says the standard of review in entirely
And I get it, y'all. we are
criminal
looking
cases
at,
house now
there is a
discarded by
body
the
in her
Supreme Court,
backyard,
which
right?
accurately
It is her
described the
husband.
rule as confusing
But
and an
if you look
outlier
at
in federal
the
and state courts. See Bush v. State
solid
295 Southern
evidence,
3rd.
there is
It
no
goes on to
evidence,
say in Bush, the court
as
upheld
he's
a death
stating,
that
that she
based
did it
entirely on
directly.
circumstantial evidence.
There
and
is
goes
no
on to
evidence
describe
that
how,
says that she
the Florida Supreme Court is going away
deleted her
from
husband,
its,
that
from
she
the previous decisions in Knight
used
and
the
the other
fishing pole,
courses of which
that she
the other
dug the
cases of
hole,
which Mr.
that
Wicks is
she drug his
argument
body to the
relies on.
hole.
It says, and the Supreme
There's
Court
no
Bush
evidence,
on the
nothing
relied
linking her
on
to it,
United States
other than the
Supreme
fact
Court
that she was married to the
rationale
dude.
in Holland v. United States in order to come to that conclusion.
It's all
This is a
inferred.
quote from the Supreme Court's decision in Holland. Circumstantial evidence is extrinsically
people
no
can change
different
their
from
minds.
testimonial evidence. Admittedly, circumstantial evidence may in some cases point to a wholly incorrect result, yet this is equally true of testimonial evidence. In both instances, a jury is asked to weigh the chances that the evidence correctly points to guilt against the possibility of inaccuracy or ambiguous inference. In both, the jury must use its experience with people and events in weighing the probabilities. If the jury is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, we can require no more. The Smith v. Carlisle case talks about how the court eliminated the special instruction regarding the
there may be evidence
circumstantial evidence
after the
case.
fact
And
that obviously
Smith v.
she put the
Carlisle
concrete
case concludes by saying
in the
that
fire
would
pit,
hold
but
also to
there's
the
no
fire
evidence
reasons to
showing
hold
that
a
she
person can
actually
be sentenced to the ultimate
took him
penalty
out.
under the law of death based solely on circumstantial evidence that does not exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence, but a plaintiff cannot survive a motion for summary judgment in a civil case based on circumstantial evidence.
It's kind of a
alone.
catch-22.
It goes on to basically say that this current civil standard makes
The
no
prosecution
sense
is
in
saying
light
it
of
can't
the
be anyone
Florida
else.
Supreme Court's criminal standard in Bush, but says that for it
The
to be
defense is
ultimately
saying
resolved in a
there's
civil
no evidence
context,
that it is her,
the
even
Florida
though they're
Supreme
saying
Court
it
will
can't
have
be
to,
anyone else.
weigh in on whether or not Volcker still stands in a civil setting. Carlisle and Smith v. Carlisle and Volcker have absolutely nothing to do with this court's analysis whatsoever.
Hey, I'm just trying to look.
The
Alternate
Smith
point of view,
case
y'all.
says that.
There is
What
no
matters
hard
is what the Florida
evidence
Supreme
linking
Court
her
said in
to the actual
Bush v. State,
getting rid of him.
295 Southern 3rd,
The
179 in May of 2020, where it said because this special
actual
standard,
evidence is
this is talking about
is after the fact.
Overcoming all reasonable hypothesis of innocence. Because this special standard is unwarranted, confusing, and out of sync with both the jury instructions currently used in this state and the approach to appellate review used by the vast majority of the courts in this country, we discontinue its use. The Bush case, and I do have copies of Bush as well as Smith v. Carlisle, for your honor.
No double stacking.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
No triple stacking the coupons.
Thank you.
That's what he's saying the prosecution's trying to do. He's trying to get more money off.
It's the same United States Supreme Court decision in Holland, which supports that there needs to be no special review by the judge in circumstantial evidence cases to determine whether or not all reasonable hypotheses of innocence have been overcome. This stacking inferences upon another is not the standard whatsoever. We have presented, despite Mr. Wiggs's assertions, we have absolutely shown evidence of causation. The cause and manner of death was established as gunshot wound, and the fact that the manner of death was homicide. The circumstantial evidence in this case shows that Ms. Shaver was the only person with the means, motive, opportunity to carry this out.
Her yard.
She is the fact that the body was buried in her backyard shows that this was, as
there you
Detective
go, child
Cameron
junkie.
Dale stated, not some robbery on I-4. The various evidence presented through bank records, Facebook records, phone records has established that Ms. Shaver has actively prevented the discovery of this body for years. Posed as Michael Shaver, used his bank accounts, used his phone, changed his phone number in order to try to manipulate Vanessa Townsend, changed that phone number again to a phone number associated with her, She's had access to his Facebook, access to his phone, access to his bank, actively covered up his death, lied about it to friends, family members, and law enforcement. She has a firearm that is consistent with all class characteristics and as caliber as the projectile found in the skull. The state has presented more than enough evidence for this to go to the jury.
Right, anything further? Yes, sir.
No, Judge, opposing counsel has this wrong. He miscites the Bush case. The case I cited, Smith versus Carlisle, is subsequent to Bush. It talks about Bush and what it was, and it talks about that Volker was a civil case, but it indulged the analysis from a criminal perspective. And that's the very language it says. Stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test. So here's the new test. Because Bush did away with stacking inferences, it goes back to the former test, which is Volker. And it says, only if, referring to the criminal standard, they say, only if the prior or basic inference is established, there's no been basic inference established here at this trial, to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Okay, that's what it says. So counsel can say, well, that's a civil case, but it's quoting a criminal standard all through it. I submit these cases to the court.
Approach.
The state takes a posture that somebody buried in a yard must have been the closest body to it, must have killed the person. Okay? We know Jeremy Townsend was at the residence from his own testimony. There's no such standard.
Yeah, but you did a horrible job making it look like he did it.
Equals homicide. There's no case that's going to be supportive of the theory that the state would advance here today. Likewise, all the physical evidence, each and every piece of it, does not implicate Lori Shaver. I submitted to the court a proposed jury instruction. That decision was Bowen. And I submitted to your offer to the state as well. And it says, knowledge of a crime, even if you know a crime's committed, doesn't mean you have to report the crime. The state takes a different posture here at this motion hearing.
Yeah, I know, LaDonna. He did a terrible job of cross-examining him.
Report it. Due to the fact that she
Plant a
covered
seed of
it
doubt.
up and
He
may
could
have
have done it
misrepresented
then.
it, she must be the person that committed the crime. Well, that's contrary to the laws I've supplied to this court in the Bowen decision. And the state can't contradict that. The state can't contradict the fact that there's no forensic evidence, no ballistics, nothing to paint the picture that only Lori Shaver committed this crime to the exclusion of the rest of the world. A reasonable doubt exists in a multitude of different fashions, as has arisen in this case, and it is not sufficient on these facts to submit the matter to the jury. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right. When viewed in a light most favorable to the state, the evidence does establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count in the information. The motion is respectfully denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I knew that
Thank
wasn't going
you.
to take him long.
All right. And Mr. Wiggs, does your client intend to testify?
I won't know at this stage, but shortly. Okay.
Okay. And how many witnesses do you intend to call?
Well, we would have getting approach.
Yes, sir.
Did he say no? She's not going to testify? Did y'all hear him? Boo-boo. I see you. Yes. Asian lady, get away from her. Move away from the white woman. Get away. She's crazy. Step away from that lady. Move, move, move. You don't want to be associated with that woman. Yeah. Zoom in on her. Get away from that. Did she get her hair colored and stuff? She just got her hair did. She got her hair did yesterday, y'all. better enjoy those hairdos while you can. I think her attorney put all his eggs in the basket of acquittal by judge. I think she has to, LaDonna. I mean, she doesn't have a defense. And her attorney's not doing a very good job of planting any seeds of doubt. Like, at all. Because nobody's an IT specialist except the IT specialist. Yeah, he was wearing shorts and socks. He had underwear, he had boxer shorts.
All right, Ms. Filmer, formerly Ms. Shaver, are you satisfied with the services that your attorney has rendered so far? Okay. Is there anything else that you would like your attorney to do in his representation of you? Okay. Just into the microphone, if you could, a little louder so we can, please turn it so it faces you. Thank you.
No, I'm satisfied up to this point, yes.
Okay. Are there any other witnesses that you would like your attorney to call other than what you plan to call this afternoon, other than who you plan to call this afternoon?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Are there any other concerns that you would like to voice at this point? Okay. And you are completely satisfied with the services that Mr. Wiggs has rendered thus far. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And we'll call the jurors back in and let them know that we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. We'll ask them to return at 1 p.m. All right. Is that agreeable with everyone? Okay. Please call the jurors back in.
I can't believe he's been an attorney for as long. I don't know how long he's been an attorney, but I'm guessing a while because he's older. I mean, so much older he doesn't have a computer at his desk. But yet he's asking everybody else, are they an IT specialist? I'm just shocked. That's weird. That's weird, Brandy. I was going to actually say this is the most flattering outfit she's worn all week.
All right, please be seated.
I mean, she's had her hair done.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And thank you for your time and patience today. It is now 11:45. We're going to break for lunch. So I'd ask that you all return to the jury assembly room by 1 p.m. Okay, all right. Well, have a good lunch and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
So he's asking her if he's satisfied with her, with her representation so that she can't, when she does appeal and she tries to use the whole ineffective counsel, that's not going to bode well for her. Okay, so they're going to lunch. So we're going to go to back to Adelson.
That the three topics don't go to any actual conspiracy theory, but
yeah, he said one.
I'm hoping that when the objections are raised, they may obviate my need to come on the 30th.
All right. That concludes the motion to quash the subpoena. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, let's continue next with the continuation of the motion on the summary. Is Sergeant Corbett present?
This is Donna Adelson's pretrial. They're trying to decide what they're going to let in before jury selection.
And also, so the record is clear on this matter, the
Her hair
motion
looks
to
really
quash
bad.
the trial subpoena
Clearly,
is
they don't let
denied
her
as to
have
all factual issues
that silver
in which
that
Mr. Marcus
shampoo
would have personal knowledge and can testify relevantly.
in prison. She needs that purple shampoo. Ooh, she's got that brassy color in her hair.
The message, I'm sure he's probably parking or on the elevator or something like that. We do have thank you. We do have another part of the motion. If you want, we could take up in the meantime. Which was, they had objections to specific parts of the presentation as to hearsay and attorney-client joint defense privilege. We could go ahead and take those up now.
Go ahead.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, lasagna's good. I like vegetables.
Judge, it's changing the document, so it's based on what I have so far. So there may be more that comes up in trial.
She really liked that military guy. She
This is
wanted
what I have
him.
right now.
You've reviewed it all, correct?
What's that?
You've reviewed all of it.
I've reviewed all that we have as of now.
Right, go ahead.
So I think it's page 20. It's an email between Donna Adelson and Renee Griggs. And below it, it's in response to an email from Renee Griggs to Donna Adelson. It's hearsay.
What is this being offered for?
Onion.
In that email, the defendant explains that she is stressed about her daughter not being able to relocate. That her daughter, I think, doesn't realize how much it will affect her life, Donna Adelson's life, their whole family's life if this doesn't happen. The comments from the counselor that are concerned about her stress levels, I think, just add context.
Hey, is that
That's what
Alan
we would
Jackson?
be asking for the whole email to be admissible for.
Onion, the
So
fish.
you're not offering it for the truth of the
Sausage,
matter asserted,
mushroom.
or you're offering it as a party opponent admission of some sort?
We're offering Donna Adelson's comments as admission by a party opponent, also a statement against interest about how stressed she is about her daughter not being able to relocate and how much it will affect her family if it doesn't happen. The therapist, or not therapist, life coach's comments that are also
Life
contained in the
coach.
email would only be there for context.
Very well. As to that point, Mr. Rauschenbaum, I will permit slide 20. If
No,
there
that's
is any
not.
limiting
Okay. I thought that was
instruction
Alan
that you
Jackson
wish
for a
to
second.
give concerning Mrs. Griggs' responses as only providing context to what the admission may be, that would be appropriate. But if these are party opponent admissions, they are permitted.
Judge, may I briefly just respond and be heard?
Go ahead.
The problem isn't Donna Adelson's comments. We don't have a problem with that. Those are statements against interest, and they're not confusing at all. They say exactly what they just said. The problem is Renee Griggs' email to Donna Adelson, which is hearsay. It doesn't give any additional context to what she says. You can understand Donna Adelson's admissions by her email alone.
So you're saying part then of this is just a response from Griggs to your client?
No,
I mean, they have to ask.
It's a
because
chain,
she's
right?
gonna
So it's
appeal
a
it.
chain of
She's
emails
probably going to say
between
she
the
had
two of
ineffective
them.
counsel.
We have no issues with Donna's part of the chain coming in. The problem is Renee Griggs' chain doesn't, it's not confusing what Donna's saying. I can read it to you. She says exactly what they just said. So if you never heard what Griggs says, she says, I'm stressed about my son, but honestly, I'm more stressed about Wendy and what will happen if she doesn't get relocation at the June hearing. Her life will change drastically if she has to remain in Tallahassee, and so will ours, and not in a good way. But I'll tell you more about it when we talk. Hope your mother is doing better, or at least stable, Donna. So if you just allow that in, which we don't have an objection to, that's a statement that Donna Adelson's making, you're okay. But
Does Griggs respond from there? Does your client respond from the response?
No, Griggs doesn't respond from there, but Griggs' email below is, hi Donna, I'm not sure, and I only have part of it, but I'm not sure if you're back from your trip yet or not. I planned to check in yesterday. However, my mom was in the hospital and I was handling family stuff, so I was a bit out of pocket. More than anything else, I want to see how you're doing. It seems as though you have a great deal of weight on your shoulders. I could both hear and feel it on our phone conversation the other day. I'd really like to be able to help you shed whatever it is that feels so heavy. Please know I'm thinking of you and looking forward to our work together whenever you're ready. Take good care, Renee. I don't see how that isn't blatant hearsay without any exception. It doesn't, you understand what, I mean, again, their relevance that they just put it in for is exactly what Donna Adelson's email says, which we don't have a problem with that piece of it.
Ms. Dugan, what exactly context is being provided by Mrs. Griggs' first email before Ms. Adelson responds?
So the defense, I think, accidentally, when they read about, yes, I'm stressed about my son and my daughter, she doesn't get relocation and how all our lives will change drastically. That was Donna Adelson's email. The last email he read was from Ms. Griggs. In that email from Ms. Griggs, who's the life coach, she basically is just saying, I'm checking in on you. You seemed last time to have a great deal of weight on your shoulders. I'd like to help you. And that's when Donna Adelson talks about how stressed she is and how much their lives will change drastically. So I think that the life coach's email just gives Ms. Adelson's comments a little bit of context as far as explaining why she's kind of pouring her heart
I know,
out
right,
there and
LaDonna?
explaining why.
And what else is crazy is they did all
How
of
much further
this,
does this chain go
and Wendy's
beyond?
living here in Austin.
I'm not seeking anything more than this page. I think there is more of this chain, but this is the only page I.
How crazy is that?
All right, I'll reserve ruling on this from now. I'll look at it again when I have
So
my
now her
thumb
mom is
drive
going to spend the rest of her
and
life
slide
in prison.
entirety. Go ahead.
Judge, I think the next item we have.
Man has lost his life. Her
I think
grandchildren
we've got
don't have
new
a problem.
slides on this, but I'll go.
And her daughter is
We'll go on the slides
living
that you
wild
have,
and free.
because it's the same issue. If you go, it slides 255. We don't actually have new slides on this. I apologize. It's slide 255, where Agent Corbett is estimating how long travel takes. We're moving to exclude that based on speculation.
Stugan, did Sergeant Corbett do any calculation or in some other way
I know.
develop this
I mean,
information that can be demonstrated as reliable?
Yes, sir. So on this slide, we have actual versus optimal travel of Wendy Adelson on the day of the crime. The actual travel is based on the events in her call detail records, where it shows the cell towers that her phone is communicating with as she leaves her house and goes on her way that day from by the crime scene to ABC liquor store and up to lunch. That's based on call detail records.
Yes, that's the issue, LaDonna. If you're going to do something, don't involve a bunch of other people.
That she had that day.
You got to limit.
For the red dotted line,
that's where you
that's
screw
the
up.
summary of the shortest route. So we're saying this is the actual route versus the shortest route she could have taken from point A to point B, her home to where another liquor store is and the restaurant. What he uses to show travel time or miles is a company called, or a mapping company called Esri, which is, and if you need to hear more about it from Sergeant Corbett, he'll be here.
Because at the end of the day, you can't trust
basically,
anybody.
that is a software that Florida Department of Transportation uses for their mapping and mileage. Calculations. He uses this very regularly in all of his mapping and travel calculations and all of his presentations. And he knows it's reliable because several times he's tested it himself. He looks at where the map says the travel time should be in the miles, and he does the drive himself. So he's been able to personally test this several times, and it's been accurate. And what we have in this slide is, one is call records, the other is the summary of the shortest route, and it's literally just saying, hey, this is point A, this is point B, And this
Yeah,
is the
but
mileage according to Esri, and this is.
I
the
listened to
minutes
his
you take.
testimony
And it's
again,
Twice as long as the
where
actual.
he said she
or
came over to
twice
his
as
house.
Short.
I
as
was
the
like, I have
actual
to tell
route.
you something.
All right. The
Like,
sergeant
that
also
story
be
made
able to
no sense.
testify as to his knowledge of this program, its use, and the fact that he is qualified to use this program.
Yes, sir, and I can ask him those questions today if you'd like me to, but he regularly uses this program and has knowledge of it, is qualified to talk about it.
That's right.
and
She
has
did go by the
had
crime scene.
Personal knowledge of
That's
testing
wild.
its accuracy before.
All right. On this issue, Mr. Rauschbaum, you're essentially objecting that either the sergeant does not have an accurate calculation or in some way misuses the program. What exactly are you getting at?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
What are we trying to say? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Judge, the objection
Junk science.
isn't as to his knowledge, and you know what, we'll withdraw the objection.
Very well.
Rather
Let's move
cross
on.
on. Judge, the next one, and let me just confer with my co-counsel for 1 second.
Go ahead.
Just gonna be motion after motion after motion.
Judge, the next one is page 318. Some messages between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. Charlie Adelson's messages are hearsay, and they're not in furtherance of a conspiracy.
Response, state.
Yes, sir.
If I could just give you the date of the messages too.
Go ahead.
The date is August 2nd, 2016, which is after the arrests of Secreto Garcia and Luis Rivera.
Stugan.
In the motion, defense also objected to this on the basis of joint defense privilege. Is that no longer being argued?
It's not that. The document we objected to on behalf of joint defense privilege is hold on, let me just double check.
Oh my gracious day. These are
Is a
these
different one,
attorneys.
and we're going to withdraw that objection given the court's ruling earlier today.
Okay,
This doesn't have to do with that because it doesn't mention
this
Mr.
is just
Marcus.
hearsay, okay.
This is just hearsay.
All right, so Judge, on page 318, what we have are co-conspirator statements. This text message it says, this is from August of 2016, so this is going to be after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera.
Yeah, is her dad still in Florida?
It says, from Charlie Adelson.
Wendy's
to
just a
Donna
selfish
Adelson.
witch,
Did you see
right?
in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel
She let her
room
whole family
was a
take the
cocaine
fall.
dealer. Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny didn't pay for his drugs, just like he stiffed everybody else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy. Then Donna Adelson goes on to say, I didn't see which paper. Charlie Adelson says, Tallahassee Democrat. Miss Adelson says, wow, I've stopped reading everything. Charlie Adelson says, the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging out with them. And Donna Adelson says, OMG, exclamation point. Our argument would be that this is co-conspirator statements. This is nothing more than co-conspirators celebrating another possible explanation that does not involve them for this crime. They are theorizing about another possible explanation for Dan Martell's murder. And this is showing just their theorizing and celebration of something that doesn't involve them that could explain the murder.
In response.
I don't understand it. I mean, it is, I mean, I can show you the text messages in
Oh
its
my.
entirety if you would like me to bring it up.
This is a
That's not what's
prequel. So they're her
I don't
defense.
I'll review it with
This
my
is
thumb
bad.
drive as well when I go through the slide deck. The problem, Ms. Dugan, that I'm drawing with this, the communications do not have to be so overt as to saying, you know, we're hiding the gun here or something of that nature. But them essentially mocking, I guess, the drug dealer or the fact that someone else has been arrested in furtherance of their conspiracy. I guess flesh that one out for me a little bit more.
Well, also, I mean, their defense is that they were extorted, and this message pushes back on that. At the time this text was sent,
Don't
Garcia
speak over each other.
and Rivera had been arrested already. So Donna and Charlie Adelson would have known the people behind Dan Martell's murder. And now those people are behind bars. And now, so why, if they've been extorted by these people for the past several years, why are they theorizing about another possible explanation for this murder? They know what happened to him. Those people have been extorting them for years and they're arrested. Why are they now trying to say maybe he was killed by a cocaine dealer for stiffing him? Why are they theorizing and celebrating something that doesn't involve them?
All right, so I follow your logic. You're not offering this for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather to rebut any theory the defense is planning to present about a extortion.
This is 1818.
Right, yeah, I'm not offering it to show that the state star witness was a cocaine dealer. Maybe Dan Martell was.
This has been going on for a while.
Charlie Adelson actually thought. It's to push back on extortion.
As to the basis of which it's being offered, Mr. Rauschbaum, what is your argument?
The key is you got to look, and I'm happy to hand it up to you. You have to look at what Donna Adelson says. She doesn't say any of that. She's asking what paper, and I don't know what you're talking about. So it's Charlie Adelson's statements after the conspiracy, the alleged conspiracy, after the arrest, after the murder, and Donna Adelson doesn't respond in any way to what he's saying. She doesn't have a clue what he's talking about.
All right, as to this slide, I'm going to reserve for now. I cannot ask you to show your defense or what you plan to argue, but ultimately, if any way, if it comes down to your client,
I fear, LaDonna, we're going to be
statements
hearing
of
about
Charlie
this,
Adelson
the
in some
Adelsons,
way
for
concerning
years
her
to
behaviors
come.
and how she conducted herself and whether she in fact knew of the extortion. If the state plans to rebut the extortion theory of the defense, it is permissible as to that basis, but not for the truth of the matter asserted. If a limiting instruction needs to be given, it will be given as to that specific slide. You may continue.
The next one, Your Honor, I don't have a page number. Let me see if I can figure it out.
They are
I think
not
it's
prepared.
321. It's very small writing, and it involves text messages between Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson after Charlie Adelson's
Yeah, Wendy's
conviction.
next, and then what is her husband?
Again,
what is
the text messages by Donna
Donna's
Adelson
husband? No.
are fair game, but the text messages by Wendy Adelson are hearsay.
Ooh, I don't know.
And the timing of it is critical. It's after the verdict. It's actually the hours after the verdict in Charlie Adelson's case. So I'm not sure how it could be in furtherance of a conspiracy.
Stay.
Let's hear it. What are they? What does she say?
So I think that and we may be able to come to an agreement on this. I think that I'm going to, there's several messages between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson in this chain. I would only be using from when Donna Adelson says, prayer hands, you shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth. He protected his little sister from years. To your brother protected you for years, now you're not guilty. I wouldn't be offering anything after that. So I think the only thing Wendy Adelson says in the meantime is, I love you, call me if you can.
If that's all, then we're okay with that.
How about that? Let's move on.
Okay. The next one is page 324. So
We can come to an agreement on this one too.
we're on a roll here. So you're not using.
Do we need me any further? Call it a day?
I'm not going to use that one in the presentation.
Okay.
I tried to give them all the things that I could possibly use and have to try to whittle it down some.
Just to be clear, that's the Cellbrite with the website pages.
I will be using the website page for the non-extradition countries, but not the emotion.
Okay, we're good. That's all I have for now, Your Honor,
Very well.
on this issue.
As to slide 20, I will review the entire email chain and then make a ruling on it.
Oh, is she
Is
remarried,
Sergeant
Traja?
Corbett here?
Yes, he is.
You can go ahead and step down so we can take the witness.
I know, right? Celebrate. Well, that's what Alan Jackson would look like if he was bald. Oh. Well, that guy moved her to Austin.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dugan, I will allow you to inquire. The only thing that I would ask is that you hit the points that essentially were at issue in the last hearing. If there's other examination you have for the sergeant, you certainly may get into that as well.
Okay.
You may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you.
I mean,
All right, Sergeant Corbett, can you tell us your name, spell it for the record?
Certainly, it's Christopher.
you would think
Corbett, and
that's a
it's
given,
Corbett.
Madonna, but
Okay, I know you've provided testimony a lot of times in this court, but just for the record, can you tell us where you work and what you do there?
Certainly, I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department, and I supervise the technical operations unit.
Okay, and we're not going to be asking you for any opinions today, I don't believe, but just for the record, have you been qualified as an expert previously in the field of historical communication records analysis?
I have, yes,
And about how many times?
118.
Thank you. All right, so I want to go through a few different things that we see in your summary quickly, or types of things. One is going to be call detail record summaries. The next is going to be the plotting of location.
but look
The
at
next is going to be, I want to touch on your routes, something that came up earlier today. And
look
the
at
next
Gypsy
is gonna be
Rose.
emails and text.
I mean, people were lining up to
for
marry her.
summaries.
That's just
In
weird.
this case, did we receive phone records for Wendy Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine McVanwell, Louis Rivera?
Yes,
And did all of those phone records come from each party's respective carrier or phone company?
they did, yes.
Were each of them accompanied by a certification of business records?
They were, yes.
Are the phone records in this case voluminous?
Yes.
I mean, about how many pages are we talking about? Or just, I mean, hundreds, thousands, something like that, ballpark.
Ballpark is in the thousands. Just one set of records for Charlie Adelson is 4,400 pages, PDF pages. There's probably around 190,000 records that if you put to pages, approximately maybe 8,000. And that's, I think, on the
know.
low side.
And she's making
In
millions,
the summary
Donna. It's
that you
ridiculous.
prepared for the state, and a copy was. has been
She does
given
not
to
do
the
anything to
defense,
help
which is the
others.
Same copy that you were.
Really
focused on
sad.
A couple of weeks ago. In your summary, were you able to narrow the parties' communication?
I know, that's what I
by
think,
focusing
Donna.
on
I think
what
that trial
law
should have
enforcement
been
sees as
squashed.
Significant days in the planning and execution of this murder.
Yes, I was.
Now, in the presentation, do we see
call detail record summaries of communication between the parties?
You do, yes.
Okay, I will be right back.
I'm gonna mark this as states 1. I've shown it to defense counsel. This is just is this an example of one of the slides that shows the call detail record summary?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if I can publish to the court. Thank you.
Is there any objection to this exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted as a part of this motion hearing.
Thank you. All right, so in your presentation, do we see several call detail record summaries, just as we saw in Exhibit 1, throughout the presentation for the parties' communication on significant dates in the murder?
Yes.
All right, is Exhibit 1 an image of how those look?
Yes.
Is that how they look, though, when you get them from raw records from the phone company?
No.
What do you do to make them easier to read and put them in that format? How do you do that?
First and foremost is assembling all of them together into one database or one pool of information. We will assign names or subscribers to the numbers so that we can recognize which party is speaking with which party. We have to evaluate each of the events to determine if they are valid communication events or if there may be routing events or voicemail events, and those may or may not be included. We would remove duplicate events in a summary like that. If two parties or two subjects are speaking to one another, we would have both of those events. From one party's record, it would be outbound, the others would be inbound. So we would eliminate one side of that so that we could show that it was one communication between the parties. And then it would be assembled in something that's much easier to understand and read, which is the format that you had in your exhibit.
After each one of those call summaries in the presentation, or after most of them rather, are there slides that show photos of the parties with arrows depicting the communication and then showing who communicated with who, the time that happened, and the amount of time they spent on the call?
Yes.
Okay, and what I'm going to show you, or what I'm showing you, I'll label as states 2, is states 2, how those, an example of how those, I guess like a chart of the phone communication looks in the summary.
Yes.
All right, at this time I move states 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 2 is admitted at this time.
May I publish to the court at this time?
You may.
Now this chart with the heads that has the data about the communications, are all of those charts that appear in the summary, are all of those based on the data that we see in States Exhibit 1, the call summary? So are they based on the call summaries for each of those specific charts?
They are based primarily on call summaries. Some of those would also include maybe text messages from another source, an iCloud return or a Cellbrite report. There may be calendar entries and things like that, primarily from the call detail summaries.
Okay, meaning that that's going to track the communication, whether it be a text or an email, that occurred between the parties.
That's correct.
And then you're saying that some of the charts with the heads and the arrows, when it contains the content of a text, that content would be from a Cellbrite report.
It could be, yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether it was from a Cellbrite or from the call detail records, is all of that communication in those charts from voluminous records, whether it be from a Cellbrite or from a call detail record from a phone company?
Yes.
For some of the communication events, I'm now going to move on to the location data. For some of the communication events in the call detail records that you told us about are these voluminous records from the cell phone companies. Were you able to determine location data for some of those events?
Yes.
All right. And I know you've given the court explanations in the past of how you do that. Judge, do we need to talk through that today?
Just briefly, so
Okay.
it's part of the record for the motion hearing.
Thank you. Would you give us a brief summary of how you do that?
How I determine locations?
From call detail records. Yes.
So the call detail records themselves will generally contain, for most events, the location information in the form of the cell site or cell tower that the handset is communicating with for that particular event. From that, either directly in the records or from another key or cell site database, we would be able to determine the location of that cell site, where it physically is, plot that on a map, and then start to make some determinations about location. Generally, historical cell site analysis is about inclusion and exclusion, given locations, places, times, and ask if a handset could be consistent with being at that location based on the cell site that it's communicating with, or inconsistent with that location. In addition to the cell site, we're also generally provided a side or a sector of a cell site. Most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple
hey, China,
sides.
welcome back.
And so that helps us kind of further narrow down where a handset may or may not be.
How does your specialized training allow you to determine the location of a handset or the distance
I'm here.
from the
I'm
cell
just
site of a
stuffing
handset
my
that
face.
a layperson might not be able to?
There's obviously a significant amount that goes into that. First and foremost, locating the cell site, determining the accurate sector or side, determining the width of that sector or side, how many degrees or how far across on a clock, so to speak, that sector might cover. Evaluating adjacent cell sites or nearby cell sites to determine what the appropriate effective coverage area of that cell site may be, taking into consideration topography, buildings, bodies of water, other things that may affect that radio signal. And then again, ultimately determining if I believe that a handset could have been at a particular location at a particular time.
When you determine, or when you are able to determine location of handsets, do you plot the cell sites on a map showing the cell sites, the time that the phone was communicating with that cell site, and the sector that they were communicating with?
Yes, sometimes we don't need to be as granular as the sector, and so sometimes we only plot the cell site itself. That may be good enough for the point, or there are times, yes, that we will indicate the sector as well.
Okay, and do we see those maps throughout your summary?
You do, yes.
All right. Do you use other things besides just call detail records to help you determine the location of a handset or who may be operating a handset at the time of a certain communication?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, did you use, let's start with, are there some examples of text in this case?
Sorry, yes, Kirsten, we're watching
the
the motions hearing for Donna Adelson while we're on lunch break
Are some
from
of those
the
examples?
Buried in the Backyard trial.
Charlie McBanwan and Catherine.
They're going to do
Charlie
jury
Adelson and
selection next
Catherine
week for
McBanwan
Donna.
Are making plans to meet up, and do you help, or do you look
Sorry,
at that
I'm just
text
trying to
message
eat
help
something
you determine their location
off camera.
when you then look at the call records and maybe see evidence of a meetup?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Or if you see a text message that says outside your house, can that help you determine a party's location when you're looking at the call detail records to see if their location is also consistent with being outside the person's house?
Yes.
In the summary, we also have, in addition to texts that have location data, we also have traffic tickets, car rental agreements, GPS pings of a rental car, Premier Jim still shot from footage, bank records of Rivera showing a picture of him at an ATM. I guess were some of those, I guess like a bank record, could that be part of a voluminous record as well?
Yes.
Some of those arguably not part of a voluminous record, like a traffic ticket or a rental car agreement. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Why were those included though in your presentation? All those things that I just named, in addition to the text with location?
Again, the cell site analysis is about locations and times. So, for instance, the rental car agreement for the first rental car provides a location and a time. It's an address of the rental agency and a time that the car was rented. So this allows me to take that location and time and compare to the call detail records. I can look at the locations of the involved parties, to determine who was present, who drove to the rental car location, who did not. The citation afterwards, the location of the citation tells me that Mr. Garcia was in a different location than Ms. Magbanua, because we don't have Mr. Garcia's cell site locations in that time frame. So the location of the traffic ticket helps me understand that after the rental, he went somewhere different than she did. Helps me understand that at the time of the rental, where other parties were. Mr. Rivera was still at his home. Mr. Adelson was nowhere near. So we can determine again who was present, because that rental agreement gives me that location and time to compare records to. It's also the type of event. So it's a, picking up of a rental car. And so as we look at the call detail records and who may be communicating with who in that time frame, understanding generally how car rentals are conducted, knowing that Mr. Rivera or Mr. Garcia ends up with the vehicle, Ms. Magbanua takes him out there. It's presumable that they're both in the car together heading to that event. So I don't expect really to see communications between them, nor I might not expect to see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, because she would be in the company of Mr. Garcia. And then I know the date and time that the rental actually happened, and I would from that deduce when they separated. And then I start to see communications from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Adelson. Because now, again, based on how a rental car generally happens, she has dropped him off, he has the vehicle, and now she will be by herself in the car and free to communicate. So all of that together goes into the analysis, if that helps.
Okay. Does the documents that you just spoke about, along with the other car rental agreement and traffic ticket, GPS ping, the Premier Gym footage, the ATM picture, do those documents help you determine cell phone location and help you form your opinion on where the cell phones are and who was using them and put the communication around them in contact?
Yes, they're all locations and times that I can compare the records to. It's a validation of the records themselves. When I see someone in a picture or a video, I expect that their handset locations would be consistent with that. And if they're not, then there was an issue. In this case, they are consistent, so that's a validation of the records themselves. Yeah.
Okay. I was briefly going to touch on the routes, but now I'm remembering that that objection was withdrawn. Is the court requiring any questioning on the software he uses to route? Okay, thank you.
You may lay any record, though, you think is necessary.
Okay. At this point, I don't think any is necessary, but if it comes up later, we can.
They
Emails.
try that many
Email and
times,
text are the
LaDonna?
next thing
Yeah,
that I
Gwen
wanted to
is here
touch on.
somewhere.
In your presentation, are there several emails
probably gone to
involving
grab a bite.
statements by Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Were all of the emails provided by Google, which is the company that Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson use to service their email?
Yes.
Does that contain a business record?
I just spilled water all over my.
It does, yes.
Now,
I have to
why
refresh my
were
cell phone in this case, LaDonna, because
the emails included in this?
I don't remember all the details for this one.
They were included to illustrate the content, and as far as potential motive or events that were occurring at particular times.
Okay.
So watching this trial will.
Do the ones that were
definitely-
chosen involve Donna Adelson's interest in the custody battle and motive in this case?
Yes.
Are the amount of emails in this case from?
It'll be
Google
like I
related?
knew.
They are,
this
yes.
one.
About how many emails would you say that there are?
Wendy Adelson's account has over, I believe, 87,000. Donna Adelson's account is over, I believe, 57,000 individual emails.
Okay. And I'm just looking for a ballpark here.
Okay, keep
In
feeding me
your
details, LaDonna, because
draft of
honestly,
your
I really do not
presentation,
remember.
the same one you
I
were
just
proposed
know
on,
that this
about
was
how
a
many emails did we send?
family
to
affair.
Emails that we may.
I honestly do not
These are of
know.
interest to us and we may use in your presentation.
I know that he was
no more than 25.
taken out in
Okay.
his
Since then,
garage
have you
or
been
his
able to
driveway.
kind of whittle those down to a smaller number,
Yes, we have.
maybe 5 or 5 to 10?
Definitely less than 10, I think 5 or 6.
Okay. But despite how many we use in our presentation, are all of those from voluminous records?
They are, yes.
As far as we also have several text messages in your presentation that don't have anything to do with location. Earlier, I asked you about texts that had to do with location.
But I don't remember how
like,
they
let's
came
go to
up
your house
with
tonight or outside your house, things
the
like that.
family.
Are there several texts in your presentation that are from Charlie Adelson's iCloud or the cell rights from the phones seized in this case that don't have anything to do with location?
Yes.
All right, not going to go through them all, but do some that are going to be included in your summary, do some involve Donna Adelson's interest in Wendy Adelson's custody battle and venting to Charlie Adelson about that?
Yes.
Are there some that push back on a possible extortion defense?
Yes.
Are the total amount of text that we have in this case from Charlie Adelson's iCloud or from all of the parties' cell rights, are those voluminous?
They are, yes.
About how, I mean, ballpark, how many?
I believe from Ms. Adelson's phone, there's over 10,000 WhatsApp chats, 20-some thousand instant messages. Charlie Adelson's iCloud account is, I believe, well over 280,000 messages. Another
280,000
another
messages?
probably 10 or 20,000 text messages. They're kind of categorized separately, so we're in the hundreds of thousands of messages.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. So when I say text message, I mean any message communication as far as text, instant message, or WhatsApp. So thanks for clarifying that. And so that we've gone from, I mean, and how many would you say we've included in your presentation to show the jury at this point?
I haven't counted them. There may be less than 20 chats with, maybe, I would probably say less than 50 actual messages. But again, I have not tallied those up.
All right, but from tens of thousands to less than 50?
Yes.
Okay, and those are all speaking to specific issues in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions I have for him, Judge. If you wanted to, I can address any specific slide or document that you feel I didn't ask enough.
So
about
is
that
the
you
defense
were
trying
working
to
on?
not have this guy as the
Josh Vaughn, we
witness?
have an examination for the witness.
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. So, good morning.
Good morning.
So you testified that with regards to these detailed summaries, there's thousands and thousands of pages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But on the days that you're using, so in other words, I think Ms. Dugan showed you Exhibit 2, where you're doing the arrows. On those days, if you look at the call summary, it's less than 5 pages, right? Mostly 2 pages on most of those days.
For those days, the summary that you have may be a page or 2 pages. It took a significantly greater number of pages to get down to those 1 or 2, because again, if there's 5 or 6 subjects in that one summary, well, that's 5 or 6 subjects worth of records. And their records for a 3-day, 5-day period, maybe 20 pages each. So there's 100 pages to work down to get to just the unique communications
from
that
Charlie.
populate that 1 or 2 that's
These
in
are
the summary.
two totally
Let's get a
different
little
trials.
granular, okay? So you have one of those days is July 18, 2014.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you do a summary of that day. If you took all your call records of that day, would it surprise you? All of them. If you took the call records for Charlie Adelson, everyone you got, would it surprise you that it's under 15 pages?
For one day to be under 15 pages, it would not surprise me.
Right. Well, I'm telling you, it's under 12 pages.
Okay.
That surprise you?
No.
Okay, so
No.
that's not that voluminous, right?
But that's 12 pages to get down to 1. Right?
I get it, but I'm saying if you're putting in a document, in other words, if I use the emails as an example, or the text messages, Ms. Dugan brings up that there's 20,000 text messages, or 12,776 text messages. You can take my word for that. You're only using, though, let's say 8 text messages. I don't know what you're using, but let's say it's 8. How long are those 8 text messages that you're using? They're less than a page, right, each?
They could be, yes.
Okay. the emails that you're using, you've got however number of emails you're using here. Wendy Adelson's email account had hundreds of thousands of emails, I presume. Right?
Yes.
Okay, but each email that you're actually putting into evidence, do you know what the longest email is of the ones that you're putting into evidence in?
It would depend on how you format to print, probably not more than 4 to 6 pages.
Yeah, it's 6 pages, right? So the actual piece of evidence that's going to go back to the jury, which is the actual email, not the 100,000 irrelevant emails that no one cares about, but the actual document that's going to go back to the jury is 6 pages long, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Right? So we're talking about, and Ms. Dugan uses the word summaries, but these aren't summaries, right? These are just taking pieces of evidence that are already going to be in evidence and sticking it into a PowerPoint presentation, which is a way of persuading, right? A demonstrative, not a summary.
I would object to argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. With the location data that you're talking about, just centering on Donna Adelson, and I don't know if you have your records up there, so I'll just show you a page. Okay, and we can mark this as Defense Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing. This is page 271 of my version of your, I'm sure it's changed. You'll know this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Judge, may I approach?
Right.
So your expertise in doing this page, am I right that what you're basically doing is you're taking Donna Adelson's call record, you're seeing when there's an event, you're looking at what location on the call record the event hits, you're then going to a map that AT&T provides you, because it's AT&T in this case. You're then looking what the longitude and latitude is on that map, and then you're just plugging it on that piece of paper, right?
That is part of what I do, yes.
On that piece of paper, is that what you did?
You need to say this, Sergeant.
No, I don't think so, sir. Again, to start that, I have to go through, and this is combined. This is Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's records. So it's 2 sets of records. So I go through the records to find the relevant time frame, and there's 3 data sets for each set of records. There's voice calls, there's data sessions, and there's text messages. So I isolate out each of those 3 data sets for the 2 sets of records. And then I have to evaluate those records for what I consider to be valid location information. And so a number of records are eliminated based on my understanding and knowledge of AT&T records. A lot of those locations are eliminated so that I have valid locations to plot. So from that, each of the locations in the records have to be verified against a records key or some other database for me to make sure that the information provided in the records is accurate. And then that is plotted onto a map. And then from that, some estimation or determination about where the handset was during those events can be made.
Okay, let's try to simplify that. I know you like to make it a little bit more complicated than it is. But when you say you eliminate events, you eliminate them, for instance, when it says 0 seconds, correct?
0 seconds could be a factor.
Right? Why else do you eliminate? What duplicates, right?
In location information, the duration may play into the validity of data sessions. In particular, with these records at that particular time, not all the locations contained in the data sessions are accurate at the time. So I have to go in and evaluate each one of those to make sure that they are the correct usable locations for that. And I guess I'm not the one to determine how much expertise that takes, but I believe that it certainly requires it.
Well, on that piece of paper, which is all Donna Adelson's, everyone that relates to Donna Adelson looks like that, okay? So on that piece of paper, would it surprise you that all you needed to do for that piece
I
of
would
paper?
object to relevance to what would surprise him.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please
I'll
re-ask your question.
rephrase it. On that piece of paper, you can see those times directly on either Harvey Adelson or Donna Adelson's chart. You see a call or a text message.
Yes.
You go and you look at what time it is, right? It says 8:15 next to the call.
Correct.
And then to the right of it, it gives you a longitude and latitude
It does.
for each of these. And then you take an AT&T map and you plug in that longitude and latitude, which is what you did, right?
Well, I don't take an AT&T map. I take the mapping software that we use, the Esri mapping.
Fair enough. You plug in that longitude and latitude and it spits out a point to put a dot on a map, right?
It does.
And so even though it can be difficult, I'm not saying that there aren't examples that are difficult. In the ones that you're doing for Donna Adelson, it's on these pages. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as looking at the data, plotting it in, and doing dots.
Again, I don't know that I'm the one to quantify what is simple or difficult, but I will tell you that if you took her records and you plotted every event in that time frame, you would be plotting some incorrect locations. So it at least requires the recognition of valid locations at the very minimum.
So tell me, on that piece of paper, what events were invalid that you got rid of? Because I don't think there were any invalid on that piece of paper. I don't think there are any other cell site data that showed up. I think those are the only ones that showed up.
In that sequence, that travel sequence in those
Tell me
period
what you eliminated.
time, there are a number of data sessions, and I would have to be looking at the records themselves, that are continuous data sessions. And so they show locations, particularly from Mr. Adelson's cell phone, as I recall, of data sessions that originated at his office. And those data sessions continue to show the original location, even though the times increase. And so
You're talking about Charles Adelson.
I'm talking about Harvey Adelson.
It showed him at his office on that day?
It did, yes.
On July 18th?
As I recall, that
Are you sure about that?
I don't want to say office. There are, if I can look at the records, there are data sessions that originated earlier in the day that continue to show the original location.
Okay, let me ask you a more simple question. On the actual exhibit that you're using, which starts at 8:15, I think, it plots, I think, 4 locations. On those 4 locations, were there anything that you had to eliminate in between those 4 data points?
I don't recall specifically. I could look at the records and tell you, but I do not recall if there were other things.
Well,
in
do you
that
have the
time.
records in front of you?
I have my laptop. I could pull them up. It will take a minute, but
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh my gracious day. Well, this is a good indication of what the trial's going to look like, huh?
Judge, while he's getting his computer out, the court, my memory serves me, it seems like this line of questioning is Mr. Ashbaum's trying to inquire into his level of expertise and why does it require an expert to do this type of work. Did the court already, I believe the court already ruled at our last hearing that he would be able to testify as an expert, form an opinion as to locations of cell phones, all of the things we would
Is
be
she
offering
handcuffed, LaDonna?
for in that purpose.
That ruling was made. Ultimately, is this going to an opinion that he is not permitted to give in some way, Mr. Ashbaum?
No, I mean, I'm trying to show that there's no expertise in these particular documents. There might be in showing where Sigfredo Garcia's timepiece was, but that there is an expertise with regards to Donna Adelson's. And I'm using this to show that the documents that he has chosen here, or that the state has chosen for him, that it's a demonstrative. It's not a summary exhibit as iterated under the Florida statutes. Again, we're not arguing that the demonstrative can't be used, and we're not arguing that the underlying documents can't come in. We're arguing that his presentation is not a proper summary, but is rather a closing argument that shouldn't go back to the jury.
As to that point, I'll permit it, but let's not have a full cross-examination of the witness that goes beyond the issues as to the admission of the evidence.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Yeah, this feels like a full-on trial.
Sergeant Corbett, if it's difficult to pull up, we can move on to.
Not difficult. It will be a little time consuming again.
Let's move on. I think we've made the point.
Yeah, let's move on.
Sergeant Corbett, these emails and these text messages that you pulled, how were they chosen? Did you choose them?
I did not choose
I
them.
mean,
no.
they had to really want him to be gone to go through all of this.
They were ultimately chosen by the state attorney's office.
How
May I have
awful.
one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination for the sergeant?
No, sir.
You may step down, sir.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, can you imagine that your family is plotting your
In
demise?
addition to the argument that was made at the previous hearing, does either party have any additional argument to offer before the court rules?
Very briefly.
I mean, going through all this data is very,
Whoever's ready. You are the proponent, Ms. Dugan, so you
very
get the first
time
crack.
consuming.
All right, so we heard about several different types of items that are in the summary. The first is the summary of CDRs, and the example is states 1. We heard that those are pulled from.
Yeah, there's a lot of that
business
going on
records for certain periods of time.
these days.
Then we saw the charts that are basically a visual depiction of that communication that's but in a more digestible format for the jury. It's based on data from those call detail records, from the voluminous business records, and also from voluminous records in the Cellbrite. The only thing in the chart that is from Cellbrites would just be some charts have contents of text messages in there. All the rest are going to be calls back and forth with the time and the person making the call and the person receiving the call. But all of that information is based on the data, and we can't just give the jury all of these cell phone records and say, even if a certain day is 16 pages across 3 sets of records, and say, good luck. That's why the summary rule allows us to pull this information, put it together in a digestible format for the jury. The second type are the maps with the cell site locations. These are summaries of the parties' locations at certain times that are also pulled from the voluminous cell phone records. The same records that the call detail record summaries and the charts with the heads are pulled from. Other items like the premiered surveillance footage, the tickets, the texts that talk about a person's location, the bank records, the car rental agreements. All of those things are in the summary because they help Sergeant Corbett form an opinion on who had the handset at the time and where that handset was located. And they help verify the call detail records themselves. Finally, we heard about emails and text messages. The emails are business records from Google. These are voluminous records. They're being testified to by a sergeant who specializes in communication records. He has identified and verified these as being from these accounts. There are
I know, Kirsten,
thousands
it's
of
amazing
emails.
that these
We
people
have
are
We
lawyers.
found several emails, lots of emails that go to motive or go to the interest in the custody battle here. We're going to be using about a handful in the presentation. The same with the texts. These are maybe 50 texts narrowed down from hundreds and thousands that show certain relevant issues from this case, whether it be pushback on extortion or other things. And these are all pulled, though, the emails and the texts that aren't location data is what I'm talking about. They're all pulled from voluminous records, and they're all a summary of evidence showing a relevant issue from those voluminous records. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rashbaum.
Judge, you've seen their summary. Their summary is a closing argument. It's not a summary. It's a demonstrative. Our ask here is not a big ask. The underlying exhibits are going to go to the jury. They're not voluminous. The fact that there is a universe of text messages and they've chosen 10, 15, or 20 of them does not mean that they can make a summary of it. That's not how the rule works. They can put in the text messages, none of which, not one text message is voluminous in this case. Not one email is voluminous in this case. And by the way, the call records aren't voluminous because what they're going to put into evidence are they're going to put in the overall call records, and then they can put in, if they want, a subset of the call records. For instance, July 18th. They can put in those call records. They're literally less than 12 pages. Now, we're not suggesting that Sergeant Corbett cannot have a demonstrative that illustrates the issue, but to allow a 320-page document or whatever it's going to turn out to be, which is purely argumentative. I mean, they're taking text messages and homes and cell locations, and they're all making an argument of what it means, is precisely what the court in Pete Incorporated v. Vanguard 378 F3rd
Yeah, I would too, Kirsten.
1154 cautioned against. When it said, because summaries are elevated under Rule 1006 and also Florida Statute.
I'd let all the
90.9
gray show.
the
I'd look
position of
pathetic.
evidence, care must be taken to omit argumentative matter in their preparation, lest the jury believe that such matter is itself evidence of the assertion.
I'd look like that lady right
That's what
there,
they're doing here, Your Honor.
doing
They're
whatever she's
putting a
doing on that
closing
little.
argument. They're trying to put his demonstrative as a
Might be
summary
pink.
exhibit of a closing argument to go back to the jury. That shouldn't be allowed. And so, Judge, we're not asking that a demonstrative not be used. We're not asking that the underlying documents don't come in, but we're asking that the exhibit be a demonstrative exhibit, that does not go back to the jury.
May I briefly respond, Judge?
So briefly, it will tickle my ears and we'll move on.
There is no
Oh, like
evidence
this judge.
in any of these slides. This is all data and information from the records. There's plenty of evidence in this case that is not in this presentation that would be in a closing argument demonstrative. This is not a closing argument demonstrative.
Judge, may I briefly respond?
Let me set my watch.
Oh my
It's
God.
11:02 and 32 seconds. By 11:03, you will be done.
Argument is when you plot lines on a map and then you take a text message and you put it next to a house and you put it all together. That's argument. That's using data to make an argument. That is the definition of argument.
Within time. Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right. As to the rulings on this matter, the court has previously ruled that Sergeant Corbett can be qualified to testify to the interpretation of historic communication data. The summary will be available to the state as a demonstrative in front of the jury. Also, in researching this matter, I came across a recent case of the 3rd DCA dealing with summaries, which I believe has a relevant ruling to this matter. This is EJD Construction Contractors and Investment Corporation versus Preston, found at 306 Southern 3rd, 1053. And ultimately, the 3rd DCA held when a summary is accurate and not misleading, it can be properly admitted during trial. The summary may also include opinions by the individual preparing the summary, as long as the opinion is based on the underlying evidence and data that is admissible. To that point, the court will permit a summary to be admitted to the jury. However, the summary may include a page cross-referencing all voluminous records or state exhibits that Sergeant Corbett used in forming his opinion, his method of analysis, and the conclusions that he reached.
I definitely
or
don't
any
think she's
inferences which may be properly drawn from the
oblivious,
evidence.
Kirsten.
The summary is not to include any cumulative repetition
But I know some
of
psycho
admitted state
grandparents, so
exhibits, and this is specifically
Psycho
going to
grandmas.
matters such as emails, text messages, videos, things of that nature. Any inadmissible information or any opinion the witness is not qualified to give. This is going to cut down the pages that actually go back to the jury, but a summary that is based on the voluminous records and exhibits and the opinion that was reached by the sergeant that is proper and meets the definition of a summary pursuant to 90.956 will be permitted. Any additional objection that needs to be raised at the time it is offered, the defense may raise at that point. Do the parties need any clarification on the ruling?
No, sir.
And just so it's clear, as far as the call record summaries, and I believe the arrow charts, those will be permitted as far as being in the summary itself. The location maps, that will be permitted as well. But again, all of the other matters that are not voluminous themselves, such as any emails, text messages, or videos, it can be cross-referenced as to what the sergeant used, but it will not be a part of what is admitted. The demonstrative itself, though, can be used as the state would like to use it. Ultimately, for that, if there are any inadmissible items that still need to be ruled upon, I believe slide 20 is the only one outstanding. I will give you a ruling on that matter before it is to be used even as the demonstrative. There are no questions. We are finished at this time. I will see everyone on Tuesday morning at 8:30, and we will begin with the jury selection process. The process will be, as we did in the last trial, going through the same 5 questions dealing with pretrial publicity and any hardship. The parties will be permitted to examine the prospective jurors based on the court's questioning. Anything that we need to address before we finish?
Nothing from the state.
Judge, there is just one scheduling issue.
Go ahead.
And look, maybe trial will go quicker. I'm hoping it does, but based on what I'm seeing, October 3rd is Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish holiday. And just wanted to see.
I believe the court is closed on that day.
Perfect. And I'll sit down now.
I'm not going to make you work on a holiday, Mr. Rauschenbaum. Yes, ma'am.
So no court on October 3rd.
For Monday, let me go through that then based on the chart that I have with Lynn. If it's not related to this, then we're just going to finish up. We're in recess at this time. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, so they're going to start jury selection next Tuesday, which is, that's the 17th. And they're supposed to go to trial, I think the 30th. Is that what they said? Or are they going to start as soon as jury selection's over? So, so you all think Wendy knew about this? Is that everybody thinks Wendy knew? Yeah, China, you think so? I think that she definitely poked the bear. So I know what it's like to work, to have psycho grandparents. So I can definitely see where her mother would do this. Because grandparents, man, that is a whole other beast right there. It is amazing what some people will do and go out of their way to do to get their grandchildren. Yes, she is a very controlling person, LaDonna. I definitely agree with that. and it's her way or the highway. Like she rules the roost. And I think if her husband was not a part of it, which is, it's kind of wild because I know he says he wasn't a part of it, but he may have been an unwitting part of it. Because I don't know how he couldn't have known anything. Do you think he just didn't know anything? I don't know. I don't know enough about the case, to be honest. I honestly don't know. I've seen the 48 hours or the 2020 or whatever about it. I did not watch Charlie's trial, to be honest with you. I think I saw bits and pieces, like the recaps. But that's not one of the trials that I was watching, so I honestly don't know a whole lot. Yeah, I just feel like, how can you be, I don't know, maybe you, yeah. I mean, and I've been in that situation, so I know how the woman can definitely, it can be the driving force and be the ruler. I mean, and it can be, she could be using his money. And a grandmother, I'm telling you, man, they're unstoppable when they want to be. 18. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you all the questions, LaDonna, because I honestly don't know enough about this trial. I have seen some of the interrogation interviews. I saw the boyfriend at the time, because I know that I did watch that testimony, because they were trying to put it off on the boyfriend. When Wendy's boyfriend at the time, he's similar looking to Dan, if I remember. But she was trying to put it off on him. Wasn't he a professor too? Because it was pretty shocking that they were trying to blame him. Which part, Kirsten? I was talking about grandparents. Like you can never underestimate grandparents. And a grandmother. A grandmother will go above and beyond to get what she wants. And sometimes a grandfather will just have to follow along. Like the husband just follows along and is an unwitting partner, just along for the ride. Which is what I find kind of strange, is I don't know if is it Harvey? Is that her husband's name? I feel like he may have known, but didn't know. Yeah, sorry. Well, her jury selection starts next week, Kirsten. Yeah, my son's grandmother was like that. She was evil. So, I know a grandmother can be like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and go off the rails and do insanity stuff. And when they have never ending money and no people, like this woman clearly did, like they can do anything. So I can definitely see. But I think Wendy, she clearly poked. I mean, Wendy didn't have anything, did she? I know you don't, LaDonna. I'm afraid of LaDonna, man. I think LaDonna would like put a spell on me or something. She'd be like, be gone. Oh yeah, I think for sure that's like she went crying to mommy and daddy and she got exactly what she wanted. I just don't know where you go from like, well, I can't say that because anybody, I believe anybody can turn into a red rummer given the right circumstances or what that person believes is the right circumstances. But I just don't know how you would go from like you said, LaDonna, 3 strikes and you're out. Like if you tried that many times, you would think you would just give up already. Like it can't happen. Like there's something telling you, like God is telling you, stop it. Oh, that's cool. Where's he from? Kirsten? I don't know what we have going on next week. I have to look up. Let me see what I wrote down in my handy dandy notebook. Let's see. Oh dang, we got trials running into each other. Y'all, we have so many trials in October. We have Donna Adelson, we have Sarah Boone, we have Daniel Penny and the Delphi case. All of these cases are running together. So many. I mean, I think he has to know, right, Kirsten? I just don't know how much. Like, did he put blinders on? Or did he know after and just kind of was like, okay, I don't know what to do with this information, but now it's too late. So, yeah, we have a lot of trials going on at the same time. So we're going to have to be like trial jumping. Because we can't miss Sarah Boone. Actually, let me check and see. I mean, yeah, because Donna, I don't know, Donna probably does have some of her own money, but I'm sure, let me look up Sarah Boone and see what's happening with her, because I want to see if her attorney's still sticking around. Oh, have fun, China. Let's see. Oh, Donna was an attorney? Really? Well, that's rich, right? Well, she wasn't poor. Well, yeah. I mean, you know what? They probably were like, look, let us do it because you have to keep the kids. Like we can't, they probably, definitely let her do it. Yeah, but just, he's still involved if he gave the money. I mean, that whole family is going to have to go down. Those poor kids are not going to have anybody. And that's why they live here now. I wonder if they've changed their name. So I guess Sarah Boone still has her attorney. They just they're filing motions to obviously exclude the video evidence. But they don't have much longer because her trial is coming up. All right, we're going to be back. Oh, that's so cool, Kirsten. I know you're excited. Make sure I have the... I guess they had another outburst in the Young Thug trial. I don't know what for. That trial needs to go away. It's on day like 3 million. Jesus will come back before that trial ends. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Kirsten. Some people are like that. That's really sad too, Trial Junkies, that his family probably does not get to see the kids at all. And that's very sad. Oh, I mean, they would have to change their names because they couldn't live with that name. People would know. I mean, that's just sad. It's so sad. But I just did see something pop up on my YouTube feed that said she was living in Austin. I did not know that till today. So clearly you can't hide completely. Yeah, Kirsten, some people are super judgmental about that stuff. So I mean, if it's to each their own. It's not really like LaDonna, are you talking about your sandwich? Y'all have inside jokes. I don't know what y'all are talking about. But as long as it's not keeping me in line, that's all that matters. Man, I might have to send this laptop back. Yeah, I mean, the card thing is like you don't decide which cards to flip. They just kind of flip. There are whatever you flip over. Oh, I don't want it on Paterno time, whatever that means. Oh, no, that is right. Oh, just kidding. They're late. They're really late. Hey, Brandy. I know. I was looking at I was just sitting here going, I need to return this laptop because I thought the time was wrong. But they're very late. No, that's what I asked you. If you can hear over my Neo. Now I gotta stand up again. Man, that dog is barking at the lawnmower man. He hates dump trucks and lawnmowers, weed eaters. Oh, Donna. Yeah, she's definitely controlling. Oh, man. I lost a Keanu. I wonder if they're waiting on a witness or something. I mean, yeah. Boo-boo. Yeah, if you think about it, Wendy came out on the winning end of this deal. She got rid of her ex. Her brother took the fall. Her mama's taken the fall. I mean, she's moved on with her life. She's doing great. Oy vey. Okay. Let me look what that was that she lives here in Austin.
All right, we're back on the record in case number 2020 CF 2361. Reconvene after lunch. Will the parties present please identify themselves for the record?
Nick Winship for the state.
Rick Buston on behalf of the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Lori Shaver. Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
All right, Ms. Shaver, you remain sworn. Any preliminary matters before we call the jurors back in?
Just a couple matters.
Okay.
Oh.
We didn't raise a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Yes, sir.
Because that's such a sensitive matter with the district court, I just want to make sure I have all issues on that. We had filed multiple motions with regards to this cause. There had been a motion to exclude any reference to the sale of any firearms. We had cited the authority in there, Agathis and some other authority, to prevent any discussion about that. The court declined to grant that, and there was discussion about that. There was issues about the handwritings, the cards that Ms. Townsend testified to. We filed a motion to exclude those on the basis that there was nobody here to authenticate them as to any writing in the form of handwriting analysis. The court declined to grant that, and those cards were discussed. There was a motion to exclude the digital data that was extensive in this case. There was an extensive setup as to the authority and the proper predicate. No predicate was laid in this case, and the court just authorized the use of a business record. With regard to that motion as well, there was a case of Chanel cited within it, talked about when data is passed from one corporate entity into another, there has to be an analysis to the reliability from one corporation to the next. There was no such analysis, and the court permitted introduction of that. Let's see. There was previously a Williams rule notice that was filed in this case. I understand the ruling of that decision. What we had asked, though, was that the minor child be able to talk a little bit more in detail about specific acts of misconduct, and as much that it shaped her reaction and motive as to this cause and why she felt the need to exercise self-defense. Looking at the self-defense jury instructions and the standard instructions, counsel would point out to the court there is a section in there that deal with prior bad acts and the instructions themselves. We've presented to the court a proposed instruction and have outlined the relevant acts in this case that would be subject for consideration. We still ask that those bad acts be considered in a different format, which we anticipate to introduce in this matter through the introduction of the testimony of Isabel Shaver. But I just want to add those to the motion for judgment of acquittal to remain subject.
Yes, sir. Is there anything from the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, the prior judgment on the motion for judgment of acquittal stands. The motion is respectfully denied.
The defense would first call Adam Narvaez.
All right, well, we'll call the jurors in first, but are there any specific issues concerning that witness?
Just the issues, Your Honor, the pretrial.
Sir?
I addressed the defense.
Yes, sir. Okay, nothing additional then. All right, then we'll call the jurors back in.
We're calling witnesses before the jury's in there.
Thank you. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after lunch. Defense, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Please record.
You're not
Yes,
gonna
sir.
ask them if they talked about anything
Adam Narvaez.
Okay.
during lunch? Like we did, we talked about everything. Yeah, Wendy's living the dream right now.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
LaDonna, Lori is going to go to jail and seduce corrections officers. Let's bet on
Please
how
state
many
and spell
corrections
your full
officers
legal name.
get fired.
Narvaez, ADAMNARVAEZ.
All right, please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear
Let's
or
bet.
affirm that
Is this
any
the guy that
testimony
she
you
had an
give
affair
today
with too?
shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Narvaez, I say Narvaez, I think you say
Narvaez.
Narvaez. Okay. And you've
I'm
spelled
glad
your
you're going to
name
get
on
to
the
see
record.
him, Kirsten.
Let me ask you, what do you do for a living?
Right now, I entrepreneur. I own several businesses.
What are such businesses?
I own a construction company, granite countertop company, a real estate investment company.
Do you know the Shavers?
I do.
Oh, is this the
How
cop?
do you know the Shavers?
I met Lori through Travis, who's an employee of mine, several years ago.
Does
Hold on, let me
Travis
put
work
this
for
on.
you?
Yes, sir, he does.
Does Lori work for you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Do you have any extended relationship with that family?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years now. You know, as you can imagine, specifically with Travis, it's, you know, Monday through Friday, every single day. Yeah.
What does Travis do for you?
Gosh, Travis does a little bit of everything. He's definitely one of my lead guys for Legacy Construction, kind of a project manager.
And does Lori Shaver work with
Yes, sir, she does.
you? Are you familiar with the other residents of that family?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you remember when, do you have any recollection of when Lori was arrested on this case?
Vaguely, very, very rough with dates, but vaguely.
Did you have the occasion subsequent to her arrest to speak to Adam, any of the family members?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the occasion to speak with Isabel Shaver?
I did.
Without discussing the contents of that conversation, did it raise any concern in your mind?
They did.
And did the concern direct your attention towards the need for independent counsel?
Absolutely.
Were you at any time involved in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I was. I was a deputy sheriff.
Deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
Approximately 4 years.
Now, aside from the work relationship, do you have any other relationship or knowledge of this family?
Yeah, we attend some of the same church together. Travis and I go to the same men's meetings together.
When Isabel relayed the information to you that she did,
Yes, sir.
I had filed a motion to retain an independent counsel for her.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. This witness's testimony.
If you'll allow me to proceed just a
Overrule,
moment.
please proceed.
There was a financial need in that case for Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody support that need?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I did.
You were willing to take on that financial responsibility?
Absolutely.
And that was Miss Johnson, correct?
Correct.
Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem on behalf of Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the reputation in the community about Travis or Lori Shaver?
Yeah, I mean, and in full transparency, I mean, I realize now that this case has gone on for almost a decade, and I wasn't aware of that when I had first met Travis, or when Travis first came to work with me. I don't think necessarily that he was trying to hide it, but it's
Very well.
Sustained.
Let's direct your attention in this manner. Do you know their reputation in the community for truthfulness and veracity?
Truthfulness, absolutely. Veracity, yes, but truthfulness for sure.
As to Travis?
Absolutely.
As to Lori?
As far as I've known her, yes, sir. I've never had any reason to doubt anything.
As to Isabel?
Absolutely.
Very well. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. State? Yes, sir.
All the information you talked about regarding Ms. Johnson being appointed to deal with Isabel, that all happened well after Lori Shaver was arrested in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, any follow-up? Okay. And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
No, you'll be on standby.
So this
All right,
is
sir.
the guy that the daughter supposedly told
All right, sir.
that
You're released
she
from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for the hearing.
got rid of her
The
dad.
next witness.
He is the ex-police officer that went out on his own business ventures and employed Lori and her husband. And he's the one who told that the daughter said what she did. And this judge said that he couldn't say that on the stand, which is why he didn't say what she actually said, because it's hearsay. But he paid for her daughter to have an attorney.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Richard Donald Connor Jr., Connor.
Okay, first name Richard?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today
I mean,
shall be the truth, whole
she's been
truth, and
sleeping
nothing
around
but
with
the truth, so
everybody
help you
else.
God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Just state your name for the record once again.
Richard Donald Connor Jr.
Mr. Connor, I believe you just retired, correct?
Yes.
Before you retired, you took on this case.
Yes.
It's been going on for a while.
Yes.
Tell the jury why you were retained.
I practice digital and computer forensics, and that includes examining data that's stored online, say with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, whatever. And I was retained to examine some data that had been provided in discovery to the defense in this case.
Have you been trained in that area?
Yes.
Have you testified in courts of law as a special skilled witness in that area?
Yes.
Counsel? Judge, if I could show the witness
Yes, sir.
was marked as Defense Exhibit A for this hearing. You recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you're looking at.
It's a copy of my CV.
And that's your curriculum vitae, correct?
Yes.
Does it express therein your training?
Yes.
Does it express therein the trials that you've testified in?
Yes.
Does it testify the period of time in which you've testified and been experienced in this field?
It lists all the cases that I've testified in and the year in which, I think the year in which I testified in them.
He's an IT specialist, Brandy.
We'd move Defense Exhibit A into identification as Defense 1, I believe, Tess.
Any objection?
The CV itself is hearsay. I have no objection. Mr. Connor told me to jury about his credentials. The CV itself is hearsay.
Judge provides a narrative for summary for the jury as the state has issued in narratives in this case. In their case in chief, it's an aid and assistance for the jury instead of Mr. Connor going through each page in each case and matter that he's been involved.
And the hearsay issue, what's your response to that?
Yeah, it's a summary instead of him just reading it to the jury, just like the state has admitted summary testimony through their witnesses.
State. Sidebar, please.
I don't know why he is doing this. Nearly every expert that gets on the stand, they have to go through what makes them a dang expert. And then you have to say, can this person be accepted as an expert? Every expert, we have to sit there and listen to their long drawn out history of why they're an expert. Thanks, Kirsten.
Reviewing that document, can you give a summary of the trial matters that you've been involved in and the issues raised therein?
I don't know what he's going to say.
In trials, depositions, and hearings, about 170, 180 cases. State court, federal court, arbitrations, criminal cases, civil cases. In criminal cases, I've done all kinds of murders, child pornography, theft, fraud, drugs, kidnapping, hacking, endless types of cases. In the civil cases, there are even more variety. I'd have to go through them one by one, but it's all over the board, all different kinds of cases, examining all different types of electronic data, usually in computers, hard drives, phones, online, cell phone location data, things of that nature. So like I said, about 180 different cases that I've testified in since 2006.
It's actually not very
Qualified
many.
to render an opinion in those cases.
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask the court to accept Mr. Connor as a special skilled witness and able to render an opinion in this cause.
Any objection? Without objection, the request is granted.
Okay. Mr. Connor, your experience and computers, were you supplied information in this case to review as it pertains to Lori Shaver?
Yes.
And did you review all that?
Yes.
Okay. You and I had discussions about it, correct?
Yes.
And let's first and foremost clarify, and we have a technological person on this jury, but let's discuss for clarification for everybody else. When we hear the word IP, what is that reference?
Internet protocol. It generally refers to an IP address. Every device that connects to the internet has to have what's called an IP address, and that's what that refers to.
Okay. When somebody goes onto the internet, for instance, do they get a new IP address with each communication, or is there some attachment to the message to identify it?
So the IP address is assigned by your internet provider. So at home or in your office, if you have, say, Comcast, you'll have a modem that allows you and the devices in your home to connect to the internet. And they all go through that modem. And Comcast will assign the IP address to that modem.
Is
So
it
anybody
already
within
tomorrow?
that house, whether it's you,
I want to
your
watch that one.
spouse, your kids, or whatever, they're all going to share the same IP address provided by Comcast. On your cell phone, it's basically the same. And if you have your cell phone and you open your browser and you search for a local restaurant to eat at, I have an AT&T phone, so AT&T is providing me with an IP address to get on the internet and run my search for local restaurants.
And I think this case, you saw CenturyLink.
At 8?
Yes.
That was the router or the phone service that provided the IP addresses, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you see anything, any certificate of authentication for those documents that came back on CenturyLink?
I don't recall.
Now, when these IP address registration that are held by the corporations, do they expire at time? Do they disappear?
So most an ISP is an internet service provider. In this case, CenturyLink, Comcast, AT&T, whatever, and they keep track of who. I'm talking about homes now, not so much cell phones. They keep track of who they assign IP addresses to, but they only keep that information for a limited period of time, normally 1 or 2 years. And then after that, they get rid of it and they don't have it anymore. So they generally have it, but only for a relatively short period of time, of 1 or 2 years.
For a crime that is alleged to have occurred back in 2014, 15, back in that era, were there any IP traceable addresses that existed?
In this case, no. The requests have been made more than outside the retention period. So a request was made to CenturyLink saying who were these IP addresses assigned to, and CenturyLink responded, "We don't have those records anymore. It's too much time has passed."
And Facebook, do those IP addresses expire over time?
Not in the same way. Facebook, as long as your account is open, will maintain whatever data is in the account. If you close your account or it becomes inactive, I think after a certain period of time, they'll get rid of what they have. But as long as the account is open, then they will not delete anything.
Now, when you have like a Facebook account, does it have to link or be connected to CenturyLink to be able to trace the data where it came from?
What channel is it on?
No, what
again?
happens is Facebook, part of the data that they maintain is the IP addresses used to access the account. So when the search warrant is issued to Facebook, and one of the things they'll provide is a list of the IP addresses that are contained within their records of that were used to access the account, the subject of the search warrant.
When you looked at the records in this count, or let me rephrase that question. Without an accurate IP address or one that had expired, are you able to trace the IP address to a IP physical residence?
In this case, no. That's where the expired records come in. Normally, if say the case happened last week and we subpoenaed Facebook today and they came back and said this is the IP address used to access that account, and we can look it up and see it's a CenturyLink IP address owned by CenturyLink. So they would then send a search warrant or subpoena to CenturyLink and say who had that IP address on the date and time identified by Facebook. And then CenturyLink would come back and say it was me or whoever, and the address of 123 Main Street in Tavares. So that's how we would know that the modem at that address is the one that was used to access the Facebook account. In this case, CenturyLink said, it's been too long, we don't have the record, so I cannot tell you what address
Okay.
that IP address was assigned to back in 2015 or whatever.
And if they could trace it without that, they couldn't trace it to the residence, correct? I think you just testified to.
Correct. So, like I said, the IP addresses are assigned by the providers. We know with CenturyLink, we don't know who CenturyLink had assigned that IP address to. So it could have been any of their customers anywhere.
Is it fair to say, without being able to trace it to a physical location, you're unable to trace it to the individual at that location?
Correct. We don't have the location, so we don't know who the individual was either.
Is it likewise true and accurate to say if you can't trace it to the location or the individual, you can't trace it to the device?
Correct. There may be other data maintained by Facebook that might identify devices used to access the account, but right, CenturyLink has nothing to identify the device either, I think is what you're asking.
In this case, reviewing the digital data, did you see anything that would trace any digital data to Lori Shaver in this matter?
No, like I said, CenturyLink did not have records anymore, so that's a dead end in this case.
If a device and somebody is accessing Facebook, are they able to do it in remote locations?
Yes, wherever you have access to the internet, you can access the internet, including Facebook.
Are you able to hack it in another country?
Yes,
Are you able to hack it in another state?
yes,
Are they able to be hacked and gain access?
it's been known to happen.
If you have knowledge of the password of the account, can you gain access?
There's a good chance, yes.
If there's more than one person inside a residence, can the person use the same router and gain access to that account?
Yes, like I said earlier, the IP address is assigned to the modem or the router in the house, and everybody in the house goes through that modem. So if a search warrant's executed at the house and there's 5 people living there, unless there's other facts in the case, there's no way to know which of the 5 people or which device was being used because the CenturyLink would only identify the IP address of the modem.
If law enforcement can't account for all the individuals that passed through the house and had access to the router as well, or the browser, are they able to access accurately who was on the internet at any specific point in time?
No, not in this case because we don't know the address, so we don't know who was at the address because we don't know the address.
Is one individual capable of going on to another account, another person's account, and posting images of another individual on Facebook?
That's possible, yes.
Is anybody able to be within the vicinity of a router at a residence and be able to gain access to it?
Yes, I've had cases like that where somebody's short on money and they go to their neighbor in the next house or an apartment upstairs and say, hey, can I bum off your internet? And they say, sure, and give them the name and password. And so as long as you're within range of the signal, somebody sitting in their car in the street, maybe a house next door or somebody else in the apartment building, if they know how to get into they know your username and password, they can access your internet, yes.
From a technological perspective, when we hear the word cache associated with a computer,
Cash.
Do you know the meaning of that word, or am I?
Cache.
Cash.
Cache
Cache.
is temporary data stored on a device. So an example is a web page. When you access a web page normally in your browser, it will cache a copy of that web page so that if later today or tomorrow you go back to that website, it'll actually pull up the cached copy because that's quicker while it checks the actual website for any changes, and then it'll update it. So it's temporary data stored on your device. It essentially is what cache is.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's the thing. You can turn off your location services. You can go in incognito mode.
Thank you. State?
But she didn't do any of that stuff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon.
She wasn't that smart. And not only that, but you can't.
Provider is the company that provides the internet access to a house or a business, right?
Yes.
In this case, it's Century.
Yes.
Spectrum, Verizon, who knows?
Correct.
An IP address is an internet.
Yeah, and there are ways that
Yes.
you can hide your IP address. I mean, my gosh, look at the dark web. There are ways you can do
Yeah,
that,
the
but
IP
she did not do that.
4
She's
system.
not smart.
We're moving to the 6 system now or whatever. Yes, you're correct.
She wasn't that smart.
No.
Yes.
Like 71.49.11.12.
Yes.
That's an address that is assigned to a particular address or a particular location by the internet service provider to give that location internet access.
Yes.
Kind of like a street address that's unique to my house.
Yes.
That internet service provider can change the IP address assigned to that particular house for various reasons, right?
Yes, it's called a dynamic IP address. Most residents have a dynamic one, and it can change. Nobody knows when, but yes, it can change.
It can be the same for a month or 2 months or 6 months, and then they can change it for some reason.
Correct.
That's up to the internet service provider, whatever they do and why they do it.
Correct.
So let's assume I get internet service through Spectrum at my house. Normally, the service provider, Spectrum, would assign me a modem, right?
Yes.
And that's the device that allows the internet to come into my house.
Yes.
Normally, they would assign also a router, right?
Yes.
And a router is a device that allows multiple devices inside a house to connect to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
Every single one of those devices in the house that's connecting to the internet is going to have the same IP address assigned to it, correct?
On the internet side of the equation, yes.
That is what allows me to connect with my cell phone, my laptop, my wife to have her cell phone or her laptop on connecting to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
All those devices that are connected to my network are going to have the same exact IP address.
Yes.
So let's assume if you come over to my house for dinner, we're finished with court, and you come up and you have dinner with my wife and I. You bring your phone, and after dinner, I log on to my Facebook account and I post a picture. You log on to your Facebook account and you post something, hey, Rich made a great dinner tonight. Because you are on my network, you and I will have the same IP address assigned to that Facebook post, correct?
Yes. The IP address for both postings will be the same.
And if you left my house and drove down the road such that you couldn't connect to my network anymore, and you went on Facebook, you would be assigned a different IP address.
Correct. Correct.
Because you're no longer in my close proximity to my network to be able to access it and use my IP address.
Correct.
Now, if somebody remotely from China hacks into my Facebook account and posts a picture on my Facebook account, that's going to log a different IP address than the one assigned to my house, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Because that person would not have access to my network and wouldn't share the same IP address that I normally use.
Yes, in the scenario you're giving us, correct.
Now, conceivably, we asked for, you issue legal service and search warrant to Facebook. They send the information back to the requester, and that sometimes contains, if requested, all the IP logs associated with the Facebook account.
Correct.
You've seen those records plenty of times, right?
I have.
You reviewed those records and relied on the authenticity of those records in coming to your opinions.
Yes.
Then, assuming we now have the Facebook IP records associated with, say, my account, conceivably, we could then find out through Spectrum, my service provider, where that IP address, the physical IP address, was assigned to, what location.
Yes, if it's within the year, yes.
Assuming not too much time has elapsed.
Correct.
In this case, because the body wasn't found for several years and the request wasn't made, CenturyLink did not have those physical address links to the IP address. Because too much time has passed.
Correct. The records have been destroyed or whatever.
You talked a little bit about if someone was in range of a network, they could kind of pirate that network and let sit outside the driveway and access a person's network and post things, right?
Yes.
That would require that person to, A, be close enough to the network to be able to have a signal.
Correct.
B, know the password of that network to even get into it.
Correct.
Would you agree that in this case, the location, the Shaver residence, was in an incredibly rural area, was it not?
To be honest, I have no idea.
So if someone lives on a 5 or 10 acre plot, the chances of somebody sitting outside the driveway and having access to a network is very slim. Would you agree?
It would be, yes, much less slim than in a normal residence neighborhood.
If I live in an apartment complex.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Facebook. In order to access Facebook, somebody would either need the password associated with the account, right?
Yes.
Or access to a device that was already logged into Facebook such that you could access the Facebook account, right?
Yes.
So right now, you would not be able to access my Facebook account through your phone because you don't know my password.
Correct.
Conceivably, my Facebook account wouldn't already be up and active on your phone.
It's not.
Turning to this case, you reviewed the Facebook records of both Lori Shaver and Michael Shaver's accounts, correct?
Correct.
Those records that you reviewed look like all the other Facebook records that you have reviewed in your career.
Yes, yes.
You had no reason to doubt that they came from Facebook or they were authentic.
Yeah, I don't deal with the authenticity part, but yeah, they look like other Facebook records I have seen in other cases.
The Facebook records that you reviewed of Michael Shaver's account had personal information about Michael Shaver, pictures of him, the kids, things like that, or is that beyond your scope?
I was not focusing on that content. So yes, there may have been some, but if you asked me what, I could not tell you.
He was like, I just looked at the IP address, man. I don't know.
Facebook provided IP addresses for activity associated with Michael Shaver's account, right?
Correct.
As well as IP addresses for activity associated with Lori Shaver's account.
Correct.
You have reviewed those IP address histories, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually reviewed them with Mr. Camuccio before on certain instances, right?
Yes.
Okay. The jury's been inundated with Facebook IP address information, so I'm just going to ask you a couple very simple pointed questions. Would you agree that over the 2-year period of records, there were multiple times where Lori Shaver's Facebook IP addresses were the same as Michael Shaver's IP addresses?
Yes. I don't remember Within a short period of time, yes. I don't know. Was it?
Within minutes of each other.
I think that's correct.
And those instances happened throughout that 2-year period of time of records, right?
There were multiple such instances.
That would indicate, if they're both sharing the same IP addresses, that the device or devices used to log into those two accounts were located in the same proximity to each other.
They would have been connected to the same router, I would think, yes.
So it was a house router, they would likely both be in the house.
Yes.
Now, conceivably, the same person could have logged into both accounts if that person knew the password or had a device that was already logged in and done the postings on both accounts.
That's possible.
So my wife and I are in my house sharing our same router, sharing the same IP address. She takes my phone and posts. That would share the same IP address as mine.
Yes.
So you just debunked your own.
There were instances in Michael Shaver and Lori Shaver's Facebook
You might do that to close
that
out
showed
the
them sharing the same IP address
questions.
up until even November 2017, towards the end of the records.
I don't recall the dates, to be honest.
You know that there were multiple times though.
Yes.
It wasn't an uncommon thing.
There were multiple times.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Oh.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, question or two. Councilman was asking you questions, hypothetical questions about access to accounts, two accounts at or about at the same time. Is it plausible somebody could be at a Starbucks, for instance, accessing both accounts?
Yes, again, connected to the same modem. So whether it's a house, Starbucks, a mall, it's just the same router wherever that router is.
Thank you, sir.
I don't understand.
May the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony, and have a good day.
This guy.
Next witness.
Kelly Johnson.
Okay.
This guy did absolutely nothing. Like nothing. Are you still satisfied with your attorney and the representation that you have had? Asian lady, what is the purpose of you? I mean, they got to be bored out of their minds sitting at that table. They don't have any computers.
Kelly Johnson. I told Ms. Johnson to be here too.
No, he didn't. Like, it was absolutely pointless.
Because if he's not here,
Do you want to take a moment to contact Ms. Johnson? Okay.
can I step outside?
Yes, sir. Please step outside.
And you don't have a witness? What? Probably. Hey, what if you have a key that's coming up off of your your keyboard? Can you stick it back on there? What do you use to stick it back on there? Anybody know? Because I got this refurbished iPad and one of the keys is coming up. I mean, not iPad, laptop.
All right.
Push it back on with your finger. I did that. It just keeps coming up.
It's a little early for a break, so we'll wait for Ms. Johnson to arrive.
Oh, well, I'm going to stand up then because otherwise it's in good shape. That was one of the reviews, though. People said that keep the keys. That was one of the only things people said was the keys. Otherwise, they were good. But I got insurance on it. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't buy a brand new one because I don't know.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
I just got this new desktop. And I'm not sure about Apple products. I really just want to see how long the battery's going to last because well, I researched, and what's weird is they said that they were good with editing. But you know how I am about editing. I hate editing. But eventually I'm going to have to get used to it. But the battery life is not as good as a Samsung, I can tell you
Ms.
that.
Johnson, please come up to the witness stand.
The interwebs.
Please make yourself comfortable.
Research
Let
the
me know when you're ready to
interwebs.
go. Please state and spell
Oh,
your
this
full
woman.
name.
She's the
Kelly
attorney for
Johnson,
the daughter.
KELLYJOHNSON.
Please
That's
raise your
right.
right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
Oh, just Google.
Ms.
I just
Johnson,
Googled
would
it.
you say your name for the record?
Kelly Johnson.
And then, it takes you to like, what's the
How
best
long have you been an attorney?
I've been
computers
a member of
for
the Florida
editing
Bar since 2013.
and the
Tell us
Mac.
about your practice, what you do.
I know, right?
Practice
She was late.
criminal defense and
She didn't want to be up there.
You have other attorneys that work within your office with you?
yes, I have associate attorneys.
Here in Cheveries?
I know the internet is biased.
You received an order in this case to represent Isabel Shaver.
I was appointed as an attorney ad litem.
Would you tell the jury why you were appointed in this matter?
Well, it was my understanding that the child in this case wanted to come forth and give some testimony under oath, and there was a motion filed.
Yeah, they did
I was approached and asked if I would accept an
Jose,
appointment of as a guardian, as an attorney ad litem in this case.
Yesterday,
And I said that I would.
outside of the jury.
How long ago was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was March of 2022.
22, a few years ago.
Yes.
Now, when you were appointed, did you, without revealing any conversations
But he won't.
between you and
He
your
won't.
client,
Still won't let them say
did
what they
you
said.
discuss
They
the
can't
matter,
talk about
her
what they talked
knowledge,
about.
and what had happened with her?
That makes any sense.
When I was appointed, that formed the attorney-client relationship between the child and myself. And I began meeting with the child and discussing the relevant facts of this case and assisting her and guiding her with advice with regard to what her position was.
And during the time that you were representing her,
Yeah.
At any
Because
time,
it's
was
attorney-client
a
privilege. They
deposition
can't say
taken?
anything.
She did have her deposition taken, yes.
Did you attend that deposition with her?
Yes, I did.
At any time when you were representing her, did I meet with you?
She is the daughter's
client?
attorney.
Yes, you did.
Kirsten.
Did I meet only in your presence?
As far as I know, you met with a child in my office in my presence
I think twice, correct?
twice.
The child, did she in any manner express, well, let me back up and strike that question. Did you advise
Yeah, but she's good. She
Ms.
ain't gonna say
Shaver,
nothing.
Isabel, correct?
She's a hard nut to
Did you
crack.
advise her if she desired to proceed forward and testify in this cause, that she would be waiving certain constitutional rights?
I advised her regarding the applicable law and possible ramifications in taking the position that she was in this litigation.
Was she advised she had a right to remain silent in this matter?
Obviously, I advised her of all of her rights.
Including her constitutional rights, correct?
Correct. This is not litigation in which she is named as a defendant.
Did you meet with the state at all?
Yes, I did.
They were aware you were representing her?
Yes.
Did the state ever contact you to discuss anything with Isabel?
The state and I did have informal conversations about my representation of the child.
You didn't do any kind of psychological analysis, but did you feel that the child was being honest and
Objection.
straightforward with you?
Objection. As to
I
how
felt
she
like
feels.
the child was able to understand the conversations in which we had.
Did she appear to understand her obligation to testify truthfully in the court?
She appeared to understand that, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Ms. Johnson, before you became involved in this case, you were actually approached by Mr. Wiggs and asked to do this.
He did contact me, as I said, and asked if I would accept the appointment as an attorney ad litem.
And then once appointed, and you were representing
so, trial
Ms.
junkies?
Shaver, there were
Is that what they're
multiple
teeing up
times
for?
that I saw you in the courthouse and would tell you, anytime your client wants to talk to us, just bring her on in.
Yes.
Now, if she were to do that, would she have any sort of legal protections to just come and talk without any sort of subpoena?
No.
So in order to protect her rights, the only time the state actually ever talked to her was after issuing a subpoena and doing a formal deposition.
Correct.
But prior to that, from the moment you were appointed, the state said anytime that she wants to talk, we're here.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, just briefly. Did law enforcement approach you?
No, I've never spoken to anyone from law enforcement.
Mr. Camuccio make any private calls to you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Did he call you on the phone, say he wanted to talk to her?
I don't recall.
Very well. I don't have any other questions on that matter.
All right, anything further, Mr. Camuccio?
Miss
I'm sorry.
Johnson,
Oh, have fun with that, Brandy.
once someone has an attorney, like Ms. Shaver, is it fair to say it would be unethical for me to approach someone and talk to them when I knew they had an attorney?
Yes.
And as far as law enforcement, just going to talk with you once I knew that you were represented, if that was going to be directed, I would have to go through you.
Correct.
And once again, there would be no protections for your client if they just came talking. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
And once again, it all came down to the time that she was made available was when she was given the subpoena and then given the protections based on that.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
You can step down and may we approach, please?
Yes, sir. And may Ms. Johnson be excused from her subpoena.
Yes, you may.
Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Right? Yeah. I don't understand. So I'm very confused. Is it the ex-boyfriend or is it the daughter? Like, what is happening? What is your defense? That just is insane. How can she possibly allow her daughter? That's one evil, evil woman. By the way, do not get this style Yeti. It has this lid. We got this for free. But you open the big part up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we're
Don't
going to
get
take a 10-minute comfort break.
Comfort break.
So, Deputy, please take the camera. Thank you.
Because it spills out when you drink out of it. It has a little bitty hole right there. Anyway, don't get this kind of Yeti. So I don't know if it's the trial tomorrow night for Courtney Clenny. It's just Vinny covering Courtney Clenny.
I don't know if the law prohibits her being recorded, but, in this manner, if there's a restriction.
He is calling the trial junkies.
I'm aware of nothing. I'm aware of, since she's not a child victim, I know nothing that would preclude the media's presence.
Yeah, that's the only issue I know is about child victims. I don't know generally about the outside of that.
All right, I believe the media may have agreed to point the camera away from the child witness and record the testimony only via audio.
Yeah.
Here is that your?
Who's
is
the
that what you
evilest
intend to
mom
do,
in
sir?
the world?
Oh, and could you just state your name for the record? All right, sir, you intend to point the camera away from the child witness, is that correct? All right, then please proceed in that manner. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, we're in recess.
Yeah. Who's the most evil mom in the world? Seriously. She knows no bounds, this woman. She knows no bounds. That is terrible. Y'all, are you serious? Whoa. Whoa. This woman, she should, yeah. What other case was there where a mom did this? What other case? Dang, y'all. Wasn't there another case that a mom did this, that she tried to get her child to take the fall? It was kind of recent, right? Oh my gosh, this laptop is really cool, y'all. I don't know. Wasn't there a case just recently that a mom did this? What was it, LaDonna? The Robin Howington case, but that little kid was only 2. Yes, right, trial junkies. Yeah, but she wasn't even, they weren't even like, yes, Howington was her name. I think Robin Howington. Yeah. Yeah, she tried to put it off on her child. That was another, that's just insane. I know. But here's my thing, trial junkies, like even a 2-year-old, okay, here's my thing. She said that her 2-year-old took a stool from the kitchen and drug it from the kitchen to her bedroom, to her closet, and got the fishing pole from the top of her closet. First of all, y'all don't know how much if y'all know how much a fishing pole weighs, okay, loaded fishing pole, it's pretty heavy. For like, if y'all have ever carried a fishing pole that's loaded in your purse, like around out in public, it weighs your purse down. Think about how much makeup we carry, or your wallet, or whatever you're carrying it around. But you put a fishing pole in there too, it's heavy. So a child, a 2-year-old toddler, climbing on a stool in the top of your closet, getting it off the top of your closet, a 2-year-old would not be able to get it from the top of your closet. You would bonk yourself in the head. Yeah. Yeah, that's like insane. It's just crazy. But like, a toddler that would drop on a toddler's head, I would think. That's what I would think. Like, that it would fall. It doesn't seem realistic to me. And the amount of pressure. I know that for a single action, first of all, it would already have to be in the chamber. So the child, it would already have to be in the chamber. So if it's not, then that's a very smart toddler, 2-year-old, to have put one in the chamber, because that's hard. I don't know. That's just insane to me. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to rack it. Yeah, like you have to put it in the chamber. That's not that's that's not how it works. And like I said, even with a double action, it takes 10 plus pounds of pressure. So a 2-year-old toddler doesn't have 10 plus pounds of pressure. Oh, and then what I was going to mention about, now, just go with me here, okay, with this Lori chick, okay? Uh, uh, yeah, that's for a double action. For a single action, it's about 6 to 8 pounds of pressure, but there has to be one in the chamber. So if you don't have one in the chamber ready to go, you have to put it in the chamber, and that takes work too. So, um, uh, but about Lori, okay, so one of the things that her defense attorney, Mr. Wiggs, Dr. Phil, whatever you want to call him, keeps pointing out is, um, there is no evidence, right, that she actually did the deed and that she was able to get him in the backyard. I will just say this, and I know I'm weak, okay, because I have not been working out. But when my mama fell in Arizona, my mama weighs all of a $110, okay. She was literally just weight. I could hardly get her up off the floor. So I don't know what a grown man would be like dragging out of the house into the backyard. I mean, that's pretty heavy. I don't know who helped her or if she used something to get him out with. But she had to have, that would have been some work. You think it would be easy, Brandy? I don't know. I couldn't move my man outside. I couldn't move my man outside. I would just give up. I'd just set the house on fire. Just like, I just wouldn't. That's just too much work. Yeah, my man lifts weights every day, so there's no way. Mm-mm. Nope. Was he only? Let me see. Me put my spectacles on. Yeah, he looks like he was a little guy. It's so sad because you know what? There's really not much information about him. Ooh, I love the little red potatoes. Yeah, he was a little guy, but like back then she was smaller too though. Yeah, I mean he was he worked at Disney. I mean I used to lift weights too, yeah. Back in the day when I was in better shape. I still have my tiny jeans, hoping one day I'll drop all this weight and get back in them. They're in one of those vacuum bags. Yeah, it is now. Yeah, what's sad is there's not a whole lot known about Michael. He's just kind of lost in all of this. It's really sad.
All right.
Because
All of the members have returned after our break, and defense, please proceed.
Ooh, here we go.
Isabel Shaver has been called to the stand. Ms. Shaver, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Isabel Shaver, Isabelleshaver.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Oh,
help you
now
God.
she's moving.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Isabel, you just spelled your name, but would you put your name on the record of an open court?
Sorry.
Say your name again.
Isabel Shaver.
How old are you, Isabel?
I'm 15. I turned 16 this Sunday.
It's your desire to testify in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of the arrest of your mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Isabel, there's allegations raised and floating around, so to speak, that you've been brought in here, kind of thrown under the bus. Has anybody pressured you to testify in this cause?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. Now, Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem to represent you.
Correct.
Did you meet with Miss Johnson?
Yes,
Did you discuss your case with Miss Johnson?
I did.
Did Miss Johnson go over all the rights that you would waive by testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your desire to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand your obligation to testify truthfully?
I do.
Are you going to testify truthfully?
I'm going to testify truthfully.
Would you explain your relationship to Lori Shaver?
Lori Shaver is my mother. Me and her are very close. We've always been very close. We do everything together. I don't know. She's like my best friend and a mom in one.
Excuse me one moment. Just asking Madam Clerk to mark the birth certificate. Court is taking judicial notice of this matter.
All right, defense, do you wish to view the birth certificate?
Excuse me?
Do you wish to view the document, the birth certificate?
Judge, we have had a hearing on this matter as to the birth certificate of Isabel Shaver. The court had approved mandatory judicial notice. Madam Clerk is
She
identified.
said one more again.
And once identified, we'd ask that the matter be accepted to the court, again pursuant to your order.
Is that Exhibit B? E is in Delta? Okay. All right, the birth certificate has been marked as Exhibit D. Is there any objection from the state?
Your Honor, it's improper to admit that as judicial notice, but it is an official record, and because of the fact that it's an official record, it is admissible, so the state has no objection.
All right.
Judicial notice from the state has been.
Without objection, Exhibit D will be entered into evidence as defense number 1.
Isabel, you met me some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Met me at or about the time of your mother's arrest.
Right. Yes.
I had, did I not, a brief discussion with you?
We did. Yes.
And upon that brief discussion, we had requested that Ms. Johnson be appointed, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I ask you any questions you do not understand, would you please ask me to rephrase the question, repeat the question, or try to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Do you recall your father?
Yes.
His name?
Michael Shaver.
What was your relationship like with Michael Shaver?
We didn't really have much of a relationship. He wasn't very present. He worked at night, and so he slept all day during the day. And anytime he was home, we weren't really allowed outside of our rooms. We didn't have a relationship really. He really wasn't a father to me.
Was the atmosphere calm Well, how would you describe the household?
It was very combative. It was very tense. There was a lot of tension constantly. It's not calm. It was the complete opposite of calm. Nobody, whenever he was home, it was just, I mean, it was scary. It was like I don't know, we were just stuck in our rooms all day, and then like whenever we weren't, it was just, he was very aggressive, and we didn't have that type of relationship. No, it wasn't a calm household.
You see any without talking about the facts of any events, did you see any altercations between Michael and your mother?
I did, yes.
Were they frequent?
Yeah, they were pretty frequent.
Were they physical?
Yes.
You weren't allowed out of your room, but you saw all these frequent incidents.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to mark these exhibits. The court has previously accepted them.
Are there any police reports? Are there any?
I'll show you.
All right, the state can please view the documents. Thank you.
Counselor reports from school?
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see Lori's face, so I can see her shaking her head. I wonder what facial expression she's giving to her daughter. I mean, the jury can see it. But you can tell her tone like completely changed when she started talking about her dad. Yeah, I mean, you don't say things in retrospect. You might say something like that because those are words that were used later on in life. Yeah, I mean, those are words that you're told later. Those are conversations that you have later. I can't believe her. I cannot. I mean, makes me sick. This woman is disgusting. Yeah, she was 7. So like, I'm just trying to remember being 7. I can't remember being 7. I'm like, what was I doing at 7? Gosh. Yeah, right. Look at her. Look at her. She's just like not a care in the world. Like, like what the? Oh, I don't know. They haven't brought him up there yet. Did you say the brother's older, Trial Junkies? I'm going to have to do some more digging about this guy because if the prosecution knew they were going to put her kid up there, they should have asked more questions from the friends and family. Like, what kind of dad was he? What kind of relationship did he have with the kids? Yeah. Oh, this says that she told her supervisor at work that he was in jail for non-payment of child support. And then she told some people he moved to Georgia, others that he was in California or New York. Oh, bye, Kirsten. I hope we see you sooner, but have fun with your nephew. It's gonna be rough, LaDonna. She's gonna lose her mom, and she's gonna lose her. Blech. She's gonna lose her life as she knows it. I don't know how that works. Because there's no statute on I mean, at the very least, her daughter probably might get obstruction of justice. I mean, I would think, because she's doing this for her mom. Get away from her, lady. All right. There's at least 6 of us here, so what, be a jury. What are we doing? Are we taking the daughter? Or are we taking the mother? Well, the mother's on trial, the daughter's not, so. Wait. Okay, defendant and victims are. Okay. So I think we're pretty decided that the mom is a horrible person. LaDonna said, take them all under the jail. I mean, like I said, just, like her attorney said, there is no evidence linking her.
About household events. You had spoken that it was an atmosphere that was tense, I believe.
Yes.
I'm showing you a composite exhibit. It has 6 photographs in it. Had you seen your mom in that same or similar condition on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions how you frequently observed your mom? Without speaking about the events themselves. Did those images and mental impressions in your mind cause you to feel the need to take your mother's side at any time?
Yes. I mean, look at her.
Did it cause you, Isabel, to step up and in the past, on more than one occasion, and side with your mother?
Yes.
In the pictures that you looked at, who committed those injuries to your mother?
My father.
Judge, we'd ask that this exhibit, this composite exhibit, without testimony as to the events, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
How's the exhibit identified? What letter marking?
It is being
B as in Bravo? Okay. Any objection from the state?
okay.
Without objection, Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defense number 2.
Yeah, he was never home. They weren't allowed out of their bedrooms. He didn't build a chicken coop, a rabbit pen, a duck pond. It looks like she's having some emotion right now. Yeah, Gwen, I agree. She's another Gypsy Rose waiting to happen. Oh, you know she did, Gwen, because they do get free admission. My friend, her brother worked at Disney, and she was at Disney all the time. All the time. You know them kids got to go to the Magic Kingdom all the time. Y'all are great. I swear. Well, I think they all think that. That's why they're doing this. This is ridiculous. This is awful. She's not going to get Mother of the Year award for this. Man, here I was feeling all guilty about being not the best mom in the world. Good Lord. Lord, put your hands down on this family, because I swear this is terrible. This is terrible, God. I can't believe this. Yeah, she should know better, LaDonna. I mean, I say that, but kids just are so easily manipulated, though. But they should know right from wrong. But they are easily manipulated. She has not had her dad in her life since she was 7. So her mom has been able to spin the narrative to her direction for the last nearly decade.
Yes, sir.
Isabel, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. Would you tell the jurors what you're looking at?
I see my father with his torn shirt and blood.
Speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I see my father, and he has a torn shirt and blood.
Whose blood's that?
I mean, I'm assuming his,
Sis?
maybe.
Objection.
Now, the photos you looked at and testified to briefly, is this the individual that would do that? And see? We move state, Defense Exhibit C into evidence at this time, Judge.
And no objection? Without objection, Defense Exhibit C will be admitted into evidence as defense number 3.
Isabel, how frequently would those events occur? Without speaking the details of the events.
It would happen pretty often. They'd at least argue and like fight really bad, pretty much on the daily. But it would escalate to those points a few times a month. Like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened often.
And as a matter of those events, and I may have asked this question before, did you feel a need to attempt to protect your mom in any fashion?
I did, yes.
Did you perceive your mother as a victim through those events?
Yes.
That response that transpired in you, did it become a natural and automatic response? You talked about the feeling inside of yourself of a need to protect your mother. Did that become automatic inside?
Yes, it did. Growing up, I mean, yeah, I've always stepped in for my mother. I would, do whatever I could do. I mean, I remember I had this stuffed animal, and her name was Lammy, and she was my favorite stuffed animal. And he used to, she would go to sleep on the couch, and because he would drug her water, and I would tuck her in, and I would give her my stuffed animal to protect her. And obviously it's a stuffed animal, it's not going to protect her, but it was just the act and the principle of it.
Was there a period of time when your father was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
Was your father removed from the residence on occasion?
Yes.
As a consequence of these events?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And during the period or the absence of your father, did your mother start dating anybody?
After he had been removed for a while, she did start dating Jeremy.
Okay. What was Jeremy's last name?
Townsman? I don't think I know his last name. It's something like that.
Okay. How often would Jeremy come to the residence?
He was over all the time. I mean, he came over for holidays. He was there for my brother's birthday. His son went to the same school as me and my brother, so he would meet up at our house every day before we go to school. And he was at the school for all like the plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Interesting.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was he there for Christmas?
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with like the playgrounds, and we'd go with his son and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
I am confused.
Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married.
I don't think so.
Isabel, I'm sorry I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father.
Your dad.
Do you know anything about the death of your father?
I do.
Do you know anything about how your father died?
I do.
Could you tell the jury?
So, it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he.
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands the events, okay?
Okay. It was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms. We had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these like little plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room. And so they all connected to each other, like through the bathroom. It was almost like a little like pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So I always, when I was little, I would go through there to like sneak around. And I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room. And in front of the dining room, there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch. They were out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, we can work things out, like we'll figure this out, it'll be different. And he was like, no, there's no next time, there's no figuring it out. And he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face, and she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And I'm sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table.
Lori has like no emotion.
I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still, still holding her to the ground, still kicking her. And I shot him. And nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy.
Let me stop a little bit as well. Okay, you say nothing happened. Was he standing or sitting?
He was sitting in the chair. He was sitting in the chair. Right.
You shot him. You know exactly who you shot him, or
I'm not exactly sure. No.
did you shoot him from the rear region, or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Let me stop you there. Okay. Let me interject here and there, if I may.
Okay.
Did you feel when you fired that shot that had to be done, or he would have killed your mother?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
That it was necessary?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came and he.
How long?
It was right after it happened. Like, I hadn't even had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And he came in and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when he fell to the ground. And my mom had crawled away. He fell to the ground. Jeremy shot him. He told my mom to take us out of the house, take us to school, and that
Hey,
we were to
what?
leave. We're not to tell anybody. We can't tell nobody. We can't call the cops. We can't say anything, or else he was gonna do the same thing to me and my brother, and he was gonna, hurt us too.
Yeah.
So we went to school.
Okay. So you leave the residence, you go to school. When you get to school, what happens?
We get to school. I mean, nothing really happened at school. I would say I was most definitely in shock, but at the same time, it was like, because those types of events happen often, I was very used to, like, like the violence and seeing things like that. And so I was still able to, like, perform normally at school.
Yeah.
And just kind of, not go about my day, be at school.
Anyo.
What time did you get to school?
I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
So I think around like 3.
Okay. When you came home, was Jay there?
Yes, he was. He was fixing the front door.
Okay. Was there any evidence of your father in the residence?
No.
Did Jeremy make any mention about he'd take care of this or anything like that?
Yeah, when he had told my mom to take us out of the house, and he told us not to tell anybody. He said that he would take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a period of time, I understand, where y'all were intending to build a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about the duck pond and what the plan was there.
So we had like a bird farm. We had a bunch of different birds,
Had a bird
and
farm.
we needed like a place for the ducks.
The
So
ducks.
we built like this big like whole pond.
I was able to
shape
go about my
thing, like,
day.
kind of like an artificial pond. And I remember me and my brother, we got these like little
Look,
like
she's
red
fine now.
plastic shovels. And I mean, we were gonna dig the hole, make the pond, and that was like the intended use for it.
Did you guys?
I don't think
finish
Jeremy's
it, or-
actually involved.
No,
I think this is.
no, we never ended up finishing it. We ended up later on turning it into a fireplace.
Okay. Had there been previous discussions you were going to put a fireplace when you abandoned the duck pond?
I mean, yeah, once we decided we weren't gonna do the duck pond, like that was, we were thinking about either doing a fireplace or like a pool.
Okay.
This kid.
After this happened at the house,
When you're right, she's another Gypsy Rose.
what happened?
I'm telling
to
you what.
Mom and Jeremy.
They broke up. I mean, that the last time that he, I mean, like that they were really like together, I guess, was the day my dad died. They broke up, so obviously they stopped seeing each other. But he would come, like I remember one time we were at a light, like a stoplight, and he like pull up next to our car. This happened on multiple occasions, and he would like scream at us from his car, like tell us to roll our window down. I remember we were going to this Publix, and he would follow us through the store to try and like talk to us, and then we switched Publix to a different Publix. He came to that one too. I remember he came to us in Walmart one time. He was driving by our house trying to, talk to us, talk to my mom.
Yeah. She just said that her mom and Jeremy stopped seeing each other right after her dad passed. But
when was the last time you drove by the residence, you think, Isabel?
Sorry?
When was the last time that Jeremy drove by the residence that you can recall?
At our old house, it was quite a while ago, but we've moved since then, and he has driven by the house we're living at now.
When was the last time, you think? How many months ago?
It wasn't too long ago, probably less than a year ago.
Okay.
But then she said they spent Christmas together. So which is it? Early November or Christmas?
Okay. Isabel, this item is not here right at the present time, but did you have on the property a blue tarp? And by that, I mean the type of tarp you see sometimes put over roofs if there's a leak or to cover a boat or an item.
No.
Did you have, sometimes you see on boats or other items, straps to hold it down. Did y'all have any of those on the property?
No.
I know I'm like trying to find this girl. She's on the internet, on the interwebs.
You recall Frank Merritt?
I know that's what
No.
Court
Ever
TV
go to
said
a
they couldn't
tractor
find
show?
him, but he came to court
Yes,
today.
yeah.
Was there a man, Frank Merritt, present that you recall?
Yeah, we did go. I mean, if that's Frank Merritt, then yes.
Okay. Do you recall leaving the tractor show early or anything like that?
Yes, I was really, really sick that day, and it was really, really hot. I'm really sensitive to the heat, and I have.
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any health issues?
Yeah, I have like autoimmune issues.
Any arthritis or other issues?
I mean, we're still trying to I think it's arthritis. We're still trying to figure out what it is. They just have diagnosed me with hypermobility for now.
Robert Marcato.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Mr. Marcato coming to the house to remove your father because of an injunction or any reason?
Yes.
During that event, did you see your mom waving a gun at him or anything like that?
No.
Scott Amatuccio. How often would Mr. Amatuccio come to the residence?
He wouldn't come over that often because he did live far.
Wilma Nichols. Do you know a Wilma Nichols?
Our neighbor?
Okay. Did Miss Nichols come by and socialize with y'all at all?
No. We've hung out with her probably once when we first moved there.
Isabel, I'd started this with a discussion about your mom being arrested. Do you feel that it's imperative that you step up and tell this jury what happened?
I do think it's important that, I say what happened, yes.
Okay. And everything that you've testified before this jury, is it true and is it accurate?
Yes.
No embellishments?
No.
Nobody pressured you?
No.
And you've had your own advice of counsel, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The judge is like, all right, thank you. Thank God that's
Yes,
over.
Ms. Shaver, you need a minute?
No, I'm okay.
No, I'm fine. I just confessed to the unthinkable. But I'm good.
You said your birthday's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And you're about to turn 16?
Mhm.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, but these microphones and the recordings are recording everything. Sometimes it's hard to understand mm-hms and uh-huhs and things like that. So as
Okay.
much as possible, try to remember to say yes and no.
Okay.
And if you say it, because we all do, I'll probably correct you. Let's just make sure.
Yeah,
that
apparently there were
okay?
two.
All right. Now, the events that we are talking about obviously are
No,
some
she doesn't look
much
sad at all.
longer ago, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2015, 2016, correct?
Right.
And some of this stuff that you've talked about is even older than that.
Right.
And so when we are talking about time frames in November of 2015, how old would you have been then?
2015. I'm be 16. So I would have been. I'm awful at math. Oh my gosh.
6 and 7 years old.
Your
Sounds
memory
about
was
right.
so
Okay.
great
Yeah.
just a second ago. I mean, she had so much detail.
Been a long passage of time since that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Passage
sorry.
of time.
Okay. Now, it's fair to say that you don't want anything bad to happen to your mom, correct?
Correct.
You
Yeah,
said
they only
you're very
found
close
one.
to your mom. She's like your best friend.
Yes.
And that you definitely want your family to stay together.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Correct.
Yes. Okay. I want to talk to you before we start talking about the event that led to your mother's arrest. I want to talk to you about some of the other stuff that you had mentioned. At one point, you said that your dad would drug your mom to put her to sleep. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And during the course of this case, you've actually been talked to by law enforcement, by the Children's Advocacy Center, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And that interview with law enforcement would have been at the time of your mother's arrest in 2020.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then you went to the Child Advocacy Center and were asked questions about things that were going on a few months after that, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And then the deposition where I asked you questions about this was in this calendar year, 2024.
Yes.
And there are going to be some times that I'm going to go ahead and refer to those various statements, and I've got the transcripts of them so you can review them if it helps refresh your memory. All right?
All right.
Have you reviewed any of those?
Yes.
And previously, when you talked about the allegations about your dad quote, drugging your mom. You were 5 years old at that point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you described is you would see him put some sort of powder in a drink and give it to her.
Yes.
Okay. But when asked what he put in the drink, you didn't know, correct? All right. And you didn't know what it was.
I don't.
All right. You don't know where he would get it.
No.
And quite frankly, you have no idea what he was putting in that drink.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know where it is or where it came from.
I don't.
All right. Now,
Yeah, it could have been
the
drink
morning
mix.
that your father was killed, you are saying that he was not living at the house at the time, correct?
Correct.
Saying, and previously you had stated that the last time he had lived at home was before you were in second grade. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I would say first, second grade-ish.
Okay, so you hadn't lived at home at all since you were in first or second grade.
Yeah.
All right. And you were in third grade during the 2015-2016 calendar year, correct?
I think so.
Do you need to?
I have no
to think
idea
about it a
because I
little
don't
bit, or are you
remember
good with
because
that?
I was 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what grade I was in. I did 2 grades over the summer, so it kind of makes it a little.
Okay. Now, if your school records indicated you were in third grade in the school year of 2015-2016, you would be.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah.
So second grade would be
You can tell
the
me whatever you want. I'm going to
2014-2015
repeat it.
calendar year.
Okay.
Is that
correct?
All right. So you're saying that he had not lived with you since before August or September of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. And the event that we're here to talk about, you don't know what grade you were in when that happened, right?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know who your teacher was when this happened, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what month this happened in, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what year this happened in, correct?
Yes.
You can't think of any holidays that this event was near, correct?
Not necessarily holidays, but like birthdays. I know it was. I'm pretty sure it was after my brother's birthday. I would say probably spring, summer-ish.
And previously you had said you thought it was spring or summer because you had recently been to the beach.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's in keeping with your brother's birthday?
Yes, his birthday's April 1st.
And when you say spring or summer, what do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, anywhere between spring or summer. I mean, that was so long ago.
I understand. Let me try to ask a better question. I may think spring starts in March.
Mhm.
You may think spring starts in May. So when you say spring, what months are we talking about here when you're saying spring or summer?
Probably starting in like April, May.
Okay.
I feel like that's when like the school year ends is like May, so like that'd be almost summer.
Okay. And when would summer end to you?
August, September.
So this event that led to you getting a gun, shooting at your father, having him eventually killed in front of you, and then being threatened, having your life threatened. The best you can come up with as far as when this happened is sometime in some year between April and August.
Yes.
The day that this happened, the events that you have described all happened in between the time frame that you woke up and went to school that day, correct?
Correct.
And that would be from 7 o'clock in the morning till about 8 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yeah.
And what you are saying happened is your father showed up unannounced sometime in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
You're saying that he hadn't lived there since 2004, since about August of 2014. When was the last time that you had seen him prior to him showing up?
Oh, just crumbling into bits and pieces.
Last time I saw him, I don't remember the exact day or anything. I mean, I remember like certain memories because they weren't good days. Like they, had bad events happen on those days. Because I mean, like I said, this was so long ago, so I don't remember just like, days. I just remember like those bad events that took place. Okay.
But in relation to the time that you saw your father killed in front
No,
of
I
you,
just remembered every
how long
single
had it been
detail
since
of the
the last time
house,
you had seen your father?
what I did.
I would probably say a few months.
And you do not remember how he was dressed?
I believe he's wearing a pair of shorts.
Do you remember
Yeah.
previously when I asked you that question in a deposition saying something different?
What did I
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your transcript?
Yes.
Showing you your deposition, page 37. And line 9.
Yeah, she needs to learn consequences and repercussions for this. I agree. I agree. I actually agree with you guys.
Question on line 7 and 8, and then your response on line 9.
Yeah, I mean, she literally
I said
has
I
the
don't
memory
remember.
of an elephant.
And I also just said that I'm not sure, but I think it was shorts.
I understand. I just want to make sure we understand. When I asked you these questions previously this year, you didn't remember them.
Right.
Okay. And there's obviously pictures of his dead body wearing shorts. Did you review that before your testimony changed?
No.
Okay. Now, so he shows up. You haven't seen him in a long time. An argument starts out on the back porch between your mother and father, correct?
Correct.
You went out and saw them arguing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. And
Yeah, because the defense has been changing the strategy.
And if I have the time frame that this happened, please correct me. But he was sitting in a chair and his foot was on your mother's head, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described how he was, it's going to be difficult, kicking her with his other foot, correct?
Yeah, it started out with him kicking her in the stomach, in the back. Then she was screaming. So then he put his other foot on her head to stop her from screaming, pushing her head into the ground, basically like suffocating her, choking her. And he continued to kick, but obviously because he's using his other foot now, it wasn't as strong of a kick.
But he's, as you described it, he's sitting here with one foot not on her neck, on the side of her head, correct?
Mm-mm. Yes, correct.
Kicking her in the back and kicking her in the stomach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You go back in the house,
The prosecutor's trying to debunk.
correct?
Correct.
You had a phone, or I believe you described it as an emergency device that you could call 911 in the house, correct?
Correct.
All right. You did not call 911, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated you were never taught how to call 911, correct?
Correct, but that's not the reason why we didn't call 911.
Okay. You go into your mother's room, correct?
Correct.
You were.
And you go to her end table
Yes, correct.
and you get her pink and black gun.
Correct.
Showing you what's been previously entered into evidence.
Oh, so she's now saying
46.
this is the actual fishing pole?
You recognize this firearm?
That's not the gun.
Okay, so she had a different pink and black gun?
Yes.
How many pink and black guns did she have?
I mean, I'm assuming 2. I'm not sure. We had a lot of guns in the house.
Okay. So you grabbed some other. How do you know that's not the white gun then?
Because the one that I used was not entirely, it was black and then the handle was pink.
Okay. So you grabbed her other pink and black gun.
Yes.
And then you go back outside.
Yes.
And at that point, your father is still sitting in that chair,
Yes.
his foot on her head.
Yes.
Is he still kicking her?
No.
Okay. What's he doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of yelling at her, like holding her to the ground with his foot. And he's saying, like, he's going to kill her. It's the last time. Like, they're not working it out because,
right.
Yeah.
Is she on her side, on her stomach?
She's on her side. She's facing, so her stomach would be facing towards him.
Okay. And what was she doing?
Being held to the ground.
Was she struggling?
Yes, she was trying to call for help and scream, and then he pinned her to the ground with his foot.
With his foot on the side of her head?
Yes.
Oh, she sounds like a little snotty
No.
teenager.
So you take your mom's other pink and black gun, and from about 5 to 10 feet away, you shoot it.
Correct.
And you shoot him in the back of the head.
I think so, yes.
Okay. Do you ever remember saying that you shot him in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So previously, before today, you definitively said, I shot him in the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
But that's changed now.
I mean, no, not necessarily. Like, I shot him in the back of the head. I don't know where the bullet went, but that's where I was aiming. That's where I'm pretty sure it hit.
Okay. You hit him.
Yes, I think. Yes.
Okay. And when you hit him, today you said he just sat there, correct?
Yeah, he sat there and he's like shaked.
Okay. I want to make sure that was clear because you didn't say that on direct. He was almost like seizing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. He didn't get up, he didn't move, he didn't try to run.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so clearly you hit him.
Yeah.
All right. And then
Make sure you get the whole confession.
pretty much simultaneously to you shooting your dad in the back of the head, you're saying Jeremy just happened to show up.
Like I said, he came there before school. Clothes on. We were in the middle of eating. Like, we were about to leave for school. Like, he was there. He came before school.
He would come to your house every day before school so that your mom could then take you to school?
I mean, he would come with us. They would hang out. His son went to school there.
Okay. Now,
this is absurd.
After he arrives, while your dad is shaking and as you described, basically seizing in the chair, at this point, the amount of pressure he's putting on your mom's head has released. Is she able to get up?
She crawls away. She doesn't stand up immediately.
Okay. But you're saying Mr. Townsend came over and took your mom's other pink and black gun from you
The same one I had, yes.
and shot him again.
Yes.
Where?
In the head.
Okay. And at that point,
I know, Brandy.
he turns around and threatens you and your brother that he's going to kill you as well.
Not immediately after. He has the gun in his hand. He helps my mom up, and he tells us that my mom to take us to school. We need to leave the house. And so, I mean, that's when he lets us know, like, no calling the cops. Like, I will do the same thing to you that I did to your father, basically. Saying he will hurt us. He will come after us. He will kill us if we say anything.
That shot him in the head.
Yes, first.
Okay. And so your mom actually went ahead and took you to school? After this?
Yes.
Okay. Dropped you off like nothing was wrong.
I mean, I asked us to go to school. We were in the car, and she asked if we wanted to go to school, if we were comfortable, and I said yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't talk to anybody at the school about anything, or you didn't react at all at the school about anything because, as you said, this was normal.
No, I mean, I said that I was in shock, but I did not mention this to anybody as I was just threatened not to mention it to anybody. No, it wasn't normal to see somebody die, but having these type of experiences where there's a lot of violence in the house, there's a lot of, like, I mean, trauma and fear, that was normal to experience that and then go to school afterwards.
But what she said on direct was you were able to go to school and function just fine.
Yes.
This was normal.
Yes.
No one had ever been taken to the hospital before in any sort of incident between you and your mom, correct?
Correct.
No one had ever been seriously injured in any incident before where they required medical attention, correct?
Correct.
And certainly nobody ever died before, correct? Now, today you said when you returned from school, Jeremy Townsend was still at your residence.
He was fixing the front door.
And do you remember previously during your deposition saying that after this happened, and you went to school, you never saw Jay back at the house again. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, after that day, yes.
What I'm saying is after you went to
Yeah.
school, you never saw Jeremy back at the house again. Today you're saying when you got back from school, he was there.
Yes, he was. He was
What
there.
I'm asking is, do you remember saying
I
something?
do remember saying that.
Okay. You described Jeremy as coming over and spending the night at the house, not every day, but quite a few days out of the week. That was normal, correct?
Correct.
When you got back from school that day, you did not notice any changes to the property, correct?
Correct.
You did have a huge hole in the backyard, as you described, which was going to be a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Had that been filled in?
I don't know. No, it wasn't.
Okay. And that was the area that was eventually turned into the cement slab, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
All right.
sorry.
That's okay. Since you sat there, shot your father in the back of the head, and were threatened by Mr. Townsend with your life, you have only once been taken to any sort of counselor or any sort of therapy, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And that was actually sometime this year, close in time to your death.
Actually, no, that's not correct. I think I went when I was when my brother went. I think it was at a church. I'm not entirely sure if it's classified as counseling or therapy, but it was pretty much.
Let me ask this. Did your mom ever take you to see a counselor to deal with any of the trauma that you, first of all, witnessed right in front of you, but also participated in by shooting your father?
I mean, yes, I did go to counseling.
When?
I think it was probably in this past year, maybe a little bit longer ago, but yeah.
And that was one time?
Yes.
Okay. And that was this year?
I don't know if it was this year. I think it was the year before.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
When you shot your dad, that was back in an unknown year, sometime between April and August, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Correct.
Yes. Okay. And
this is insane.
There was probably at least 5 years, if not more, because this case has been pending for 4 years, between any counseling that your mom brought you to, correct?
Yes, correct. And the counseling that I went to, it was literally like only one time. Like it was
Right.
literally only for an evaluation, like
Very
nothing
little.
more. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the point, little girl. You're missing the point.
Previously spoke about the different times you've talked about this event, either with law enforcement, the Child Advocacy Center, or during the deposition that I asked you questions. I'm going to ask you some things about how your story's changed over that period of time, okay? And when your mom was arrested, you spoke with Detective Tammy Dale at your home, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said the last time you saw your dad, he worked at an airport, correct?
I think so. Maybe, yeah.
And you said, and this was in 2020, the last time you saw him was a few years ago?
Yeah.
All right.
But 2020 was also 4 years ago, which was a lot closer to the last time I had seen him.
Right. So your memory would be better then.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, she asked you, do you know what happened to him? And you said, I have no clue, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also said, I don't know, he just left, correct?
Correct. And
the detective asked you if you ever asked your mom where he was. Do you remember that?
I guess.
And your mom told you she doesn't know because he doesn't talk to us, correct?
Correct.
And you also went to the Child Advocacy Center to be interviewed that same year. That would have been December of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, when you were interviewed, you stated the last time you remembered seeing him was when he was arrested in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And they asked if he came back to the house after that. You said, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those pictures that you looked at, when were they?
The ones that Jeff showed, Mr. Wicks showed me?
Yeah. You refer to him by his first name?
I do sometimes, yeah, on accident. It's not on purpose. It's not to be like disrespectful or anything.
Okay. You clearly talked to him a few times.
I talked to him a few years ago, and I didn't tell him the full story. It was kind of just me saying, like, kind of saying a little bit about my side, and that's when I got my attorney, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, I sidetracked you there. Do you remember when those photos that he showed you were?
I don't remember
Wow.
necessarily when they
Wow.
were,
Okay.
like the time period or anything.
Okay.
It was,
Did you see how they happened?
I believe those ones, I don't know exactly what event that one was from.
Okay.
Because, like I said, there was a lot of events like that, and they all, not all, but most of them ended in like kind of the same, like physically like harm. You know what I mean? So I don't know which one that one belonged to.
And we're talking about physical harm. We're talking about bruises on the arm, correct?
Bruising, blood, yeah.
Okay. But the blood that you said you saw in the pictures was your dad's blood.
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And
What?
when at the CAC
Are we on a
interview,
first name
when they
basis
asked
with the
you,
attorneys?
you had already said that the last time you remembered seeing him when he was arrested in 2014, and then asked if he ever came back to the house after that. You said, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And then specifically you were asked, so you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
One moment. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
Just briefly,
Yes, sir.
may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Judge Isabel, there's been a discussion about the guns and multiple guns at the house.
Correct, yeah.
Tell us about the atmosphere and the amount of guns that y'all had in the household.
So we talked about my mom's guns.
Go slow, but the jury can understand you, okay?
We also had, in the living room, we had this really big mirror, like huge. And it was on the wall. It was like latched onto the wall by like these, so like it could like flip up like this. And so behind it was, I want to say like a hole, but it wasn't really a hole. It was kind of like this really deep like divot in the wall. And there was like a rack. And then he stored his guns there. So you could, like the wall, and then the mirror lifted up, and there was like guns on the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
like a
then
hidey
there
thing. It
were
looks,
numerous guns
you hide, it's
within
where
the
you hide
residence. Is
stuff.
that fair to say?
Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
The question is, as the juries may wonder, how did you learn to fire a handgun?
My dad.
My dad,
He was
that we spent no
obviously very
time with.
interested in guns. So he did hunting a lot. We had 5 acres of land, so we had a lot of space to shoot the guns. And so he always taught us like gun safety.
Oh,
and
he
whatever, and he'd
always
take us
taught
outside to shoot the guns.
safety.
Was that a routine thing?
Yeah, we did it quite often.
Often?
Okay. So did you have any trouble or difficulty in pulling the hammer or on the gun?
I mean, it was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands.
Pardon me?
It was kind of difficult. I had to use like 2 hands to pull the trigger back.
Okay.
I thought you didn't spend any time with him. He was absent.
On that part, Judge, I'll end. Mr. Camuccio may have some questions.
All right, thank you. State?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May the witness.
She may stand down.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
And if we can approach.
Yes, sir.
The cops will meet you outside. Get your hands behind your back. What the heck? I thought your dad never spent any time with you. You were locked in your bedrooms all the time. But I'm sorry. Apparently, her dad taught them about safety. They had 5 acres. What in the world just happened? That is the most insane thing I have. I don't know. I think the jury got the point. I'm pretty sure I mean, it's pretty blatant and obvious. I know, LaDonna. I'm all about like, yeah, she totally put Jeremy in there, like, because the defense has been mentioning him, but again, he had Jeremy on the stand, and he didn't even use that time to put him at the scene. He didn't even like. He did a terrible job. And they did a terrible job. Look at her shaking her head. She's like, oh, she screwed that up. Yeah. Because you put all of your eggs in that basket. You're screwed, woman. You really, really messed up. Yeah, you should be shaking your head because yep, good thing you got your hair did yesterday. Because guess what tomorrow is, honey? Tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Yay! Yeah, she is. Tomorrow's Friday the 13th. It's my anniversary. We celebrate every Friday the 13th. So, and tomorrow is not going to be a good day for that woman because I think the defense is going to rest and she going to go to jail. She going to go to prison. She going to get that jingle jingle. And then we can make bets on how many corrections officers she going to get fired. Yep. And we celebrate every Friday the 13th because they only come around ever so often. So we gonna be. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna have such a exciting Friday the 13th. Me in my bed by 9. Yeah, Jeremy said he never spent the night. He was over there at lunchtime because I mean his wife worked. So he could only go over. Yeah, good luck with that. Trial junkies. You know my butt ain't gonna hear that phone. I'm knocked the heck out. He never spent the night. That he went over there at lunchtime because that's Lori worked and his wife worked. Clearly he's on like VA benefits. Like this little girl's talking like she knew Jeremy really well. He was there all the time, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know.
Gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief comfort break at this time.
A comfort break? Yeah, I know. I don't like the way that the defense attorney was like trying to make Jeremy look like he was like a stolen valor kind of guy. I'm like, dude, that guy was shot 3 times in Afghanistan. I know he's a cheater, pumpkin eater, but I mean, this little girl, like her mom is just raising a manipulator. That's terrible.
All right, you may be seated.
Okay. Is she going to testify, y'all?
Miss Shaver Filmer, at this time, do you wish to testify?
Can I get a few minutes to speak with my counsel?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Sir? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
What'd she say? Wait. Did she say she's got to think about it? What did she say? Hold on. Let me go back.
Ms. Shaver Filmer. At this time, do you wish to testify?
Can I get a few minutes to speak with my counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, she's going to take a few minutes
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
to talk to her counsel. Okay, what do y'all think? How many yeses? How many no's? She said she's going to take a few minutes to talk to her lawyer. So what do we think? I think she has to. You don't think so? I think she's got to. Her daughter just fudged that all up. Okay, LaDonna, we're on the same page. I think she's got to. The daughter fudged that all up. And now Lori has got to get up there and do some damage control, y'all. I know. I mean, yeah, I think she has to, LaDonna and Gwen. I mean, it can't get any worse, right? I mean, it would be, but I mean, what has she got to lose at this point? Shoot. Now though, what do y'all think? Okay, what about the juror that they kept on the jury? That sounded like a 12-year-old. Do you think that little juror will relate to the daughter? Yeah, right? She said that young juror, she's probably what, 18 or 19? She might, Trial Junkies. That's true. I'm interested. I wish, man. I wish we could. There's so many times, right? You wish you could be a fly on the wall in the jury room. But all we can do is that's why we're here. Because all we can do is just like speculate and just kind of what if, wonder. Well, I tried on the first day. Y'all saw I tried to be the innocent until proven guilty. And it just, I mean, this woman, but again, there is literally no hard evidence to show that that puts anything in her hand that places her, other than she lived in the house. But I thought that he was living there. Am I wrong? I need to look some more details up. I'm confused. I thought he was back living there at this point. I thought they had he was not living there at this point. I thought he was back living there. I thought she had gotten back together with him. I'm trying to understand the timeline. Okay. That's what I'm confused about, Trial Junkies, because I thought he was living there. Yeah, the timeline is so confusing. I remember the opening statements. everything's jacked up from because I watched the opening statements. I know Trial Junkies, we didn't know the opening statements were going to happen on the same day as jury selection. But I know we watched the opening statements, and the prosecution was given the timeline, and I know she had another boyfriend before this Jeremy guy, because she hopped on from one to the next to the next. Oh gosh, that sounds terrible, but she did. She was going from one to the next, and she had her husband in between, which is weird. Oh yeah, the car guy. Oh, that was the year before. So I don't know why he was relevant other than apparently Michael knew about that guy. Jimmy, how you doing? I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing? I'm Jimmy. Oh, y'all. Yeah, in September. But he said they didn't actually like escalate to like seeing each other until December. I know. I know, LaDonna. She called him Jeff. Like they're on like that, like they go to each other's house and hang out and stuff. And then she called her own attorney, Kelly. I'm like, we on first name basis? Oh, LaDonna, you said it. You said it. You said it for me. You wrote it down for me. I know, man. Y'all are saying it for me. Y'all are saying it out loud for me. I'm trying to be good, Trial Junkies. You and LaDonna are just typing it out. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to do better, and here y'all are putting it in black and white. Thanks. I know, but I'm just look. I just hope. I hate it. But I really hope that she gets some consequences and repercussions because we've already been down this road where these kids are not getting any type of lessons. They're not learning anything. Oh, all right, LaDonna. Let's see if we're right. All right. Okay, Brandy and Trial Junkie said no.
All right, the parties are present in the courtroom. And Mr. Wiggs, at this time, does your client wish to testify?
Yes, she does, Judge.
Okay.
What do you
Is there
say?
anything further before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony of Ms. Shaver as it relates to any sort of other acts by her deceased husband needs to be limited to things that Isabel had knowledge about and was aware of. The only thing that matters as it relates to these prior acts go to what was reasonable for the person acting in defense of others at that time. So Ms. Shape, the defendant, is unable to come up and just testify about all sorts of other things Mr. Shaver may have done to her over the course of their relationship, due to the fact that if Isabel Shaver did not observe it, and we've heard what her testimony is at this point, it's not relevant to the state of mind of the person acting in defense of others. So the state would move in limine to make sure that any sort of testimony of any acts by Michael Shaver upon Lori Shaver be confined to the things that have already been testified to about which the person who shot had knowledge of, about, which at this point is pretty much limited to the 2014 incident and general discussions of just fighting, and there's been very limited discussions of physical abuse. There have been allegations referred to in other documents of being locked in closets and sexual battery and things of that nature. And as there's no testimony from the person who shot as to knowledge about any of those things and why they acted in defense of others, any testimony about that would be irrelevant.
Judge, this child just testified that she saw repeated acts that impacted her mentally. Now, I know the court has directed we not go into details on events, but I think it's appropriate to talk about circumstances of events that may have impacted the child without still going into details. The child testified it was a monthly issue all the time, stress, batteries, events like that. I think that's appropriate to touch on, but not go into specific details. And that, I think, is your order.
I'll allow it to that extent.
Yes,
Okay.
and I would just say, I don't oppose counsel interjecting or even the court interjecting if you feel it's getting a little outside of where you want it to be.
All right, anything further?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's call the jury.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after our comfort break. Please proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
The defense would call Lori Shaver.
Ms. Shaver, please have a seat at the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Lori Filmer, Lauriefilmer.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Filmer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Lori Filmer, previously known as Lori Shaver.
Big day in your life, isn't it? Big week. It's been several years, hasn't it, Ms. Filmer? Tell me when you're ready, okay? Would you tell the jury who you are and how you met Michael Shaver?
I met Michael. We started dating in 7th grade. We lived in a very small town. in Lawrence, New York. Our school was K through 12, 500 kids. Our graduating class was like 14, 18 kids. We went to kindergarten together. I met Michael in tech class when they actually did tech class in 7th grade.
So we reached a period of time where y'all elected to get married, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
May of 2016.
Okay. And at some point in time, y'all ended up migrating to the state of Florida.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say May
And do you
2016?
remember approximately when that was?
I graduated in 2001. Went to college. So Mike was a dropout. He got his GED. He wanted to become a pilot. Didn't have much funding for that. My parents paid for it. I went to school for business administration and focus in health service administration. So I was very socially awkward.
Clearly.
Wasn't a popular kid in school.
Okay.
My brother, one of my oldest brothers, I'm the youngest of 5. One of my brothers got meningitis at 7 weeks. And he was severely mentally retarded. He got picked on a lot. So growing up in a small town, that was not like acceptable way back then. And I spent all my time in the handicapped classroom. And that was like not popular. I was an outcast. He used to get beat up on the bus, and I would stick up for him.
What
I
does
met
this
Mike
have to do with anything?
in-
Dang it, Trial
I had
Junkies!
gone to school with him, but in 7th grade, in tech class, we became friends. He was an awkward kid as well, because he was kind of like a troublemaker at that time. And I didn't have anybody. He didn't have anybody. We kind of clung together at that point.
Okay. So there's some period of time went by, y'all got married, ended up down here, correct?
Yes.
Mike wanted to be a pilot, couldn't do that, or what?
No, he did. Yep.
Okay. Did he?
Eventually did.
Okay. Did he fly commercial or was it a hobby?
Nope. He, my parents helped him get his personal private pilot's license. He wanted to go on and get his professional pilot license. My parents told him that if he was going to date me, he was going to get his GED and then they would help him. He looked to his family to get assistance with that. He was denied. So it took some time. It took a lot of time, but eventually he made his way. He started flying for Pan Am Flight Academy, which is the lower division of U.S. Airways out of New York City.
Okay.
Yep, he was doing good.
So eventually you end up down here and Mike transgresses into another occupation. How did that happen?
Well, we first moved. So I worked for MetLife Disability. I worked for them for 15 years, corporate. I worked for them in office for 4 years. When Mike finally succeeded in everything, we were able to move. We moved to Florida, Fort Pierce, Florida, when I was 7 weeks pregnant with Isabel.
Okay.
We were there for about a year. We moved back to New York. We got hit with our first hurricane ever. It was kind of like a scary thing. We were top tier of an apartment building. A tree came in. We didn't know what to do. We packed up our stuff. We were back in New York 3 days later.
Okay.
Then after that, we were there for about a year. I was still working for MetLife, but at that time, work from home was kind of becoming popular. And I was able to, again, move my work to Florida. And we moved to Orlando, right next to the airport. And I was working from home, had Isabel. And he was commuting from Orlando to New York City on a weekly basis. He was gone for weeks at a time.
Okay.
And
What
I was
happened
having
next in
affairs,
y'all's
sleeping
life?
around.
There was a lot. We just had each other. I don't know how else to explain it. We just had each other. I was a single mom in a new place with no family, no friends. He was a pilot. He was gone all the time. There was no support from either family.
Now we heard from family in this case of Mike's come in and they said, well, we haven't heard from him for this period of time or that period of time. Was he close with his family at all?
No.
Do you ever visit him?
Stacy, yes.
Did any of them ever visit your residence?
Never. They didn't even come to the wedding.
Okay.
But when we were growing up through high school, we would go to Stacy's all the time. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays. I knew Desiree. I knew Danny. And you know that. And every time we would go over there and meet, you and Mike used to always get together and talk about how your dad evaded the whole family.
Okay. What was the next step in y'all's marriage?
So from there, there was a lot of issues. A lot of issues. He was away, gone for over a week. I packed up Isabel, and we had flight privileges. We could fly for free. I packed her up, and when he was gone, took her to New York, where my family was, thinking I could get away, get support, file for divorce. Everything was good. Rented a house. Everything was good. I was back working at MetLife in the office. My sister works there. She's actually the operations manager now. She's a nurse. She started her way down low. She was actually the one that got me the job. Told me that they were doing this mass hiring.
I don't know.
And now
It's
she's
like
the
a
operations manager of MetLife in Oriskany.
narrative,
So
like the
I packed
Las
Isabel
Vegas
up.
guy.
She was just a little over a year old. We went there, and
Where was Mike?
well, he was off on a business trip, but we had back then. You used to have flying privileges. You could just you were just on standby. As long as you could just get on the plane, you could fly anywhere you wanted to for free back then. So that's what I did. I got away. My sister was helping me. We got a house. We rented a house. Everything was all right, this is gonna work. I was seeking an attorney in New York, filing for divorce. My mom, I joined a gym and I went to a spinning class one day. I came home that night. My mom was watching Isabel, who was a baby. I went into the shower. When I came out, my mom was not there.
Okay.
I was greeted by a punch in the face.
Objection, Your Honor.
Whoa.
Okay. Let's limit it
Okay.
without physical
Okay.
description.
I was greeted by Michael.
Okay.
3 weeks later,
All right.
I was out of work for 3 weeks.
I love spin class.
And we were all back in Florida 3 weeks after that. And I was
What you
again
drinking
working
on,
from
LaDonna?
home without my family, without any support. And we were living in Davenport, Florida at that time, the Champions Gate area.
Let's transgress into the family environment.
Did it ever develop, Lori, into an atmosphere where there was tension, so to speak?
There was always tension.
Let's talk about the nature of the tension.
That is quite the mix. Look at her. She's like, I was all prepped and ready to go.
I don't want to see pictures.
I'm showing you a composite of images. I want you to look through those. Lori, that's number 2.
Girl, you've been looking at them pictures at the table all day, and you ain't all week. You ain't cried a bit.
Let's bring back any memories.
I have the memories. I don't need to look at pictures.
Now, without articulating the specific facts of those events, did you suffer any injuries at the hands of Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you Defense 3 identification. Who is that? Who's in that photo?
Michael.
Whose blood is on that shirt? Michael Shaver.
Michael's.
Was that a consequence of an altercation between you and Michael Shaver?
Yes.
When these incidents occurred, would these occur around the family and the occupants of that family?
Sometimes.
Pardon me?
Sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, he didn't hide it.
Let's talk about your relationship with Isabel. What was your relationship like with Isabel?
Like when she was younger or now?
Well, when y'all were younger, did Isabel ever develop a feeling
I know,
of
right,
need
Gwen?
to protect you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Did she demonstrate? Did she demonstrate?
Isabel grew up really fast. She had to take care of Aiden when I was not able to.
The consequence of these events?
Yes.
So the daughter's
And
the
even
oldest.
to this day, she still, I am not the person to, if you come at me with something, I don't have a comeback. I will shut down and I will just retreat. She's not that person. She will get right in front of me, whether we're at the gas station or grocery shopping. There used to be a time period where I could not even go into a grocery store by myself.
Were there events wherein you were not free to leave the residence?
Yes.
Would anybody control your freedom of movement?
Yes. Obviously I've gained weight over the years, but my eating was controlled. I had anorexia and bulimia. I probably the way this now what I did with all 4 of my kids, but I literally reached for an Oreo one time and was thrown off the couch.
Now, at some point
not
in
out in the
time,
country.
Michael took a job at Disney, correct? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact time. When we had moved back from New York to Florida, that's kind of when the whole Disney thing came about, because he didn't want to leave me alone. And I mean, from my presumption, it was because he wanted to be around and, make sure that nothing was going to happen, or I wasn't going to leave.
Was there any attempts to leave, Michael?
Probably about 8.
Okay. One moment.
Oh yeah, you definitely got property cameras, especially when you live out in the country.
Judge, I'm going to ask my clerk. All right, see this document, please.
All right, sidebar, please. Come on up.
Okay, so this is wild. First of all, yeah, Child Junkies, I'm with you. What does anything that she's saying have to do with anything? And did you see the contempt in her voice and her face when she would talk about him? Like, even as they were younger, she was like, he just had his GED and he wasn't successful. And like, oh, I went to college and I was an executive. I worked in the office and blah, blah, blah. Like, she talks herself up like she was up here and Michael was beneath her. So, but he seemed to be doing okay for himself. I mean, they had 5 acres in Florida. Granted, they lived in a trailer, but I mean, in Florida, that's pretty common. Yeah, she looked down on him. She said he was a dropout. And no, I mean, I don't know. I'm from Alabama, so I don't want to live in a trailer. So that we have, we just have an issue. So there's
We're not marking it.
yeah, we lived in them as a kid, and I don't want to live in one again.
I'm showing you 3 documents. Do those pertain to Lori Shaver, our filmer?
The acreage is, yeah, not where there's hurricanes, no. The acreage land is better, is more valuable than. I don't know. I say I wouldn't do a trailer, I guess trailer, mobile home, manufactured home, whatever you want to call it, but
Do those documents?
we're talking about RV in it, so I can't even say anything.
Do these documents pertain to any acts of violence pertaining to Michael Shaver?
Yeah.
Do these documents pertain to injunctions for protection
Mobile trailer,
filed
yeah.
on your behalf against Michael Shaver?
Yes. And there was an additional one filed by the state.
Were those filed on your behalf as a consequence of violence and a feeling of a need for protection.
Those three?
Yes. Was Michael at points in times directed to reside outside of the residence
Yes, he was.
by the courts?
Yes.
Okay. For the need for your protection?
Yes.
Okay. And were those injunctions issued as a consequence of violence?
Yes.
We've heard a lot of witnesses that have taken the stand in this case, correct? We heard from a Mr. Amatuccio, correct? He represented, if I'm not correct, that he was Mike's best friend.
He was not.
Pardon me?
He was not as an adult.
Oh,
Sidebar, please.
yeah, I think everybody's lived in a trailer at some point in their life. I'm gonna be interested to see what Court TV has to say about this, but I want to hear more about when was he forced to move out
I
of
believe
the
Mr. Amatuccio took the
house?
stand and testified to this jury that he was Michael's best friend. Was Mr. Amatuccio at the house very often?
No,
Pardon me?
no, he was not. Not after we all got married and had kids.
Mr. Merritt took the stand as well, correct?
Correct.
And was it Mr. Merritt that declared he had gone to the truck show with y'all?
Tractor show.
Tractor show? Okay. Did Mr. Merritt spend time at the residence with y'all?
Not very often. I've probably seen him twice before that.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about your mood or something out at the tractor show, correct? Were there any issues going on at the tractor show that the jury needs to know?
Not prior. It was happening at the tractor show.
What was happening?
Isabel was not feeling well. She was getting sick to her stomach. She was getting dizzy. She was getting hot. She's not able to her body does not tolerate heat or cold. Like, she becomes very flushed and sick. And I wanted to leave because she was feeling sick. And we were walking a very long time. I mean, hours.
Okay.
And there was no stroller, nothing. I just wanted to leave for her. He did not want to leave. I guess the whole point was for us to go there to maybe get a mutual relationship with Frank and Rita. But she was sick. And I was, as a mom, I just wanted to leave because she was sick.
Oh,
And
now
he
you
didn't
want to
wanna
be a
leave.
mom?
I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay. There was testimony about contacts with you, and you represented that Michael, you believed he had left or gone to a certain location, correct?
At what time period?
There was a witness that testified that you had reported that he had gone to Georgia or New York or somewhere.
I had received a message from Stacy stating
Who's
that
Stacy? Who's Stacy?
his sister.
Okay.
She had contacted me saying that she hadn't heard from Michael. And I told her I did not either. And she said, well, his mom is sick. So if you hear from him, or you can let, I said, if I hear from him, or I will let one of his friends know that his mom is sick so that they can relay the message. Frank Merritt came by. I told him that his mom was sick. So if he's seen him, to let him know. Frank Merritt was not close with us. So I never told him that he went to Georgia. I said he went to go see his mom. Here is the misconception. His mom, Sharon Shaver, the one that was sick, lives in New York. Frank Merritt did not know the family well enough at that time. He automatically assumed, in my mind, that he went to Georgia to see his stepmom, Sharon Shaver.
I see. Okay.
I never made the statement he went to Georgia. I said he possibly could have went to go see his sick mom.
We also heard other witnesses testify, correct? There was testimony about a sale of guns,
Correct.
correct? Now, it's my understanding y'all had a relatively large cache of guns around the house. Is that correct? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mike collecting guns? What was his?
He had a hobby of building them.
I see. Okay. So Mike would build guns, sell them out on the market somewhere?
For his friends, or no, he built them and would just keep them, collect them.
Okay. And with regards to the guns, we heard Isabel testify that Mike had dealt with the guns and been training the kids how to fire guns.
Yeah. They knew gun safety.
Okay. Did he practice this with them?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did Isabel know how to fire a gun?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody did. We had the 5 acres. There was target. We taught we used to go to the gun range as well, but we taught them how to various guns, check to see if they were loaded, unloaded, how to fire, and they would.
Yeah,
we would have them walk around the
they
house
were locked in their
after they
bedrooms.
checked to see if they were unloaded or whatnot. Walk around the house with them pointing down, teaching them not to point at anybody. Even with Nerf guns, they were not allowed to point them at people, things like that.
Okay, now keep in mind, these are like toddlers, kindergartner.
There came a period of time because of these injunctions that were filed that Michael was out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And there came a period of time you started dating other people.
Right.
Correct. It was Mr. Bray? Who was it that?
Alan.
Pardon me? Ballou, wasn't it? Yeah. You dated Mr. Ballou. Was he married or single?
Not married.
Okay. Did y'all date long?
No.
Okay. Did he have any issues with Michael?
Yes.
Then at some point in time, you met Jeremy Townsend, correct? Tell us how you met Jeremy, where you met Jeremy.
I met Jeremy at the school.
At the school?
Not at the park.
Okay.
He had an opal color truck. I had a white truck. There was 2 lanes coming out, and we were both there at the same time towards the end of August. And he rolled down the passenger window and handed me a sticky note, and I grabbed it, and it said, "I know what you're going through. I can help you. Call me." And he gave me his number.
Why would he suggest that?
I had marks on my face.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you call? Mr. Townsend?
I did. I went to, what is it, the racetrack right there at the end of 33. And I called him.
Okay. Now, Mr. Townsend testified that this was kind of an informal relationship. He characterized it as one of friends with benefits, correct?
He did.
Okay. Did Mr. Townsend lead you to believe that he was single?
Yes.
Okay. There's digital data that's been introduced, have text, I believe. Does some of that contradict his statement here in court?
Well, that's why I asked him, why did you lie to me?
Pardon me?
That's why I asked him in those texts that were introduced today, why did you lie to me?
Why is that?
Because he was separated from his wife. And then I found out that he was now back together with her. So I said, why did you lie to me? Why all of a sudden are you wearing your wedding ring again? Yes.
I see. Now, did Jeremy come by the house often?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Morning, night, what times?
He would come by in the mornings. Well, initially we would meet at the school. He would drop his son off. I would, like when our relationship first started, and I would have Isabel and Aiden, and we'd show up early and we'd sit in the school car line, and he'd come back to the truck where I had my kids, and we'd all just converse in the morning while we sat there and waited until school started. Sometimes Vanessa would come out and get Trent out of his truck early and take him in because she was a teacher there. And then he would leave, go off to work. He worked in, he did landscaping. He had a partnership landscaping business. And I worked from home. So from there, probably in December, because prior to that, I did Beachbody from home. I was doing Beachbody sales from home. Social anxiety. I had never, ever, ever, ever been to a gym before. He was going to Gold's Gym, which I don't remember what Austin said it's called now. But anyways, it was the Gold's Gym where he was a member of. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But I don't know how to use anything. I'm not going to go in and do it because I only worked out from home through like videos. So he goes, no, I know somebody there. It was a female because I wasn't comfortable with males. And he set me up with Rebecca Filmer, a personal trainer. That's how I met Austin and Becca. Becca and I became really close. We would go out dancing on Fridays. Like my social life just kind of expanded from there. I started to see that there was a life outside of my home. I mean, little as it was, but it was still nice.
Now, did you ever confide in Jay about your situation with Mike?
Yes. So that all happened at the beginning. Obviously, he had seen that I had marks on my face. So I called him, and we did meet at the park after that to talk. And we met a few times, and it was just talking, friendship. And it was nice to have somebody to talk to, but he told me about his history in the military. He also told me that he was a bodyguard for some professional boxer, and I cannot remember the name. He would travel and be his bodyguard whenever he was on tour. He told me that he was in special ops. He served on the Bush administration in Washington, D.C. as security. Tons of stuff. Sniper. Told me everything.
Okay. But we saw those contradictions with his testimony, correct?
Mm.
Did Mr. Townsend make any representations to you that he would protect you from Michael?
Yes, from the very beginning.
Okay.
Yep. He told me if I ever needed anything that I could contact him. And he was always on top of it. If Becca and I went out dancing in the evening, he would come over. He would see me before we went out. And while we were out, he would call, and we would have to send him a picture to show him that we were there where we were. And when I left, I would have to let him know that I was on my way home, and then also let him know that I had gotten home. He knew everything. He had everything. He kept track of me every step of the way.
Okay.
Now, I'm just gonna
Let's
say, men are
about
sly snakes. So
the event that's landed you here. Shift gear over there. Okay. Michael was out of the house at that time.
yeah,
Is it my understanding he's
they're
been
not
living
showing
at the
anything,
airport?
so I don't know.
Yes. So the battery had happened in 2014. The state imposed an injunction. DCF was involved. Mike went through counseling, everything like that. Mike was all that I knew. And during that time period, we both dated other people. I mean, you all heard that. Once everything was up, I guess you could say, we started talking again. But DCF had been in the house, and they said that as long as he was not in the picture, everything was okay. But if he came back,
They were going to take action.
yeah. So they had offered to move me and the two kids, change our names, change our socials.
They what now?
Because
We had already moved so much. We finally were in a good school. The kids had good friends. And there was a point where Isabel had asked, like, you know, is this where we're gonna live now? And I said, yep, we're never moving again. This is where we're staying. They went to a great school.
I'm so
Great
confused.
friends. So when DCF came in and offered that, I'm like, nope, I'm strong now. I'm gonna go to counseling. I went to Celebrate Recovery for codependency. I was going to Livestream counseling. I thought I had it. So I'm like, nope, I'm gonna stand my ground.
okay.
And so I didn't leave. Dated.
I'm gonna need you to pass now,
Obviously,
Donna. You've
those
been puffing too
relationships
long.
sucked, failed. And I went back. I left Michael.
Did it work out?
We tried. He was back in the house maybe 2. Well, in September 2014, he was back in the house 2 weeks. And then I should have learned my lesson then, but I didn't.
Donna.
And then in 2015, when we had gotten back together, Wilma Nichols, our neighbor, very nosy lady,
She's not that nosy. It's
Mike
just
would
not
go
a
to work.
Foul smell.
We would pick him up at LJ Yates' house, who has not testified. LJ Yates lived on 33. He also worked at Disney.
Okay, you could have called him. But
Mike
you
would
didn't.
drive from Disney to his house, and we would pick him up there and bring him back to the house, and he would duck so nobody would see him. And then he would sleep there all day. He built a privacy wall on our back patio so Wilma couldn't see. And she had put a gate so that she could just come over whenever she wanted. So we put a lock on there so she couldn't do that. And then he worked overnights. So about 7 o'clock, we would take him back to LJ8's house. And then he would go from there to work. And we continued that for a long time.
Okay.
Okay, so where's LJ
So
at?
this in the house, out of the house, that continued on and off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there did come a point in time when
Oh, lordy, lordy.
you were later with Jeremy, correct? So that's later in time, correct, to those events?
Yeah. It was a couple months later. Like I said, school had just started. I had went to school without dropping it off, whatever. I had marks on my face. Jeremy noticed. He sent me a message. I started talking to him. Obviously, talking to him reassuring me. He was saying all the right things. I kind of felt for it. I'm not denying that. I did. It was nice, right? Because now I'm back into.
We're going to have to.
Solid ground.
Yeah. And it wasn't working. And I'm like, I'm right back into it. So my birthday, Jeremy and I had talked about plans to go out shopping, going to the movies, going to Hurricanes. You know, just hanging out for the day while the kids were in school. Awesome. Mike was still in the house at that time. And I had told him that I had just wanted to go out for the day, go shopping, get my nails done, whatever. And he absolutely refused. So I threw a fit as I was walking away from him. He had given me my birthday presents. As I was walking away, he threw a.
Let's not talk about specific events, okay? Let's stay on the
Is
fact.
she talking about Michael or Jeremy?
Okay?
I'm
But there
confused.
was an altercation arising out of that
Correct.
confrontation, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And so eventually, I take it, Michael's out of the house at a period of time. Okay.
So I kicked him out. I think it was November 10th.
Okay. We heard testimony from one witness and that you were waving a gun at Michael, threatening him. Some witness, he said he got in between you.
That was Robert Mercado.
Robert Mercado. Did that ever happen?
No, it did not.
Why was Robert Mercado at the residence?
We were all hanging out, barbecue, whatever. I honestly don't remember. We were all on the back porch. There was drinking involved. Mike became irate. I went into the bedroom. He tried coming over me at the dresser. Robert stood in between. He separated him. Mike left the property. We couldn't get a hold of him. We called 911 in fear of Michael doing something to himself. There was a 911 call for that. They did make contact with him. And that was that. But no, there was no gun involved on that evening.
Okay. The gun that's been introduced into evidence, was this gun used in the commission of this case?
No, it was not.
What happened to that gun?
I never seen it again. I don't know.
Who would have taken it?
Jeremy was the last one that had it.
So let's transgress into this event that led to these charges. Lori, okay? You remember the event?
Pants on fire. Don't
You're
you
in the
sometimes
house,
wish somebody's
correct?
pants would really catch fire?
I
You're
was
lying.
in the house initially. Michael did not enter the house.
Okay.
But he was just in shorts and
Was
socks.
it morning, noon? Take us through it.
Morning.
Okay. And tell the jurors how this transpired.
I got up got my coffee, and then that's when I noticed he was sitting out on the back patio. We had 2 tables. There was like one long one, and then there was a smaller round table with 2 chairs. I seen him sitting there. So I got the kids. I don't remember if it was Pop-Tarts, breakfast bars, whatever. They're Ovaltine. They always had Ovaltine. They had tables in their bedrooms.
Ovaltine?
I went in and got them
Say
their
Ovaltine?
clothes, gave them their breakfast, turned on the TV, and I just said, eat your breakfast, get ready for school, which they did. Just like every other morning, I'm going to go out and take care of the animals. We had over 400 birds.
400?
I rescued a horse. There was lots of animals on the property. So that was not unnormal for me to go outside while they were inside
Unnormal?
getting ready. So I went out there, but I knew he was sitting out there. I could see him through the kitchen window out in the back patio. So I went out there and we started talking, and it escalated. And I went to walk back in because this wasn't going anywhere and he was not leaving. And I opened the sliding glass door to go in. And when I did that, he took my phone and slammed it up against the sliding glass door. There was an imprint of my phone on that sliding glass door. He grabbed my arm, pulled me down into his lap. And the furthest chair that was...
Yeah, in shorts and socks. He just
I don't
showed
have a
up.
picture in front of me, but the sliding glass door, there was like a post, and there was we had like a bistro table sitting there in front, and on this further side, I guess, in front of the sliding glass door, there was a chair. So he had pulled me down in his lap. He was holding on to me, and at that point, I was just trying to convince him, like, okay. We'll work it out.
What's he saying to you during this, Lori?
He
has to add it.
I was talking at that
screwed
point.
up
I
the
was
story.
scared. That's what I'm saying. Okay. We can work it out, because that's what I did every single time, because I was scared. And he told me not this time.
Was he upset about anything in particular that you're aware of?
Yes, he found out I had gotten pregnant.
From Jay?
Yes.
Okay. So is he mentioning that in his discussion or what?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, not at that time. We had it was previously before he pulled me into his lap, but I mean, he knew.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, we'll work it out, because at that point I had already had the abortion.
Whoa.
So are you facing the house or facing away from the house? Tell us your direction.
I'm facing looking out the back pasture. I'm on the back porch, but I'm not looking into the house.
Okay. Now, he spins you around and you're in the chair, I take it?
I'm in his lap. He's holding me there.
Okay.
And then he pushed me to the ground.
Okay. As he pushes you to the ground, does he do anything?
After he pushed me to the ground, he was kicking me in the stomach.
Okay. Presuming you were pregnant or something?
Yeah, and I had already told him I had the abortion, and I was screaming at that point.
Okay. Is he making any threats to do any harm to you, any serious bodily harm?
Yeah, I mean, he said not this time. He said I was not getting away.
Okay.
Not this time. I mean, we had been through so many events, but that's not the first time. I mean, he had pulled a gun out me at Publix in Claremont. This was not the
Okay,
first time.
let's not talk about prior events. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. So you're on the ground and he's kicking you. Okay. Is he kicking you hard?
Yes.
Okay.
Very hard.
Is he
I was
making any?
throwing up.
Okay. Is he making any statements of any intent to kill you or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Is he speaking in such a level that the children could hear this?
Oh yeah, we both were.
Okay.
I was screaming.
Okay. As he's doing this, and he's not relenting on it, did he have his foot anywhere?
Well, that went on for a few minutes, and then he put his face or his foot on my face,
Okay.
smashing it into the patio porch,
Okay.
whatever you want to call it.
As he has his foot on your face, is it on the front of your face, the side of your face?
I was facing him. Now I'm curled up facing the house, and it was just like this.
Is he continue to yell?
Hmm.
Is he yelling at you?
Not at that point. Nope. Nope. We were sitting there, and I could not yell anymore.
We heard
He's
from,
just sitting in the chair as he's smashing my face into the porch.
what's the next thing you recall?
The next thing I see is I can't even
Can't see me.
see
Can't see
her. I more or less heard it, and then I think I seen her.
That's true, Gwen.
When you say her,
So my
who are you
boyfriend says,
referring to?
who gets in a suitcase?
Isabel. What's Isabel do?
She had fired a gunshot.
Now, when Isabel fires this gunshot, do you see where it lodged into Michael or what?
I could not.
Where are you after Isabel fires the gun?
Still on the ground. And Michael.
The next thing you recall?
The next thing I recall is seeing Jeremy, and hearing the gunshot essentially at the same time.
Is there much time that goes by between Isabel shooting the gun and Jay taking over, or Jeremy?
No, it felt like forever. I remember looking at her.
Had you gotten off the ground?
No, I had not. Michael was still sitting in the chair.
After Jay comes, you hear Jay discharge the firearm. And after Jay discharges the firearm, what do you hear next or observe next?
Well, at that point, I started crawling away, but Michael fell forward out of the chair.
Fell forward on the chair?
Out of the chair.
Okay. Was that after Jeremy shot or after Isabel shot?
Jeremy.
After
Yeah, I hope the
Jeremy
prosecution gets up there and asks for
makes
dates.
that shot and to Michael, what happens after that?
I got up. We went into the house. We went into Isabel's room. And
But who has the gun at that point?
I don't recall that he had the gun. I don't know.
Okay.
He was the last one with the gun.
Okay. Did you see Isabel carrying it after that?
No. But it wasn't carried into her room where we were having a conversation.
Now, Jeremy makes that shot. You get up, you go into the house.
We just
Are
left it
any
out for
statements
the little
made
boy.
by Jeremy?
Yes. So he tells me to take the kids, get them out of the house, and he would take care of it. He insinuated that if we said anything,
Objection.
that she would be taken away. And he said that he was not going to take the blame for this.
So what did you do?
I took the kids. I left. That's what I always did. I took the kids and I left.
Where'd you take them?
I know.
I took them to school. I wanted to get back home. I did not know what was going to happen after that, but I wanted to get the kids out. And the only place I had to take them was school. It wasn't that far away.
So you take the kids to school, come back to the house. Is Michael there?
No.
Is Jay there?
No. Nope. No. And we had a conversation with Aiden. I remember that. He had obviously heard commotion. And he didn't know what happened. He didn't see it. He was in his room, which was at the further end of the house. And I had just told him, your dad's going away for a long, long time, and insinuated that he was going to jail.
Now, did you see any fresh dug holes on the property as you walked about it or moved about it beyond that point?
No.
When Jeremy said, I'll take care of this, did you have any reason to believe that that body was on your property?
No, never. There's no way he could have. I wasn't gone that long where he could have. Finding out the dimension? No. Mm-mm. He came back. It was probably about 2 p.m.
Now, did you know whether or not his family had property elsewhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you make any assumptions that it may have been taken
Yes.
somewhere else?
And I had questioned him about that. They had 30 acres. He said 5. He had told me 30 acres. I don't know what's true or what's not anymore. But I was told they had 30 acres. I asked him that.
After that event, what happened to your relationship with Jeremy?
It ended. I had found out. I became pregnant. We were talking about getting engaged. We went and looked at houses. And then it was a big open area in the backyard. When Jeremy and I were together, it was an idea that we would lay concrete down. He was supposed to help me with it. That's why the concrete was bought in January of 2016, I think it was.
Wait, whoa, that doesn't match.
We sat down, we talked about
Flip up.
the dimensions of it, and he was explaining to me how to calculate how much concrete you would need and whatnot. I went out and bought it. And then unloaded it into the shed. And it sat there until September, later that year.
And then you had broken up with Jeremy, correct? And then later you take up with Travis. Correct. And eventually this fire pit gets dug, correct? Or had been dug, prepped for a duck pond, correct?
I didn't dig anymore.
Yeah, it had been dug out, my understanding, for a duck pond, correct?
Yeah, previously. That was even previous to Jeremy.
Yeah. And y'all abandoned that attempt or effort?
Yes.
So you move on.
I mean, it was just an outline. We didn't even dig deep into it.
So Travis comes along, some time passes, and y'all elect to put the patio there.
Yeah, that was the original plan.
So is she changing the
You've
date?
broken up with Travis.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, excuse me, I apologize. You've broken up with Jeremy. Now, Wilma next door testified that they detected an odor about your property. Was there any odor floating about on your property?
No. I mean, we had rescued one pig. We got another, a wild male and female. They had babies. And Robert Seha and his wife They had horses. They also had dogs. They were renting the back property to keep some of their horses, and they had dogs. And
Did you smell
there,
anything?
there was a few occasions where the dogs had come up and with the little pigs. It's not a pretty sight. So I don't know if that's what she was smelling, but and with the birds, like I said, with 400 birds, we used
Girl,
to
what did you
slaughter them.
have? Do you have finches?
I
had
used
finches
to
growing
have
up.
chicken meat. Like we had ducks, guinea fowl,
Whoa, guineas.
quail. We had tons. I had a license to sell. We sold to a restaurant in Winter Garden. There was an obvious odor. Yes.
But death
So when y'all
smells.
prep this area and you put the patio
That's
down,
different.
did you and Travis put your initials in the concrete?
We did.
We sure did.
Would you have done that if you knew there was a body underneath there? Would you have posted photographs on the internet or on social media
Absolutely not.
if you had knowledge that there's a body underneath
Absolutely
there?
not. If I knew, everything would have changed, everything that occurred. The only reason why we laid the patio when we did was because we were trying to have this huge birthday party for Isabel. Robert Seha and his wife, they had the horses, and we invited essentially everybody from Pine Ridge to the house. And they were going to have the horses going through the backyard, and the kids could do hand printing and stuff on them. So we did that. So we were just trying to level everything out, make it look nice, have a gathering place. That's all that it was. That's why it wasn't placed until right before her birthday in September.
Place for people to stand and sit on.
Yeah, it's just to level the ground out. I mean, it was sitting in the shed, had been sitting there since the beginning of the year. We just decided that was like the right time to do it.
Now, there's been talk about and documents introduced regarding this social media, Facebook, etc. Do you know who posted some of those images, any of those images? There's images from your account, Michael's account, other accounts. Did Jay have access to social media at your house?
Get out.
Oh, a lot of people did. We lived in, everybody had access to the Wi-Fi password. It was America One. Scotty Matuccio, Jay, Frank, Wilma, everybody. You could not be at that house without being connected to Wi-Fi if you wanted to have connection to anything. We kept the password straight. It was America One. Everybody knew it. I posted those things on my Facebook. I did not post those things to Michael's Facebook.
There's time frames where the state's made issue of this account being open and that account being open. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I mean, I was on Facebook every single day. My job required me to investigate people. So I was always on the internet, social media, investigating people.
We've heard testimony as well that those accounts can be accessed remotely, offsite, and contain the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
That somebody can be in the house,
Wow.
sharing the same router.
She is
sharing the
dumb.
same IP address, correct?
Yes.
We've seen, and the state has introduced into evidence at this stage, a tarp that was in this pit. Did y'all have ownership of a blue tarp?
Not at that point. We had a tarp when we got a pool I know Travis bought a tarp to put under the pool.
Later when you were with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have one at the time of the demise of Michael Shaver?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, whatever.
Did you have the strap wrenches that were introduced or the straps themselves on your property?
No, not to my knowledge. When I went and got the concrete and stuff, I did not do anything with strap wrenches or anything like that.
The laminate flooring that was testified to, did you have the same or similar laminate flooring on your property?
No, the flooring, the remodeling that was done before we even moved in. When we bought that house, we got it at a really good price. It wasn't in foreclosure. But the inside essentially looks like it was in foreclosure. The floors in the rooms were destroyed from previous dogs. And I'm OCD and very clean. And we hired somebody to come in and clean it. And Michael went in and changed all the flooring in that house before I would allow us to even move in and bring the kids in there because it was disgusting.
Really? You had 400 birds. Are you serious right now?
Was Austin Fillmore, or Austin, was he at the house when that pit was poured, the patio?
No.
He testified he was.
He was not. He was not there. Travis and I did that ourselves. And originally, Travis thought he could just do it by himself, and then he went and rented the mixer. We didn't realize that, it was a big area. He had never done that before. I don't know. I guess he thought it was going to be easy as just mixing up some bags, but that's why he ended up going and renting the mixer.
We saw the photographs of the distance between the residence and the gravesite. Did you back at that period of time, and we see your photos, were you that physical size back in that time period?
Yes.
Did you have the physical capability even of moving that body?
160-pound man? No.
Oh, he was
No,
only
when I was at the gym
160
working out, I could probably do 30 pounds. Prior to getting a personal trainer, I was working out from home with just hand weights. Did I have an endurance? Yes. I ran marathons.
Lori, the jurors are going to ask themselves, why didn't you call the police?
Scared?
Scared of what Jay had said or Jeremy had said?
I didn't know what to do. I had just been beaten. Everything just happened so suddenly. I didn't know what to do. That's why all I wanted to do was get the kids out and get back home. And when I came back home, he was not there. Jeremy was not there. And I could not get a hold of him. He came back that afternoon.
And?
There was testimony Isabel gave about after you broke up with Jeremy, about him continuing to follow you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors about those events.
There was times, I think Isabella mentioned, I was already dating Travis. I went to go pick him up from the church. And at the intersection, and Jeremy's there right beside me, yelling and screaming at me to roll down the windows, and then proceeds to follow us to real life. We used to shop at the Publix, Claremont 27, and he would just pop up and then start questioning, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Have you said anything? Make sure you don't say anything. So then we started going to the Publix in Groveland, and all of a sudden he would start showing up there. Target, same thing. Walmart, that's where he showed me his tattoo. It was the summer of 2016, and I was with Travis. And he lifted up, we were in the cereal aisle at Walmart, and he lifted up his shirt and showed me his tattoo in front of my kids and everybody else standing in the aisle of a skull.
It was a skull.
Yes.
Did Jeremy occasionally drive by the residence?
Yes. So when we moved, got this place, and we put 6 cameras up outside.
Okay, where's the cameras?
Because we noticed there was an increase in traffic, and
because your husband's a
I
felon.
was really paranoid.
Yeah, because he's a 3-time felon.
Going anywhere, I mean, I look my surroundings before I get out. I was always afraid that he was following. I mean, was picking the kids up for school before we even had moved, and he had gotten out of his truck and ran down the middle of the road straight at my truck, yelling and screaming in front of the school.
Really?
On multiple occasions.
Where's that at?
Trying to get me to converse with him. I had agreed to meet him on a couple occasions, yes, for like 10 minutes, and we would have conversations of like, nope, haven't said anything. He wanted me to wait for him, wanted everything to settle down with his wife, and I refused.
But yet you were sending his wife messages.
So when we moved, once the body was found,
yeah, right.
I lost my job. Travis was a youth leader at the time. He started working for a granite company. Finances had gotten really tight. We found a home that we could afford. We got the cameras, and Jeremy was caught on those cameras on a couple occasions going by.
Okay, where's those cameras at? Did you call the police?
If I seen him now, I would not recognize him if he was standing in front of me.
Go back a bit. You spoke about, and you have the images, clear images, as to the events that would happen on a regular basis. Let's reflect back on that, though. Were these acts events that would cause serious bodily harm to you?
Yes.
Were these events that would involve likewise domestic violence, shouting, and threats?
Yes, that and more.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be here today but for the act of Isabel?
Oh.
Sorry, what?
The event where Michael was shot, Isabel acted, came to your aid. Do you believe you might not be alive but for Isabel and or Jay?
It'll be tomorrow, LaDonna, because it's after 5 in Florida.
Lori, have you testified from your heart the truth of these events? Have I left anything out that you feel that you need to tell the juries to clarify any issues that you've spoken of at this stage?
I mean, there's a lot I would like to get out.
Okay, direct me to the topic.
Yeah, she does.
I know we can't go into the detail of these events, though. Okay. Aside from that, is there anything else?
Michael had a lot of anger. No, please.
Sustained.
Well, we've spoken about his
Yes.
emotional attitude,
Correct.
but we can't get really.
I know. I know.
The events that we spoke.
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't a question.
All right,
No,
sustained.
I'm just correcting her so we don't go down that path.
Yes, sir. All right. Please ask a question if you wish.
So, aside from the issues that we've spoken about, the temperament and the disposition and the atmosphere and all the matters that we've discussed, is there anything else that you feel that the jury should know?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for narrative. It is not a question.
Sustained. Please ask a specific
Okay.
question you wish.
Is there a topic that we have not discussed?
A thimble.
No,
I hadn't
nothing
heard that
that
in a
I'm
long
gonna be
time.
able
My
to
mom
talk
used to
about at
collect
this time.
thimbles.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, let's have a sidebar.
Yeah, they're gonna let go today because it's after 5 in Florida. I think we're in like the Matrix right now. I cannot believe I'm right there with you, LaDonna. I feel like I'm in like some weird Twilight Zone because this I cannot believe is happening. First of all, this is the most vague trial I think I've ever watched. Literally like no details, no solid dates. Are y'all there? Oh my gosh. I don't know what happened. I don't know. It just like went out. I don't know. It just like went out completely and it was like refresh. I know. My computer was like, it's been on all day. I can't take it anymore. I'm just shocked. I'm in awe. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this trial. I know everything's all jacked up. I'm so confused. Like everything is so vague. Her entire testimony was like.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Oh. Hey, David, what's up? God bless.
Ms. Shaver, in the beginning of your testimony, I believe you may have misspoke.
What the?
Mr. Wiggs asked you when you were married to Mike Shaver, and you said May of 2016. When did you get married to Michael Shaver?
2006.
Okay. That's okay. Now, the biggest question I have for you, because you didn't mention it once in your entire story, is when did your husband get killed?
Thank you.
The exact date I cannot recall. It was beginning of May of 2016. It was
Whoa.
Okay. So sometime, you don't know, but sometime in May of 2016 is
Welcome
when
to
this
the
happened.
chat, David.
Okay.
I'm glad you're here.
Now,
we're watching one of the wildest
your phone number
trials
prior to
ever.
this homicide was 352-431-0419, correct? You don't know your phone number?
That's not my phone number now.
Okay. You don't.
I do not recall my.
Okay. But if that's the phone number that is from all those screenshots between you and Jeremy Townsend.
I told you she was changing the date, Trial
That
Junkies.
refresh your memory that was your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. And you, at some point, changed your number to 352-431-8444, correct?
I don't believe. I can't recall that because at some point I put my parents on my phone line.
You remember seeing the court document that was submitted into evidence where you put your address and phone number on it?
Yes.
And that 844
Okay.
number
Yeah.
was what you listed.
Yeah. I don't remember the phone numbers from back then. And since then, I have also had my parents on my phone bill.
My question was whether or not that was your phone number. You agree that the 8444 number was your phone number based on that court document?
Yes.
You would have been truthful in a court document, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now-
Not anything coming out of my mouth.
I also, one of the statements that you made, I think you said you wouldn't recognize Jeremy.
Today, when he walked in, I would have never recognized him today. That's not what he looks like.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that he had this skull tattoo. You have a skull tattoo too, right? All right. So that doesn't really mean anything.
I had mine way before.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you met Jeremy Townsend in August of 2015.
Yes, at the end of August.
And that he passed you some sort of Post-it note.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? All right. And you had talked about because you had marks on your face or something like that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Get her.
according to you, Michael Shaver had left the residence in November of 2015, correct? Your residence.
Yes.
All right.
I had kicked him out.
All right. And well, I thought that you were the type of person that would just shut down and retreat and couldn't confront anybody. That was your words, right?
No, I said that I'm not the type of person where if you come at me and say something like belittling me or anything like that, I shut down and retreat. I'm not confrontational.
All right.
That was in the context of
You kicked him
me and my daughter.
But you were confrontational with Mike Shaver.
Yeah, I told him to get out because he knew that if I called the cops and he would definitely be kicked out and he would be picked up. So yes, it was pretty much easy to get him out.
Let's try to figure out this timeline.
Woo, let's go.
September 2014, he was arrested for a domestic incident that involved you, correct?
Correct.
And that is when he went to the airport hangar, correct? Where he started living.
Yes.
All right. Did he move back into the house after that?
Yes.
All right. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
It was.
How long had he
It
been gone?
wasn't. He had been gone over a year.
All right. So sometime in 2015.
Mm-hmm. It was, yeah, probably summer of 2015.
Okay. So if the arrest was in September of 2014, approximately 6 to 8 months that he was gone?
No, it was greater than that because he had finished his probation period.
Okay. And in that incident, he also suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Because you hit him over the head with a gun, correct?
Well, he had the gun pointed at my head, and at that point, I was done. I thought I was giving up at that point. I had nothing left in me until I seen my kids come out and start screaming. And as soon as I seen them, I took and slammed that gun into his head.
Okay. Have you ever told anyone that he was not at fault for that incident and this is actually you?
No.
Did you throw a vase of flowers into the sliding glass door and break that?
I did.
We're getting into specific conduct that the state is moved to exclude.
Can we approach, please?
Sidebar, please.
Woo, it's getting spicy. Getting spicy. Oh, she's showing the true colors now. Can't hide it. Look at her face. Look at that face. Oh, got the side eye going. Oh, yeah. Look at her. She's like trying to look at her. Look at her. Woo! She mad. Oh. Look at her. Look at her. Oh. She is. Look, you know how she's vain and she's a narcissist because she had to get up there and explain the weight. You know, like, I didn't always look like this. I've not always been this big. I've had Oreos slapped out of my hands. Look, chick, not all of us have all been this big, okay? It's called age and laziness. That's what it's called. It's called age and laziness. I know what it is. It's called I gave up. That's what it's called. She must be the last witness for the defense. I can't believe the judge must be like ready for this case to be over because the prosecution. Same. Yeah, they told me I couldn't. They said, don't worry about it. They said, don't worry about it. This is the I seriously, I need to be off my lazy butt and doing something, but this is, as you can see, this is the gist of my doing something. And I'll walk my dogs. I'll lay on my heat pad in a little bit. It is, LaDonna. Just be happy y'all can't hear my bones cracking. Look at her. She's all side-eyeing. She's all like, I'm telling you, LaDonna. I tell y'all everything. It's terrible. Oh, LaDonna done changed her picture. Look at that. Woo! I see you, girl. Yeah, this our little group. I see you, LaDonna. Yeah, she's changing it up. Okay. We're gonna have to start doing like theme parties in here. Oh man. I know you identify as a cat. I need you to have like I need you to put up like pictures of your cats. For the Sarah Boone trial, we need to have like suitcase themes or something. We need to come up with theme parties for trials.
During that incident, did you throw a vase breaking the sliding glass door? Okay. And you also broke objects in the bathroom, correct?
No, I did not.
There's pictures of the sliding glass door from that incident. You've seen those, correct?
Yes.
And other items in the house that were broken, correct?
Correct.
Along with the injuries to you and the injuries to Mr. Shaver.
The only injury that I was aware of was to his head.
Okay. And his pants were torn, correct?
He would hold my keys in his pants and would not let me leave the residence. So after I hit him in the head, pushed the gun into his head, I had to reach into his pocket and grab my truck keys so that I could evade the property with my children and get to safety.
Now, after he left in November of 2015.
Okay.
You got it straight now? Okay. After he left in November of 2015, was this incident, which ultimately led to his death, the first time that he came back?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then in August, I'm sorry, you're saying you actually started a relationship with Jeremy Towson in August of 2015?
Started talking in August, and Michael was still at the residence.
Okay. So after November of 2015, he does not come back to the house.
Correct.
So that check that was sent to him and deposited in his account, he would not have received, correct?
I don't know. He got his mail.
How did he get his mail if he wasn't at the house?
The mailbox was not at my residence. It was at the end of the road.
Okay. So after he left in November of 2015, are you saying that he would just come by every day to pick up his mail?
I don't know what he did.
Did you ever notice any mail missing?
How would I know if it was missing?
Did you ever notice any of your stuff missing?
No.
Did you ever notice any mail coming for Michael Shaver to that address after he left?
Yes, a few things.
What would you do with that in order to get it to him?
I would take it back to the post office and do return mail. No longer at this address.
Where was it going?
I don't know.
Where was it?
I don't know. I assumed probably back at the hangar.
If he left in November of 2015 and went to go live at the hangar, why would he quit his job at Disney?
Because there was a sexual harassment charge against him.
Okay. You heard that his supervisor came in and said there was no such thing and there's nothing in those records, correct?
Oh, I did. I heard that.
Are you saying that Disney falsified those records?
The sexual harassment complaint filed against him came directly from Michael's mouth.
Okay. And you had access to his bank accounts, correct?
Yes, he had access to mine as well.
And you withdrew money from his accounts, correct?
And deposited money, correct?
All right. In November of 2015, what deposits were you making in his account?
I have no idea. I'm not sure that I was.
Deposit that Mariner check into his account?
No, I have no idea what that is.
All right. The money from the sale of all of his property, how did you get that to him?
Well, it was not necessarily his property.
Okay,
I was on his guns. Okay. So after he was arrested
My question was, how did you get the money from the sale of his guns to him if you didn't know where he was?
I did not give him the money from the sale of the guns. Those were not his guns.
Would you have any way, if you say you don't even know where he is, would you have any way of getting him any of that money?
No, I never said I gave him money.
You just said you deposited money into his account.
No, I mean, that was throughout the whole marital. I would deposit money and take out money. He worked overnights. So during the day, if he needed anything, any shopping and all of that for the well-being of the house and the kids,
I would do that during the day because he was sleeping because he worked overnights.
The as far as the Facebook records, all the stuff from the Lori Shaver Facebook account, you would agree you posted, correct? All right. None of that stuff was anybody hacking you or anything like that.
Did not appear so.
And the
well, when
you
you're
had
lying all the
access
time,
to Michael
you can't
Shaver's
keep up.
Facebook, correct?
Previously,
Okay. How did you have access to his account?
well, previously we had a joint account. After we had separated in 2014, I believe we separated emails, Facebook. Prior to that, everything was joint. After that, we went from a joint bank account to 2 bank accounts, 2 emails, 2 Facebooks. Prior to that, everything was joint because he controlled everything.
The did you have his password?
Previously, well, it was a joint password because it was a joint account.
When he had his own account, when did he start his own account?
After we had separated in 2014.
The did you have his password for that account?
Well, that was our account.
When you said he started his own account, my question is, all right, and did you ever post anything on his account?
No, I did not.
Did your daughter have his password?
I don't believe so.
Was anyone else living in your house after the May of 2016 that had access to his phone or password for Facebook?
I don't know about the password, but there was 2 tablets. There was a laptop and a desktop.
Did they have his Facebook profile in it?
Everything was automatic. Everything was already logged in. So all you had to do was just log it, open it up, and you were automatically logged in.
Was your daughter posting on his Facebook?
No.
Was your son posting on his Facebook? Oh. Now, did you ever tell anyone that after he left in November of 2015 that he was in jail for failing to pay child support?
I did.
That wasn't true, correct?
No, it was not. That was an old manager that I had a relationship with way
Oh my
back
gosh.
and he had moved back from Connecticut to Florida and was reaching out to me, and he was curious. I was not.
That's Ramin, correct?
Correct.
And that when you say relationship, that's another affair, correct?
Correct.
But you told him that Mike was in jail for failing to pay child support and his license was suspended, correct?
Give him my personal information, and he was asking about that because.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. How is Mike being in jail your personal information?
Accurate personal information because he was questioning. Because prior to that, there was conversations where Michael had threatened once again after finding out.
I know, Adonna.
to kill
I
him.
hate that.
So when you told your manager that you had a prior affair with that Mike was in jail, that was a lie. Did you tell your sister that you guys had been working out a separation agreement?
Yes. Well, we actually
I don't know. I think
separation agreement.
you
It was
went
filed
buck
with the court.
wild.
In order to do that, you have to get was that here in Lake County?
It was.
Okay, so there is some sort of divorce proceeding with your name on it and Michael Shaver's because you just said you filed something in court, correct?
I did not say divorce. You said separation. So after 2014, after that incident, we both had attorney representation, and Michael and I came up with an agreement, handwritten. We both signed it. That was filed
Where?
here
Where?
at this courthouse.
What case is that in?
Whatever the prior DCF is, and I had won that case with no adjudication. I don't know where that record is, but it was filed. And in that agreement, he agreed to pay X amount of money. I would keep the kids. He could not take the kids. He would see them every other weekend, whatever. We had that separation. I made more money than he did. I covered the health insurance. I covered the kids. I kept the house. He was moving out of the house and he was going to pay X, Y, Z. That was a handwritten document that both of us signed in front of the mediator at this DCF agreement that I won with no adjudication.
Was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No, there was not.
What?
Not in the state of Florida.
After
That's wild.
2015, was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No.
When law enforcement came and asked you about the whereabouts of your husband, you were not truthful with them, correct?
I didn't know where he went. The last,
You know what happened to him, correct? All right, you didn't tell him that, correct? The Walmart purchase that was on your husband's bank account, you did that, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
That was sent to your house with your name on it, correct? All right.
I don't recall like the exact parameters around it or what I bought or anything like that.
So this event happens in May of 2016, correct?
Ooh, dang,
Your
LaDonna.
relationship with Jeremy Townsend and very tumultuously in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
And your relationship with Travis Filmer then begins in May of 2016, correct?
He came over at the end of May.
And you were actually engaged to him in July of 2016, correct?
Yes.
In April of 2016, Rebecca Urbanowski was living with you, correct?
Right.
Correct. And
Her dates are all jacked up.
the fire pit itself was built in March of 2016.
I guess so. I don't.
That's when you posted it, right? And then how big was your property?
5 acres.
And out of all of that land, you just happened to choose the area where your dead husband's body was found to put that cement slab. That's basically what you're saying here, correct?
No, because I did not know his body was there. It went there because the area was already dug out.
She
Quite a
said
coincidence, you'd agree, correct?
May
No,
2016
not necessarily.
was
Not
when
if you
she and Jeremy
realize the
stopped
whole
dating.
parameters of what came first and how that all transpired. Like I said, that was something that Jeremy and I had originally talked about doing because I had gotten rid of the animals and we had the fire pit and we were talking about wanting to, I mean, it was his suggestion to put in concrete.
So the March 2016 is when you put that fire pit in, and 2 months later is when your husband is still on your property, correct?
Yes.
See?
The concrete was not poured until September,
Correct, by you and your now husband.
but I had no knowledge that he was under there. If I was trying to cover him up, why would I do that so many months later? And only,
I haven't asked you a question, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. So she's saying May 2016, she and Jeremy stopped seeing each other, but that chick was
So,
living with her in April
The incident
2016.
that led to your husband's death, your husband had not been around for months, correct?
And she was engaged by July
He just happens
2016.
to show up sometime in May of 2016, correct?
not just happened. That was pretty typical of him being gone for months and then showing up and us getting back together.
Okay.
That was
And then during that time frame, this was sometime before you were going to take your kids to school, correct?
yes, he was out on the porch when I went.
How was he dressed?
Shorts, t-shirt,
Okay.
sneakers.
And an argument between the two of you starts.
Yes, I went outside. I got the kids settled and I went outside to talk to him.
How old was your daughter at this point?
7.
And is there a reason why you never taught your daughter how to dial 911?
I mean, we just had cell phones. We didn't have a landline. She knew how to dial 911, but like I said, I had my cell phone on me. The security system that we had, she would not have been able to reach. It was above the keys where the door was.
But when she said, I didn't know how to call 911, I'm asking why you wouldn't have taught her.
I did teach her how to call 911, but she didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that she shot him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point,
You hear that wimpy yes?
you were able to get out from underneath Mr. Shaver, correct?
I did not crawl away until he was falling to the ground. After she shot him, I was still looking at her, like, still comprehending everything that was happening. I wasn't two yet because he had his foot on my face, smushing it into the ground. It took me, I mean, it wasn't that long, but it took me a little bit to kind of comprehend what was occurring. And
Certainly didn't get up after being shot, correct?
then,
He certainly didn't get up out of the chair after being shot, correct?
no, not until, no. After the second shot, he fell forward. The first shot, he sat in the chair.
At the time of his death, Mike Shaver was about 5'3".
5'3",
Mhm.
5'8", 5'10".
Now,
I'm 5'2".
the probable cause affidavit around the time of his arrest listed him at 5'3" and 130 pounds. You're saying that's inaccurate?
That was probably me.
Okay, you weren't arrested, right?
His probable cause from 2014?
Yes. You're saying that 5'3" and 130 pounds is inaccurate, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
definitely probably not what's on his driver's license. He was not 5'3". He was like 5'8" and 150, 160 pounds. I was 5'2" and 115, 20.
When Mike left, he left his vehicle, correct?
You're talking about the black car.
No, I'm talking about he had a vehicle and he left it behind, correct?
His black car had been sitting there for a while. He had a bent rim and the air in the tire could not stay inflated. So he was driving my truck back and forth to work.
Right. My question was, when he left and moved out, he left his car, correct? And he left everything that he had any sort of value that could be sold, correct? His guns,
He took stuff,
tools,
yes.
his ATV, left all that behind.
Well, the tools that were in the shed were of no use to him. They were like old tools and stuff like that. And it wasn't an ATV.
My question was, he left the stuff behind, stuff that he could have sold, correct?
Correct.
He stopped going to work and lost his job because of it, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
So he lost his ability to make any money, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Prior to November of 2015, he would call you using the phone frequently, correct?
Yes, because he was back in the house and we were trying to work things out.
After November of 2015, there is absolutely no calls to you after that November 7th, 2015, correct?
I don't recall.
There's not a single call to you, to the children, anything, correct?
I don't recall.
There's no activity on his bank other than withdrawals from the ATM in Claremont where you lived, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
November 2015, he just vanishes off the face of the earth. No one can account for him, correct?
I don't believe that's true.
But you've definitely not had any contact with him in any ways until he shows up someday, which you do not know, in May of 2016 when this incident occurs, correct?
No, he showed up prior to May.
I
At
asked
my
you,
property, but he was already causing trouble prior to that, which fits within his history of doing this.
my question to you previously was, after you kicked him out in November of 2015, and prior to him coming up the day that he was killed, I asked you, did he ever come, have any contact with you? You said no, correct?
Not physically, correct. But calls and stuff like that, yes.
Calls?
Texts, his threats, stuff like that.
You saw the phone records, which show absolutely no
Text,
calls from
Facebook
him
messages,
after November 7th,
was-
correct?
Let her answer the question, please.
All right,
He was-
allow the witness to finish. Thank you.
He was communicating with Jeremy I believe he had sent me text. He had sent me a nasty text prior to that, telling me I was just like my mom, something to that effect. He was communicating.
From your IP address.
I don't know that that's my IP address. How can you verify that?
Because it's the same IP address that your account that you says you used posted on as well.
Okay, how do we know that he didn't post on my face or log into my Facebook?
So what vehicle, the day that he showed up in May of 2016, what vehicle did you use to get to your house that day? What vehicle was in your yard that you didn't recognize that day?
In May?
Yes. So he just walked? He just showed up without a vehicle in your house on the back porch?
I was not paying attention to that.
Nothing further, Judge.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand.
Oh, they're going to do closings tomorrow.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Wiggs?
No, at this, excuse me, at this time, the defense would rest, Judge.
All right. The defense has rested. And at this time, thank you for your time and attention today. Members of the jury, I will excuse you at this point. I'll ask you to return tomorrow to the jury assembly room at 8 a.m. Again, please do not do any research regarding the case. Please do not view or read any media concerning the case. And do not speak to each other or anyone else.
I know,
about
I
the
did too,
case.
Brandy, till
Should
just
you see
now
the
when I
attorneys
said
out
it.
and about, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please do not hold that against them. Well, thank you again for your time today, and have a nice night. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll have.
Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Oh, we got to wait and see what they're going to say. He might say something. Let's see what Jeff says. Why are you handing her tissue? Don't talk to that woman. Golly, I wish that lady get away from her. Making us look bad.
Motions at this time.
Judge, yes, we renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same grounds. There's no causation, proof of homicide to be, that the state could establish. That's attributable to Lori Shaver. There's no tangible documents, the IP data, the digital documents are unreliable, not authorized. Of course, there's prejudicial mistake, or not mistakes, but evidence that the state has introduced in the form of introduction of other guns, banking records, nothing that ties Lori Shaver to this homicide. There's digital data, there's improper stacking, and I know that stacking is proper, but the state didn't follow the proper procedures to do so. And then the state has failed to lay the proper predicate for the digital data and reliability.
Now, this judge is not even paying attention.
All right, state's response.
We'll rest on our prior.
All right, the motion is respectfully denied. Is there anything else before we conclude? We're going to meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the charge conference. Is there anything further?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, then we're adjourned for the day. Thank you.
The judge is like, we
Have a
are
nice day.
done. Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. That was a long day. Sorry. Super close up. That was a long day. But that was good. Okay, LaDonna, we were right. You, me, and Gwen, we won the vote. She did testify and she jacked that all up. So the timeline is all wrong though. I wrote it down. So she said that Michael, this happened in May 2016, but she said that Jessica or Rebecca, whatever her name is, she was living there in April of 2016, and she was engaged to Travis by July of 2016. So so confused at this timeline right now. It does not make any sense. Yeah, I'm so confused. But this makes no sense. Her timeline is all jacked up. But we shall meet here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Friday the 13th, y'all. I don't know what y'all do to celebrate Friday the 13th, but we're going to celebrate tomorrow. It's anniversary day. So come dressed to impress. So I will see y'all tomorrow. We got closing arguments, and I think we'll get a verdict tomorrow too. I'm excited about this one. All right, I'll see y'all in the morning. I gotta walk my dogs. Oh yeah, we might have rebuttal witnesses. See y'all in the morning. Oh, Neo. Bye.